Welcome to LitRPG Realm. One world, one system, endless power.
Chapter 1. The Summoning. My name is Derek Wheatfield, and I was abducted in the summer of 2025. I can't remember the exact date, but if you Google Chicago ice cream stand disappearance, you'll surely get a slew of conspiracy blogs that'll tell you all about it. They'll claim that 3 college kids, a buff Russian man, and an ice cream stand up and vanished in front of Cook County Courthouse in Chicago. They'll show you the courthouse video footage and witness testimonies. But despite the overwhelming evidence, physicists will debunk the event because there's no rational explanation for what happened. It's almost as if it just happened by magic. I'll never forget the day it happened. I had just lost a lawsuit to Dale's Dashing Diner for burning down their kitchen. So I was standing outside the courthouse, scheming how I could blow every last cent of my college savings before declaring bankruptcy. That was only natural. There was video footage of the new kid burning down the kitchen, but since Dale didn't give him fire safety training, it opened Dale up for a whole slew of civil and criminal liabilities. So somehow, through the laws of fate and legal ninjutsu, his hotshot lawyer got the video footage removed from the case, and I got crushed. So yeah, there was no way in hell that would give this man anything, so I was wondering how much cash I could withdraw without drawing legal attention. That way I could hit the road for a bang-up trip to Vegas, eating crab and gambling hard, leaving $20 tips between craps games. Then I'd come home broke as sin and exhausted. The perfect mindset to declare bankruptcy. That's what I was thinking when I noticed the ice cream stand. That damn ice cream stand. I remember thinking it was offensive to place a rollaway castle of tasty delights outside a courthouse. I mean, what were we supposed to do? Celebrate by eating a drumstick in front of the losing party? It seemed ridiculous. But then I realized that I had it all backward, and I had to do it to Dale. Just the thought of Dale seeing me blow his money on ice cream, less than an hour after a judge told me to give him $250,000, was hilarious. And it would be hysterical a month later when he learned that I declared bankruptcy and he wouldn't get a cent. Yeah, that was gold. So, with that image in my mind, I went to the ice cream stand. It had the works: strawberry cheesecake, cookie dough, mint chip. But unfortunately, this dark fantasy necessitated a drumstick for some reason, so I found myself asking the buff ice cream man for one. Not to sound rude, but you wouldn't happen to have a drumstick, would you? It's imperative I get my hands on one. He sneered, but the expression abruptly disappeared, replaced with wide, focused eyes. Normally, I would tell you to leave, he said in a Russian accent. But yesterday, my supplier, he says to me, my friend, you are too fit to sell ice cream cone, he says. People do not trust people that don't eat their own ice cream. Well, he's fucking right, I thought bluntly. Despite being around 40, this guy looked like he rode grizzly bears to Siberian lakes, where he would drill holes in the ice to swim and catch fish with his bare teeth. I can't, I say to him, he continued. I say, I have eaten too much. I'm sick of it. So he says, fine. If you will not eat your ice cream, eat this. And you will not believe it. You know what he gives me? This. He reached into the cabinet in the back and pulled out a classic drumstick, a pre-packaged cone dipped in chocolate and peanuts, with hot fudge at the very bottom of the waffle cone. It must be destiny, he said. Damn, this guy's good. Must be. How much to take it off your hands? Ha! I would not dare sell this to you. You can have it. I raised an eyebrow. Why? Because in my mother country we have saying, Nesvisti doma, denik ne budjet. Do not whistle at home, you will lose your money. It means, he rolled his wrist, eyes drifting to the sky, searching for words. Avoid certain things so you don't lose money, get bad luck. And this is fate. And what is meant to be cannot be avoided. If you try to avoid it, you will get misfortune. I do not want misfortune, so I give this to you. Do you understand? Yeah, I said, accepting it with a strange smile. I felt lucky, but I soon frowned, mind blank, lost for words, stranded and swimming in a sea of psychological soup, wondering how such a statement about destiny somehow related to losing next semester's tuition to a sociopath. I found no answer. But sometimes life answers for you. And of course, it was all about meeting a girl. "There you are," a woman said, looping her arm around mine and pressing her chest against my shoulder. Now, mind you, I'm outside of the Cook County Courthouse in Chicago, and the only thing you should do if someone grabs you is protect your life and wallet. So when this woman grabbed me, I almost elbowed her in the face and Spartan kicked her into the nearest car. But the last time video footage proved my innocence, it was removed from the case. And I wouldn't have done so anyway because there was something haunting about her voice. I didn't even need to see her fish pepper spray from her purse to know something was seriously wrong. So I quickly acted, saying, "Hey, sweetheart," as I turned blindly and kissed her forehead. "How was your day?" She blushed furiously and stammered out a good before recovering. And for the first time, I could see her. She was a brunette, about my age, a newly minted college freshman. She had brace-straightened teeth and a blouse that only exposed the trace of a silver necklace. She smelled like lilacs. Her stalker actually looked like he was her boyfriend. He was well-dressed, attractive, had an expensive watch. But there was something off about him. No, there was a lot off about him, starting with his face. It was so symmetrical that his flaws really stuck out, like suddenly noticing Tom Cruise's teeth are off-center by a centimeter. It was uncomfortable, yet fascinating, and I wanted to study it, capturing it in my mind so I could describe it to the police with polished prose, but I couldn't, because of his eyes. They were the eyes of someone who had been rejected and wouldn't take no for an answer. "You ready for our date?" I asked. She gripped her pepper spray behind her sleeve and smiled. "Can't wait. I'm buying this time." "Sure thing," I said with a charming smile. "As long as I can pay." She smacked my shoulder. I hugged her arm and said, "Just let me call an Uber." I turned, giving the stalker a prime angle to see me type 911 on my phone. Even if he couldn't see it, I only typed 3 numbers, and there was only one 3-digit phone number every American knew. But he didn't move. He grinned further, waiting until I put my thumb onto a button, playing chicken. I did press that button, and his eyes flitted to the courthouse cameras. "Don't let me keep you two," he said. "See you, Denise." "Bye, Juan," she said, clutching the pepper spray. I pressed the circular red end call button and watched him walk away with a feeling of victory. The police would call me back, and Juan would start running. Psychological warfare. Very satisfying. Even the ice cream man sighed in relief. It was all over. Except it wasn't. Right then, at that strange moment of apparent victory, fate flew forward on ice skates, jumping and landing a triple axel that ensured this stalking prick would get to drive this college freshman to the brink of insanity, because before he left, the summoning began. It started when a massive geometric circle glowed in a 10-foot radius around us, filling the sidewalk, grass, and street with a glowing array of lines and geometric symbols. Then an intense force bore down on us, forcing us to our knees. Denise screamed and pulled on me, and I tried to hold her, but my vision went white. My stomach dropped, and we suddenly fell through the ground, only to fall 7 feet and hit a strange tiled floor with a painful bang. It was loud. Mikhail, the ice cream man, was holding the ice cream stand when it happened, so the summoning dragged the whole damn thing in with us. It hit the ground like a cotton candy frag grenade, sending a rainbow assortment of frozen milk flying over the cracked tiles. "What the hell was that?" I groaned, rubbing my forearm. I looked up, and that's when the panic set in. We were in a lavish room worthy of a 16th century cathedral, and it was crawling with a wide circle of cultists, each wearing hooded robes that were completely unnecessary in retrospect. "Oh, hell no," I said. Denise cried. Juan demanded answers, and Mikhail, the ice cream man, pulled a Glock 45 from the back of his jeans. Then the kingdom panicked, but there was no way to defuse the situation. I'm not sure what these assholes thought would happen when they summoned people from another world, but they really didn't think it through. They didn't have airport signs of waving hands and people eating food to bridge the language barrier. They just came out swinging with their language, giving us a grand entrance speech in this pretentious Gregorian chant, before Mikhail lifted his gun at the king and yelled, I suggest you use sign language. Armored knights grabbed him with ghostly speed and brought him to the ground. And then, things spiraled out of control. A guard grabbed Denise, and she panicked, shutting her eyes and screaming as she blasted him in the eyes with her pepper spray. He screamed in agony and hit the ground, sending these armored freaks into a feeding frenzy. They took no chances. Next thing I knew, everyone was yelling, and the guards were taking their fear and frustration out on me with their boots. Welcome to Viridia. Chapter 2. Scandals. It took us a while to figure out why the Jespa Kingdom had abducted us due to the language barrier. I couldn't even order tacos in Spanish before I was kidnapped, so learning the local language was difficult, and the woman jabbing her fingers at picture books in frustration didn't help change that. Luckily, Denise's family forced her to learn Spanish, French, and Mandarin by the age of 6, so she picked it up quickly, and since I kept Juan at bay, she clung to me, helping me learn the language in exchange for protection. This went on for about 3 months before we learned what happened. According to our kidnappers, the Jespa Kingdom used an advanced magic circle to summon a human with abnormal mana potential, an action they took to save the world from Equalis Gentra, the reincarnation of a demon lord. That's right, a demon lord. As the summoning circle and cultists suggest, Viridia is a world of swords and magic. Some humans have animal ears. Lizard people aren't a conspiracy. Kingdoms wage war with dragons, and yes, there are demon lords. There are even demon jewelers and demon plumbers and even demon strippers, because demons are, in fact, a common and intelligent race of people. So saying Equalis was a demon was denoting an ethnicity rather than something sinister. But even if demons were diabolical, Equalis Gentra wasn't a demon, because unlike all the other red-skinned, black-horned humanoids with that title, Equalis had human skin, round ears, and no horns because he was, in fact, a human, as far as I or anyone else could tell. So, yeah, I call bullshit. The real story told itself. Despite boasting about his famed elven wall and vampire night horde, King Jespa was getting his merry little ass kicked. So, in a fit of desperation, he ordered his mages to commit an open-shut RICO case of felonies, including, but not limited to, abduction, human trafficking, forced labor, unlawful imprisonment, and a whole mixed bag assortment of international war crimes, in hopes of obtaining a trump card. They got one, Denise Hensley. Mikhail, Juan, and I were just dragged in by proximity. Denise was clearly the person they were after. The second she touched their strange crystal ball, it blew up like a frag grenade, and the mages celebrated like ancient Aztecs after a good sacrifice. I'd later learn that it was a mana-gauging crystal, and that it proved that Denise had more mana than a colony of high elves. On day 1, it was absurd. Denise wasn't the only special one. Juan had abnormal mana potential, so the kingdom hailed him as the bow for propaganda purposes, and Mikhail had been an advanced physics professor in St. Petersburg, before something obviously went wrong. Since the Jespa Kingdom was surprisingly engineering savvy, they pumped him full of magical steroids, called him the Shield, and welcomed him with open arms. As for my role, it was the librarian, because that's where they sent me when they realized that I was worthless. Yes, worthless. Unlike Denise, I had the mana of a 4-year-old child, and unlike Mikhail, my degree was worthless in a kingdom that didn't embrace capitalism. Hence, they refused me a noble title and gave me a job at the library as an apology. I actually liked it that way. The pay was good, and I didn't have to murder people for my kidnappers. As for the job, I got to read all day, and to my surprise, I fell in love with the world. Viridia wasn't the feudalistic hellhole I imagined. It was a technological paradise that focused on magical technology instead of electrical engineering. It made fresh water out of air, had healers that bypassed surgeries, and performed advanced metallurgy with magic. All of this was facilitated by magic circles known as arrays. I found that fascinating, so I hung around the Arraycraft Guild, wondering if I could recreate my world's technology with them. The array masters initially saw me as a pest, but that changed when I brought them a magical Zen garden that used earth magic to create different waves in sand, and I told them they could make a fortune selling them to nobles. It was a massive hit, and when I said I could import all of my world's luxuries for the right price, I earned a place as head apprentice under the legendary array master, Elixir. Soon, I was cranking out baths that bubbled and tea makers that could shoot compressed water through fine leaves to create concentrated stimulants. I explained that the magic in Viridia was too precise, and that nobles would enjoy asymmetric comforts. Swamp coolers on hot days and heated blankets in intentionally cold rooms. It may have been blasphemous, but it sold. It wasn't long before my department was selling billions worth of strange luxury products to nobles. This went on for about 2.5 years, and then I fucked it all up. It happened after a marriage etiquette class. Those always riled Denise up something savage. So I snuck 2 bottles of Reiselmore wine into my bedroom, and when she arrived, we smashed a bottle each without glasses and hit the furniture with the spins. Nights like that were common. Ever since we arrived, Denise stuck to me like glue to escape Juan. Breakfast, dinner, weekends, around the clock. Even when our schedules ripped us apart, she started coming to my bedroom, venting about Juan and the kingdom and the nobles. And while I disapproved of her breaking my furniture in fits of rage and her constant declarations about burning down the kingdom, I was in my early 20s, where the only thing that mattered was the fact she was hot, so I just kind of put up with it. Soon, it became toxically acceptable and, frankly, normal. That night was different. Instead of venting, she just lay on my bed listening to me recount some factoid about how nymphs stockpile drugs called kina crystals to hold raves during mating season. She kept saying, "Uh-huh," over and over, kicking her legs up and down. I figured that she was boiling over and would snap, so I wasn't surprised when she blurted, "Hey," with drunken finesse. I rolled my neck to look at her. "What?" "Can I ask you something?" "Sure." "Why is it that when I come here every single night and complain about Juan and nobles and everyone but you in your room, just us, alone, that you've never made a move on me? I mean, it's been years." I considered it cautiously and concluded that there were a lot of good reasons. It was illegal. That was a good place to start. Denise was an ordained noble, and dating a commoner was like Romeo and Juliet with twice the suicide in Viridia. Second, Juan couldn't handle our friendship, so he was sabotaging my chances of becoming a noble. And even if it were fated love, Denise would eventually leave to fight the Demon Lord, and it would be game over. So, in all ways, it was a terrible idea to make a move on her. So, after carefully debating the facts, I did the gentlemanly thing to do. I slept with her. And while it was possible to just play it off as a one-night fling and cocktail my way out, I kept sleeping with her. 'Cause, obviously, she was hot, rich, had great genes. Yeah, she was a bit crazy, but men put up with way worse for a lot less. And besides, she was already coming to my room anyway, so what was there to lose? Everything, it turns out. 'Cause Denise had a bit of a temper. It didn't take kindly to being treated as a baby-making weapon, whose future purpose was to be a political pawn. One night, after going 3 rounds to release her boundless frustrations, she said, "You know what? Screw it. I'm the sword. If I can't have the relationship I want, this kingdom can burn." She turned to me with expectant eyes. "Don't you think?" At the time, we were both naked, in bed, drugged up on oxytocin, in a state of delirium where people agree with everything their partner says. So I said, "Yeah," between heaving breaths. Bad move. The next day, she declared that I was her boyfriend, and if anyone had a problem with it, she would daisy-chain their intestines like a climbing rope. It wasn't popular, but we got away with it for a time. Denise was the kingdom's greatest asset, after all. But there's something mentally off about jealous stalkers and backroom politicians that makes them feel invincible, even under the threat of overwhelming violence. Juan was one of those people, so he started scheming about how to destroy me the instant we hitched up. I'll give him credit. He succeeded. 3 years after our summoning, as Denise was on her graduation quest to finish out her training, I found myself in the king's audience chambers, surrounded by the kingdom's top advisors, getting read a list of alleged crimes I committed from a concerningly long scroll. Derek Wheatfield, you stand here today accused of reading restricted materials from the Royal Library, tricking your tutors into teaching you military arraycraft under the guise of recreating your home world's conveniences, courting a noblewoman against the laws of nobility, among other heinous accusations. How do you plead? I gasped, mouth open, eyes indignant, facial expressions befitting someone who was purely guilty on all fronts, but whose life depended on skilled lying, and addressing King Jespa directly in their pretentious manner of speaking. Complete falsehoods, Your Grace. Every action and request I have made has been solely at the behest and benefit of the kingdom. If there has ever been any overlap between military arraycraft and recreating technology from my own world, it's a natural consequence of the physical nature of the technology. King Jespa frowned. It's been claimed that you requested a Category 3 lightning array to create simple light fixtures, a process deemed by your fellow summonee as ludicrous. Your Grace, please understand, in our world, power plants supply electricity for multiple cities larger than this capital. Immense energy is required if we wish to replace the ease and convenience of glowstones. He looked to his nearest advisor, who was visibly skeptical but turned back tiredly. And of the business with Lady Hensley? He asked. A complete fabrication. She's taken to calling you her boyfriend. As close friends do, Your Grace. If we were in a romantic relationship, we would use the term fiancé to designate our betrothed. If that's true, why does she spend so much time in your room? To vent about Lord Carlos. She insists she'd run away if she couldn't release her frustrations toward him. His harassment has been truly egregious. My words were venomous and threatening, reminding them of their situation. Still, it felt like I was missing something, so I added, Your Grace. King Jespa rubbed his forehead. Listen, Mr. Wheatfield, while we are aware of Lord Carlos's standing with Lady Hensley, and he is, as you suspect, the author of these allegations, Lord Carlos is a noble, and he's vital to the war effort. By contrast, he took a deep breath. Listen, as much as I understand these allegations are unfit for this situation, I cannot overlook them. I grinned wryly at the floor. However, he continued, it will not be a problem much longer. The heroes will depart for Tranta at the start of the season, so you'll be separated from these rumors. So, I have a proposal for you. I looked up. I'm listening. I'd like to station you in another kingdom. If you move, I will provide you with wealth, a guard, and the name of my kingdom, in addition to any one thing you desire. Anything? I asked. He narrowed his eyes. Within reason. Well, in that case, I would like some artifact or elixir or something special that'll fix my mana core and make me as powerful as Denise. Jespa narrowed his eyes. If we had such a thing, would we have summoned you? I smiled faintly. I figured it was worth a shot. It was a desperate joke, but one of the king's advisors, a handsome noble with long, sandy brown hair and the eyes of a Third Reich scientist, clasped his hands behind his back and said, There may be a way, my liege. Just taking one look at the man whom I'd later know as Giska Lockhart told me whatever way he had in mind was worse than having mediocre magic. But I was a stupid 22-year-old male, so his words hooked me like a crack-addicted fish, and I turned to the king with twinkling eyes. King Jespa frowned. Is his soul strong? Oh, yes, Master Lockhart said. It's the purest I've ever seen. I believe that he could make use of Enigma. You can't be serious, an advisor yelled. It's not like it's doing anything, Lockhart argued. At this rate, it will die. That's not the problem, sire, the opposing advisor turned to the king. This man stands before us today on charges of treason. Treason! Giving him a strategic military weapon before sending him into another kingdom is nothing short of folly. watch your tone, King Jesper said chillingly. We stand here today for politics, not treason, and I expect you not to imply otherwise. The advisor's face paled, and he turned away. King Jesper addressed his head advisor. What are your thoughts on the matter? The man studied me. It will be expensive, but otherwise I don't see the downside. It's just going to kill him, if not now, soon. If he survives, he will be dependent upon us for life. King Jesper considered it and turned to me. I owe you an apology for bringing you here, and I seek to grant any request you may have. However, it is as Lord Essen has said. Your only path to power is likely to kill you and has other drawbacks. Do you still ask me to fulfill this request? A rock formed in my throat, and I had to force it down to speak. I turned to Lockhart and asked, just how powerful could I become? He grinned widely. I don't know. There's no way to know. But I assure you this, Mr. Wheatfield. It's enough to be a scandal. I turned to the fuming advisors and then back to Lockhart with a resolute gaze. Show me. Chapter 3. Enigma. I knew I had made a malformed decision when Lockhart led me out of the clean, respectable audience chamber and walked me through 2 corridors, across a courtyard lawn, into a dungeon and down 3 flights of stairs into a sketchy hallway where beasts were rattling and screeching and pounding on steel bars that had seen better days. Can you tell me where we're going? I asked, or at least the gist. He paused and turned to me. You want power? Yes. Yeah. Well, Mr. Wheatfield, there are 3 and exactly 3 ways for a human to obtain great power in this world. The first is by becoming a mage. The second is by physical refinement. And the third and relevant way is through becoming a spirit master. I shivered. Spirit masters, he continued, raise and utilize spirits with incredible powers. They're exceptionally rare, because spirits are costly to feed, and most people lack the soul strength necessary to bind with them. But you, Mr. Wheatfield, he grinned, your soul seed is far larger than the sword's, and it's purer than any I've ever seen. Those words made me strut through that dilapidated, low-lit Arkham Asylum hellscape like a twice-mated rooster in the early morning. I was the most of anything this madman had ever seen, and I trusted that was grand because I wanted to. So I slipped past the rattling cages and the flickering torches, and probably would have continued my fantasy dance if the place Lockhart took me wasn't a low-waisted death trap that only a sucker would fall into. It was at the end of the hall, the room reserved for Prisoner X in the comic books, an individual who is either a buff monster mutant or a normal dude with an abnormal proclivity for smiling and blowing up stuff. It's the villain that authorities deem necessary to lock in an extra maximum security prison, but somehow determined is the only person who can stop an even worse supervillain. It's a strange trope, but it exists, and the cell's door looked the part. It was tattooed with a satanic foxtrot of blood-red magic circles, and the doors were padlocked, shackled, and covered in chains. If that wasn't enough, there were 4 ward flags for creating a permanent barrier around it, and 2 knights guarded it. Delightful. I planted my feet before this ominous door, softly tapped my index finger to my lips, opened my mouth, thought better of it, turned to Master Lockhart, thought better of it, then looked back at the door before saying, "What the fuck is that?" Master Lockhart grinned. "A scandal." I wagged my finger aggressively. "Oh, no. You're not hooking me with that shtick again. You're going to tell me what's in that room before we open it or I'm out." "It's best you see for yourself," I protested, but he was deaf to sane inquiries. He put his fingers in his mouth and whistled, causing the 2 cloaked mages and 6 guards who had started trailing us at some point to rush forward, dismantling the wards and unlocking the chains. Then the satanic cultist knights guarding the room put their hands on their crimson arrays and flooded them with mana. The hallway flashed with a demonic red light worthy of a virus outbreak scene as the arrays lit up, Then a dozen clockwork cogs completed half rotations, and the door unlocked, opening slowly, exposing a room scrawled with runes and magic arrays. I thought it was the room of an insane mathematician who got locked away with buckets of paint and minor encouragement, but I found nothing in the room but an empty podium. 2 words. Prison break. Oh, yes, she is invisible to you. Yes, Master Lockhart said, after feasting on my harrowed expression. Allow me to fix that. He touched my cheek, and my eyes itched. I shut and rubbed and opened them, only to find myself staring at, slime. Just a large round mound, like a lump of sourdough that had just been smacked on a table, only it was pink and transparent with 2 beady black eyes. It could be adequately described as a jello loaf. Slime? I asked. One would certainly think so, he said strangely, but it's not. No, I don't suppose it is. Do you know much about slimes, Mr. Wheatfield? Not much. Don't they, chill on ceilings, then drop on people's heads to suffocate them? Crude description, he said, but I suppose it's adequate. Carvalids do hunt through suffocation. It's a very passive process, but this creature, it's not passive at all. It's very active and creative, utilizing its malleable body to create tools. His insight left me nonplussed, so I studied the creature thoughtfully. Out of slime? Not quite. Spirits are made of pure aura, and aura is quite flexible. It's as formless as gas, but then hardens to nearly unbreakable levels. Most spirits work off a blueprint, but this one can shift between various forms at will. It's also intelligent, quite intelligent indeed. It regularly circumvents all forms of incarceration, requiring 26 arrays just to keep it stagnant. Despite that, it still finds new ways to escape. It's become quite the liability over the years. What do you mean, liability? He silently answered with a smile, then looked back and clarified verbally after a pause. This girl has killed no less than 62 mages and soldiers since we found her. It's believed she's also behind the mass disappearances in Kalga and Yoka. She's truly the perfect weapon. I laughed sharply. And you want me to train her? Oh, no, Lockhart laughed. Enigma isn't a normal spirit, Mr. Wheatfield. She's a blender, which is to say that she syncs with her master. Her body becomes your body. Your mind becomes hers. And that's what makes this spirit so spectacularly dreadful. Once you're synced, your body can create any weapon, any object, any tool. Once again, Mr. Wheatfield, Enigma isn't a slime. She is a spiritually engineered bioweapon, designed to provide its user with power this world has never known. I blinked a few times with itchy eyes. That sounds fucking sick. It is, Mr. Wheatfield, it is. And while we have verified its power through voluntary trials, using the word voluntary immediately made me assume the opposite, Enigma has always overpowered the spirit masters we used as hosts. Most died from the soul strain, and the rest fell victim to the feeding requirements, as their core couldn't handle the intake. But you, Mr. Wheatfield, you are different. If anyone could wield this unique power and achieve greatness, he looked me in the eye, it's you. So naturally I said, no, fuck you, get out of my life, eat a dick, and die. Take that Third Reich scientist act, shove it up your ass, and take your murderous jello loaf with you. Or at least, that's what I wish I could say. In truth, I looked at this notoriously dangerous, ultra-expensive parasitic bioweapon locked in this Arkham Asylum holding cell and asked, if I do this, do you think I could take Lord Carlos? I thought Lockhart would turn awkward and give me a politician's answer, but he didn't. He developed this rabid fucking glint in his eyes and said, Mr. Wheatfield, with your soul and this spirit, I wouldn't be surprised if you could fight the sword. So there I was the next day in a ritual chamber, putting my bloody thumbprint onto this sketchy piece of parchment as part of the alleged contract ritual, a document written in an ancient language I couldn't read, preparing to inject a notoriously dangerous parasitic bioweapon into my chest, because destiny, obviously, and I was having serious second thoughts. But it was too late to back out, too late to look away. I had already swerved right at the fork in the road, drunk driving down my fresh 20s with the mindset that the great start young, and I was already running late, so I needed to double, triple down on the first grand opportunity I got, taking it as far as it could go. Fortune favors the bold and all that. So, I stripped to the thin white tie shorts that constituted respectable underwear in Viridia, and stepped into a Roman-style bath, trying not to look at the cultists waiting for me, afraid they might psych me out and make me question whether this was a ploy, a magical contract to sign away my kidneys disguised as a spiritual baptism. But it was too late. I was already in the bath, and one of them was handing me a bottle of clear liquid that could have been anything. Given that the last time cultists put up their hoods, they abducted strangers to fight their wars for them, it was likely bad. Whatever it was, it ultimately didn't matter, because there was no way in hell I was going to drink it. So there I was, drinking this thing, and that's when life proved that sometimes all your greatest fears were justified. It started with acute hallucinations. They hit hot and fast, warping and blending the world as I stumbled forward. Complete loss of motor function, mind failing, falling in and out of a state of sickness where I didn't know who I was, what I was, or where. Then came the regurgitations, full-body convulsions that emptied everything in my body and more, making me grateful I had followed the instructions to empty out before the ritual. And finally, the skin. Oh God, it was the worst part of all, a part so vile and unbelievable that I still didn't believe it when I heard the details. My muscles spasmed like a rock tumbler, and black pus oozed from my pores. It smelled like pure sulfur that was mined from a geyser and was injected into my body with vile additives that need cancer warnings. These were all the effects of a top-tier cleansing elixir, a body purification medicine required for refinement, mana and soul core development, and natural health. Unlike Earth, where people stick 80 heated cups into their back for unproved remedies, this stuff is the real deal. It stops aging, destroys bacterial diseases, flushes viruses, and leaves facial skin silky smooth. With enough cleansing elixirs, people can damn near live forever. It sounds great, but I'll refer you again to the above paragraph about how it wasn't. I didn't even know this shit had miraculous effects. I seriously thought I was dying and just kept jabbering out sentences like, "What's happening to me?" And Lockhart would grin and say from a distant place, "Something wonderful." Yeah, fuck this guy. Anyway, the cleansing ritual ended at some point, and things were fine and dandy until I learned it was just step 1 of the ritual. Step 2 came when a buff cultist locked me in a full Nelson, forcing my chest out as Master Lockhart chanted Gregorian whispers and put his hand on my chest. Fun fact about spells, they're primarily spoken, almost always if precision is required, and all spells have exactly one sentence or incantation of varying length. For complex magic with multiple elements, there are numerous lines creating layers, so a spell with 7 processes and 7 incantations is a 7-layer spell. This motherfucker didn't stop chanting for like 26 minutes as he gripped something icy within my chest and shot intense magic into it, spinning it like a tabletop with extra torque as it expanded and contracted and warped and straightened. And oh God, I thought my personality would get blended right to shreds. This process established a soul core to allow me to feed a spirit, cleanse my body, and utilize aura, a different form of mana, loosely. To create one, an individual takes the innate soul seed in everyone's chest and wraps threads of aura around it to get it started. It's kind of like rolling a snowball down a hill or winding a ball of yarn. The first part is tricky and takes finesse, skill, and deliberate action to make sure it's done right. After that, you can just roll, and it will work with the basic technique. The better the start, the better it was. And 26 minutes of chanting and human misery says that mine is fucking awesome. Be jealous. Anyway, as epic as this future development would be, it was cold and too much to bear. I remember thinking how I could empathize with Leonardo DiCaprio, watching Rose live at the end of the Titanic, as he lost function in the icy ocean and died. Then I passed out, hearing Master Lockhart say some crazed cyborg doctor shit on the way out, like, "Sleep. When you wake, you will be reborn." Chapter 4. Emma. A gaggle of guards were surrounding my bedside with terror and hatred in their eyes when I came to, clearly suffering from some shit that happened after I blacked out. But I felt excellent. Words cannot express it. I felt light and energized as I sat up, clear-minded. Lockhart was sitting beside my bed. "How do you feel?" he asked. Awesome," I said. He chuckled and said, "Well, get used to it. Your new core is regenerating your body around the clock. You'll never get sick for longer than a day, and you'll never age again." And that, my friends, is the tragically hilarious moment I realized that I could have just asked for immortality instead of signing up for a parasite that was destined to kill me. But no, I jumped at the first thing that sounded good. Welcome to your early 20s. Regrets aside, I did sign up for this bioweapon, and I could feel her in my chest. Lockhart watched me put my hand on my chest with pleasant surprise. "Oh, can you feel her?" he asked. I felt a bit uncomfortable being asked that question. It was like I had gotten into an intense car crash and then woke up pregnant in another world. Yet I really could feel her, so I reluctantly nodded as I lifted my hand toward the ceiling. "I think so." "Call her," he said. "Enigma," I whispered. That's all it took to summon her. Enigma shot out of my arm in the form of a pink vine. The vine developed a spherical mass at the end like an antenna, and when the tendril turned, I could see Enigma's beady eyes staring at me from the sphere. I think it should have been terrifying, but it felt natural and comfortable. To the guards, not so much. I heard the shinks of unsheathing swords before I saw them. "Keep that thing locked up," barked a guard, and Enigma whipped her head toward him. I turned and found his face devoid of shape and color. The mages and guards looked the same, shaking their swords and daggers. But unlike the head guard, they didn't have soul cores and thus couldn't see her. By contrast, Emma could see all of them just fine. And the way she snapped into a Bowie knife and jabbed twice at the air before turning back to me with beady eyes made me panic. "No, you can't kill them," I cried. That made things far worse. "Lockhart," the leader of the guards cried. "How many more of us you can let that thing kill?" "None," Lockhart said gently, tapping Enigma. She suddenly lowered her head and retracted submissively. Then he turned to the soldiers. "You're dismissed." "But, sir, our orders were—" "To leave," Lockhart said. "Or you may stay and risk dying, but you will stop this incessant complaining." He looked at their weapons and put those toys away. They're rather silly. A grim reaper suddenly materialized behind the leader, charcoal gray emerging through the air. It wrapped one hand around the leader's neck and put its other hand on his sword, forcefully lowering it. Beasts materialized behind the other guards, and while none could see them, their hairs stood on end when they felt the aura. Lockhart snapped his fingers and the beasts dissolved into aura. "You are dismissed," he said to the team. The leader took a deep breath, and then they left. "Forgive them," Lockhart said once they shut the door. "There was a bit of an incident during the ritual. You understand? Now then, let's begin." "No, how about we not?" I said. "What happened?" "How about we do?" Lockhart said. "There's plenty of time to indulge in anecdotes. For now, you don't want a partially autonomous spirit running amok, yes?" A pulse of static rippled down my spine. "Did you just say autonomous?" "Oh, please, she's an intelligent spirit. Did you really think she would be a formless tool?" I grimaced. "Don't worry," he said. "While Enigma indeed has control, you have supreme control to stop her. Enigma, dear, please show off." Enigma webbed up both of my arms like a corkscrew with two tentacles, slowly giving my arms pink stripes. "Now tell her to stop," Lockhart said. "Stop," I said. Enigma abruptly stopped. It was a hard stop, and it was uncomfortable because she was part of me, so telling her to stop was like telling me to stop. "Okay, good girl," I said absent-mindedly. She formed another head and turned to me with beady black eyes. "You're so cute," I whispered. She wiggled her tentacles back and forth happily. She likes you, Lockhart said gently. I felt warmth within me as well, as if I was looking at my baby in the hospital. I like her too, I said. Enigma, can I call you Emma? Emma shifted a tentacle into a pixie and fluttered up to me, smiling and rubbing her cheeks with her fists. I laughed. I take that as a yes. Emma saluted. I cupped my hands below her, and she touched down in my hands and gave me a bow. It was a very special bonding moment. As you can see, Lockhart said, Emma has the ability to take any form your imagination chooses. Have her create a sword. Will you make a sword for me? I asked her. Emma saluted again, and her second tentacle snapped into a katana. Then the handle was sucked into my hands. I held it with a wide grin. That was sick. How strange, Lockhart mused. What is this sword called? It's a katana, I said, wrapping my fingers around the handle. I think. I could feel the grooves of the wrapping, as if it were made of cloth, and when I held it, it had real weight. Interesting. He chuckled as I lifted and dropped the sword. You surprised it has weight? Yeah, I said. No, I'm just surprised she can create a katana. If I tried to draw one, it'd probably come out in weird shapes. So how the hell does that work? It's because that katana isn't a katana, he said. It's what your brain thinks a katana is. It looks like what you think it looks like, and it weighs what you expect it to. Yeah, I muttered. But that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if I had unlimited artistic ability and were to draw one, it wouldn't look like this. And you will struggle to make one that looks the way you'd draw it, Lockhart said. That's because what you're seeing is a recreation of real katanas you've seen. You may not remember it, but your brain does. I looked up with wide eyes. He smiled. The brain is an incredible thing, Mr. Wheatfield. You may only have so much rational cognitive ability to work through problems, but everything else you see and experience is stored up here. He tapped his temple. And just as you can pick up this pen, he picked up an inkwell pen and threw it into a trash bin at the other end of the room, and throw it at the right angle with the right amount of force to get it to go where you want without mechanical precision or mathematical analysis, the brain is capable of doing things beyond your comprehension. If, of course, you have an intelligent spirit that can process this information within you. I turned the sword, and Emma's tiny eyes popped up on it. You're quite amazing, aren't you? She blinked twice. She is, Lockhart answered. She is indeed. And that, my friends, is how I met my cute and cuddly killer spirit in crime. Fusing with her was the best decision of my life. Fusing with Emma was not, in fact, the best decision of my life. It turns out that Emma killed half the cultists performing my spirit ritual before voluntarily jumping into my chest for cover. So every guard and mage in the building jumped onto Juan's Derek's guilty of treason bandwagon. The warnings about Emma also couldn't be overstated. This is a soul core, Lockhart said. He rolled the translucent stone in his fingers. It looked like a cloud captured in a tiny rock. It's both a source of energy for your soul core and Emma's food, he said. Unlike a normal person who would be lucky to see one of these, you will need them constantly. These are Emma's food, and if you don't thread a consistent amount of aura for her, she'll starve, and will eventually eat your soul. I gulped. And these are rare? Yes and no, he said. They're very rare in normal society, common in others. Either way, they are exceptionally expensive because they are the main ingredient in cleansing elixirs. That's why you need to fight beasts with cores, or have a backer to buy them if you want to become a spirit master. So that's what they meant, I muttered, thinking about the advisor who said I'd be reliant upon them for life. I accepted a soul core, and my core reacted to it, lighting up like an icy furnace. Do you feel it? Lockhart asked. I nodded. Good, he said. Now close your eyes and repeat after me. Threading a core was similar to unraveling one ball of yarn and using the thread to wrap a second one. I took the aura threads in the external soul core and wound them around mine to make it larger. This process usually requires a complex chant and practice. But Emma did all the work for me. It's almost like cheating, now isn't it? Lockhart laughed when we finished. Seems I was worried over nothing. That's a relief, I said. It is, he said. Very exciting. Get some rest and we'll convene tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Training. I was nervous, but thrilled. Emma was dangerous, but ostensibly powerful, and I wanted to test my new powers. At the same time, I was hesitant to show them. News of Emma killing the mages twisted and morphed into rumors that I ordered Emma to kill them. And that only made sense, since I was allegedly an evil traitor who wished to turn the sword against the kingdom, or whatever Juan told these people. Validating their beliefs further would fuel paranoia and outrage, driving my reputation further and further into the ground. But let me tell you, the first time you create a pink katana and slice through an armored dummy like a ripe avocado, you'll stop giving a fuck about what other people think. I was using Emma to stab shit and stick to walls like Spider-Man, and picking up things like a living, breathing poltergeist, terrifying the shit out of people without a soul core, who thus couldn't see my cute little spirit. To them, things were just hovering and crashing and dismembering themselves, and their reactions to it were priceless. At some point, I even dramatized the scenes. I would slowly lift my hand, and a straw dummy would hover off the ground. Then I'd clench my fist, and the target would explode into 20 pieces and rain to the earth. Oh God, what a wonderful experience. If you could only see the guards' faces, you would be converted to beliefs that if you can't beat them, join them. And if you can't convince them of your loyalty, you should validate their beliefs. And why not? Someone already burned those bridges for you, so why wouldn't you give them something to talk about, ruminate about, dream about? Prove their whispered imaginations weren't even strong enough for the truth. Be so wild and crazed that people stop believing the stories altogether. Now you're just bullshitting me, someone would say after hearing a story about me. No, honest, a guard would insist. I saw it myself. The armor peeled apart and then twisted itself into a metal rose. You can see it. It's still in the courtyard. But it's not still in the courtyard, Harold. It's in my bedroom now. That way no one's ever going to believe a word you ever say again. That was my mindset as I strutted through the halls, soul-fiving the cute lump of raw annihilation bundled up in my chest, as we heard one unbelievable story after the next, collecting them like Pokemon cards. Yet, to my surprise, as my transfer neared, the rumors changed. No, it wasn't just the rumors. The entire castle's atmosphere changed. Nobles and workers kept whispering about me, but they weren't hostile or afraid anymore. Their faces and tones showcased curiosity and confusion as they circulated new and crazy rumors about clandestine meetings and discussions from on high. I'll never forget the first time I heard them. I was eating in the main hall one night when I overheard a group of knights whispering about me. One of them said, "Yeah, they're seriously thinking about it." That's absurd. They glanced at me and then whispered lower, but my rapidly improving hearing caught it. He's a traitor. Don't be so quick to assume. If what I'm hearing is true, Lord Carlos fabricated the charges. I believe they're investigating him for treason. What? Yeah, just think about it. Why would this swords lover commit treason when she's clearly fighting for the kingdom? I guess so. Still, you have seen that freaky shit he does, right? Yeah, I have. And that freaky shit caught the attention of the king. Rumor is, he's thinking of replacing Carlos with Wheatfield. I listened to them intently, burying my face in my soup to hide my wide grin. Somehow, my FU strategy was working, so I planned to double down and push it to the limit. And if someone got in my way, I'd have Emma create a massive flaccid penis and slap the motherfucker at Mach 3. You'd think this wouldn't work, but it did. 3 days later, people were subtly bowing to me and mislabeling me Lord Wheatfield, despite me not being a noble, and I, in turn, started acting magnanimous toward them. I'll forgive you once for your dickery, I would think as I chatted amicably, but if you strike twice, do not expect clemency. It was arrogant, but I was certain I was in, so I got cocky. The night I was abducted, I brazenly stole 2 bottles of wine from the dinner table, one in each hand, and walked off, planning to drink one and stash the other in my Denise's Return alcohol reserve. I knew she was going to be in a wall-breaking rage when she returned, and I felt justified doing whatever I wanted. After all, I was about to be christened a hero. And then I got kidnapped. Chapter 5. Kidnapped. Kidnapped is a very sharp word to describe what happened, but objectively speaking, it was, really kidnappy. Some asshole suddenly threw a bag over my head, and asshole 2 clubbed me in the back of the neck to knock me out. It was so fast and skilled that even Emma didn't catch them before I hit the ground. Brain buzzing with a low voltage. Arms tingling like I was covered in marching ants. Then shit started exploding. Artwork and display armor and yelping people as Emma flailed around on her own. But it was ultimately meaningless. One of the guys swung their club onto my neck like he was trying to slam a home run, and I blacked out. Yeah, it was a solid 8 out of 7 on the stereotypical kidnap scale, but it was really hard to claim what happened was an abduction. Because I woke up unbound and unmasked in the back of a merchant's wagon, bumping over rocks with rickety wheels. Nothing was stopping me from going anywhere except the dull throb in my skull and my hazed confusion. I opened my eyes and saw sunlight seeping through an animal skin wagon, and when I looked out the back, I only saw rows and rows of pine, as far as I could see. People whispered in the front of the cart, 2 burly men, one holding reins. "Water," I croaked in a raspy voice. "Get him some water," the driver said. "Son of a bitch," said the other. He was a pudgy, gruffly fuck I feel the need to make up words to describe, and he was in a bad mood when he opened the half door and shakily handed me a water skin. I called him Edward Crispy Hands. I accepted the water skin and drank, regaining enough clarity to see his hand had a bandage on it, the kind that's brown and yellow and aged, ragged and falling off, and there was black and red skin poking out of the cracks between the cloth. He noticed me looking and he sneered, hiding his hand and turning. "Make it count. It's all you're getting before we reach the next river. It's a mighty dry road to Labyrinth." "Labyrinth?" I croaked. "Yeah, Labyrinth. Now shut up and enjoy the ride." He turned, furious, but before he crawled back up to the front, he paused, considered something, and then pulled a box from his jacket and handed it to me. The moment I saw the arrays drawn on it, everything made sense. "This is..." I looked at the man's hand and then back at the box. It had a minor explosion array on the lid, as well as fortification and barrier arrays to protect the box. Edward Crispy Hands took deep, frustrated breaths and said, "Well, you gonna open it?" I narrowed my eyes at him. "You want dropped off here?" he asked. "You want to die?" I asked. I summoned Emma in the form of a comically large battle scythe, and while he couldn't see it directly, he could hear it press against the hide tarp roof. It gave him goosebumps. "Look, guy," I said, "I'm in a really bad mood right now. In fact, the more I wake up, the angrier I get, so fuck off. And if you try to rob me again, I'll cut you into meat chunks and feed you to the wolves." I'm not sure if this was the most ideal way to go about it, but I thought the softball approach suited the situation, and I was sure we would be friends in no time. Until then, I watched the grumbling squawker return to his silent yet passionate self-loathing, then resealed the seals on the letter, warned off the asshole when he turned back, and then read it. My mood soured immediately. It was written in slow, deliberate calligraphy that made it damn clear that this kidnapping was premeditated. It read, "My dearest pupil, I dearly hope you will keep your fingers on this letter, for if you were to drop it, it would spontaneously burst into searing flames and disfigure you, just like anyone who had crudely tried to open it without unlocking the seal. Magic is certainly cruel, curious, and convenient during clandestine operations. You're a smart boy. I'm sure you understand." I smirked at the writer and then continued reading. "Space here is limited, so I will get to the point. The kingdom has predictably judged you a threat to national security, and while I and so many others have fought tooth and nail to replace you with Lord Carlos in the sword's fighting force, alas, the rumors he spread were too great, and the risk was far too high. It was equally risky to send you to another nation. Thus, no less than 3 assassins have conspired to eliminate you before your beloved's return. If it gives you closure, the assassins plan to pin everything on Lord Carlos in hopes Lady Hensley would kill him. Either way, you would have died, and I saved you. You're welcome. Now that you understand the context, please follow the enclosed instructions, as they are the only things that will keep you alive. 1. There are 2 rings in the box, as well as 60 soul cores for the trip to Labyrinth. Pocket the cores and swallow the hideous ring when no one is looking. It's a storage ring, filled with more cores, identity documents, coinage, and a deed to a tavern. Be wise with your funds, follow the instructions, and never thread more than Emma is used to, even if the core you're threading is larger than the rest. You are officially cut off from the Jesper Kingdom, so monitor your resources. A shudder of horror zigzagged through me. Emma was a parasite. If I didn't feed her, she would eat my soul. That's why I asked if Jesper would foot the bill, and that bastard told me yes. Now he was cutting me off a week later, and he had the audacity to write predictably. He'd better have given me a fortune, I thought ominously. I opened the box and saw a hideous copper ring inside, right beside the most beautiful inscribed ring I had ever seen. And when I say beautiful, I mean some one ring to rule them all shit. Gold, shiny, inscribed with runes and arrays. By contrast, the other ring had a green patina like tarnished copper, and I feared I would get tetanus just by licking it. I glanced forward and saw Edward Crispyhands staring at me. I slowly had Emma grab the ring while pretending to read the letter, and when there was a bump that distracted him, I swallowed it. It tasted like tainted metal. Disgusting. 2. Put the pretty ring on your finger. When you get to Labyrinth, the guards will attempt to rob you of it. Let them. If they don't find something, they will keep looking, so protect it before then. Duly noted, I thought. I slid the ring on my middle finger and flipped the rider off. Yep, we would be friends in no time. I continued reading. 3. Once you get to Labyrinth's gates, ask for... I never got to read the rest of it. Edward Crispyhands was in pain, pissed off at my treatment of him, couldn't see Emma, and seemed dead set on robbing me. So he snapped and screamed, "Give me that!" And he grabbed the letter. It wasn't parchment, so it ripped, and then erupted in flames. The spell on the letter wasn't fucking around either. It engulfed the man's good hand in 3,000 degrees of raw karma, and he screamed, throwing the burning page onto chests of merchant goods. They instantly erupted, and the wagon filled with plumes of black smoke as the head driver, who I would later know as Tarbin, was screaming, yelling, and weaving on the road. "Don't just sit there!" Tarbin yelled to Edward Crispyhands. Then he clicked his tongue, stabilized the animals, grabbed a strange bag, and dumped it into the back like a fire extinguisher. Whatever it was, it tasted rank, but it snuffed out the flames as he brought the cart to a stop. Tarbin turned around to address me. "What the hell was that?" he demanded. I couldn't answer. That powder was in my throat, so I jumped out of the back of the wagon and bent over, clutching my knees as I coughed and wheezed. "Are you listening, boy?" he yelled. "He burnt me," Edward Crispyhands screamed. "Just kill him." "Hey now," Tarbin said. "I got paid to drive him, not kill him." "So you just want to die?" Edward Crispyhands took one look at his toasted fingers and accurately discerned that he would never have full mobility, if any, ever again. The look in his eyes said that he would rather die than suffer that fate, so he said, "Fine, if you won't do it, I will." He let out a Braveheart battle cry and charged me like a brainless animal. At that moment, as I prepared to dodge, a flash hallucination hit my brain. I watched Emma shoot out my index finger, creating a spear that pierced through his eye socket. Then I snapped awake as Emma left my finger. "Knees!" I thought frantically. It was just in time. Emma's spear steered off course, moving like a homing missile that hit Crispy's right knee. Brutal. I have never heard a man scream so vibrantly. I mean, he was already screaming, but it transformed his screaming into a Mozart-written death metal symphony, adding an electric piccolo over the guitar and bass. Truly grim stuff. Tarbin saw his partner's knee explode and charged me. Emma shot a tentacle at him, but I screamed, "Stop!" at the top of my lungs, and Tarbin and Emma both froze. "The fuck you doing, boy?" Tarbin asked, unsheathing a classic arming sword. It was the one-handed type knights used for duels, but it glowed with an ominous orange light and arrays. This was not your normal practical knowledge-only merchant. No siree. This mutton-chop sporting wagon driver was a bona fide moonshiner, an Appalachian hillbilly with a loaded AR-15 and 80 pounds of raw corn in the back of his pickup. It was clear this guy got robbed one too many times and wouldn't submit to it again. He was strong and mean and calloused, but he was also lucky. For all his bluster, Tarbin was on the edge of death, because while he couldn't see Emma, I could see her, and she was 3 inches from his face, raring to kill the man. "Don't move," I said pleadingly, looking into the distant woods. "Whatever caused this, I ain't playing these games," he said. "I'm serious," I yelled. "Look out." "Emma," I silently ordered. She used tentacles to shoot the ground below his feet. Each shot was like a missed sniper bullet. Rocks and weeds exploded at his ankles, and Tarbin jumped backward, whipping his head this way and that, searching for bandits. "Let's go," I yelled as I ran back to the wagon. If he wasn't coming, I was stealing it. No questions asked. "Help me!" Edward Crispy Hands cried, hands burnt and clutching at his wounded knee. Tarbin tried to save him, but Emma shot the ground around the pudgy fuck to make it clear that no one would save him. "Sorry," Tarbin said. He ran to the front and saw me in the driver's seat of the wagon. "No," he shouted. "You're staying out of my wagon." Emma shot more tentacles at his feet. She even simulated an arrow, using a tentacle to rip through the inside of the beast-hide tarp of the wagon. The tentacle nicked his cheek, drawing blood. He panicked as I offered my hand to him. "Get in," I yelled. Terrified, Tarbin took my hand and got into the wagon, snatched the reins, and whipped them. The oxen mooed a battle cry and launched into the fastest sprint oxen could sprint as we kicked up dirt, traveling north toward Labyrinth, leaving that pudgy thief on the side of the road, giving him ample time to reflect on how thiefy and pudgy and stupid he was. Chapter 6. Road to Labyrinth. I suppose I should warn you that I'm not a hero. I guess that's obvious, so I'll warn you instead that I'm not a wannabe hero either. If anything, I'm a criminal. A depraved degenerate drunk driving during most of this roundabout confession. So while I have my moments, try not to expect me to do the right thing, because when deciding between the right thing and the entertaining thing, I default to the latter. Grim hilarity and violence, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. That said, I'm not exactly a bad guy either. An hour after we left Edward Crispy Hands dying on the side of the road, we saw another merchant bumbling in his direction. My driver tried to warn them that there were bandits, but I whispered that they were bandits too, and used Emma to shoot the ground at the oxen's feet. Without my driver's prompting, they screeched and barreled right past the approaching merchant wagon. The cart paused briefly before moving on, en route to saving that pudgy dumpster pie. If you're wondering why I decided to save him, I'll make it simple. I don't want to kill anyone and didn't feel the need to. We rode on. As I mentioned, my driver's name was Tarbin. He wasn't too friendly at first on account of me burning his goods and crisping his companion, but we got along all right. I think he prepared to drop me off the first chance he got, but when I used an array to fill our basin with fresh water, he let me stick around as long as I remained silent, and that was A-OK with me. It was a 2-month trip to the Labyrinth Labyrinth, and I was determined to brood in silence the whole time. I had just been ripped away from my partner, my apprenticeship, and my pending promotion, all because of Juan Carlos. So I fell into deep funks, where I would just silently complain to Emma about our situation and worry about how I would get cores. I tried to ration cores for the first couple of days, but it sapped my energy and sent shivers through me, so I sighed and gave up. Big or small, I needed the same amount, and I didn't even know where to get them. I was boned. But I didn't stay mad forever. Emma created tiny slime humans and recreated Shakespeare plays for me. I was then forced to smile and be more proactive. So, on the 3rd day, I picked up a flat rock at a campsite and etched a heating array onto it. Then I used it to heat a can of food for us. "You just made that?" Tarbin asked in wonder. I nodded. "That's damn convenient now, isn't it?" I nodded again. "I'll give it to you if you got some ceiling paint on you." What's that? See the two circles? I pointed out the two arrays on the rock. One was far more complex than the other. This one activates the real circle, I said. I activated the simple one, and the other one lit up. Once you cover up the second one with special paint, no one can copy it. Well, I'll be, he said. Well, I ain't got no ceiling whatever, but I got some regular paint. Would that do? I guess it'd hide it, I said. But if array masters find out there's an exposed array underneath it, they'll still arrest you. Ah, let 'em, Tarbin said. If howlers want to kill me for some patch-ups, I guess I'll die. Getting too damn old to freeze me damn nuts off when I got the god's grit right here in me own wagon. I smiled and painted the whole rock with his brown paint, then gave it to him. That night, he put a metal can of vegetables onto the rock and squealed when the sucker heated up sure as summer. Seeing that reaction made me feel a bit better, so the next day I sparked up a conversation. So, you got a wife back home? Oh yeah, I got a missus, he answered. Bagged me a milker for the Roughshire kids stole 'em all. I raised an eyebrow. Milker? He put down the reins and grabbed invisible boobs on his chest. Big ones. My eyes widened, and he cackled with contagious laughter that got me laughing as well. And soon, we couldn't stop. We would fall silent for 3 or 4 seconds, and then he'd grab at his chest again, and we would laugh even harder. It was nice. Things were pleasant after that. You never realize how fast your world moves until you're stuck in a wagon with a soul parasite and bitter cynicism to keep you occupied. On Earth, you get on a plane and complain that the flight's only 2 hours, but sometimes it takes up your whole day and leaves you gruesomely jet-lagged. But grumble aside, you do get there and call your friend to get picked up and get annoyed they're running 15 minutes late. So you decide to get a burger, but settle for Chinese because there are 4 people in line for the burger joint and only 3 for Chinese. Then you grumble when you see the burger joint hustling out customers while you're still in line. Then you finally get your food and sit down to eat, only for your friend to finally call. You're pissed when you see they're 25 minutes late instead of 15, so you have the intrusive thought to put a bullhorn next to the receiver to punish them for removing their meal. That's what it's been like to travel your whole life. Then you suddenly wake up in a wagon, in another world, bumping down a poorly maintained road, preparing yourself for 3 more days of pines before the scenery starts changing again. It's terrible at first, but it slowly becomes pleasant. Time slows down, or rather, life slows down. It's partially because it has to, but it's mostly because you let it. Sure, it's busy work. You feed the animals, tie them up, ford them across creeks, and dig yourself out of ruts and quagmires, fixing problems as they come, but you're not driving it. It gives you time to reflect and realize things, like how you're relieved you were kidnapped. Yes, relieved you were kidnapped. The word escaped comes to mind, but you don't say it, because you're treating your ex-girlfriend like she's dead and gone, and you don't speak ill of the dead. You just know that you're avoiding thinking about her like the plague, and you've slept well for the first time in what feels like ages. And through it all, you realize that the prospect of the future doesn't seem so bleak. Don't get it twisted. I didn't hate Denise, and I did miss her. But anyone who's been in a complex relationship knows that you can love someone without wanting to be anywhere near them. Or maybe that was a cop-out. Either way, I could breathe and felt gratitude, even if I didn't want to admit it. I only wished that I could say, I'll only get in the way, when Denise asked me to come fight the Equalis Gentra with her. We were weeks away from breaking up anyway, and she deserved an honest breakup. But I was also glad that I didn't have to do that. I knew that it would be a messy breakup for everyone. I could feel it in the marrow of my bones. So I slept easy, hoping Lockhart would tell her I was dead. We rode on. It took 58 days over rocky bluffs and blistering winds and rain before we reached the Labyrinth. And by then, I was sick of wild mushroom stew and making new arrays to save us from the weather every few days. But somehow, I had learned to enjoy it and appreciate Tarbin's words. He taught the stuff that matters, and I soaked it all in, getting wrapped up in stories of his life and the journeys of a young merchant who had grown up along the way. And just as I was considering being a merchant to make money and afford cores, I woke one day and we were nearing Nalzarenth. I could feel it, the rumble of large merchant caravans passing by us. I could see it, Serfs reaping the fall harvest in distant fields. I could smell it. Cook fires, fresh vegetables, and manure. I could hear it. The strike of blacksmithing hammers and roaring merchants telling stories by firelight. We were amidst civilization at an elevation that shouldn't have allowed people to grow anything. Mana made everything possible, and it all came from the same place, Labyrinth. A modern city with towering buildings higher than its 100-foot stone walls and 80-foot iron gate, all built in front of a gray mountain that disappeared into milky white clouds. The city where my story truly begins. It wasn't until I reached the checkpoint that I realized that I was completely boned. "You're not coming in?" I asked Tarbin in a panic. I could see large lines of caravans waiting to get through checkpoints in the distance, and Tarbin was giving me airport drop-off treatment. "Don't you need to, stock up?" "Like to, yeah," he said. "But no one can afford nothing when you're robbed on the way in and out. Can't buy a kebab in that city without losing half yourself. If I wanted to get dicked that bad, I'd find a second milker." I laughed, but my smile was cracking. Don't give me that face," he said. "Ain't supposed to be seen with you either. Them's the orders. I was asked to bring you to Labyrinth, and you're here, right?" I offered him a bittersweet smile. You got this." He clapped my shoulder. "You got that sketchy spirit now, ain't ya?" My muscles looked up. "When did you—" He pointed to the small hole I had Emma make to nick Tarbin's face to make it seem like an arrow shot through the wagon. It's how we made our truce. "I may not be able to see auras, but I can see holes," he said. "And you forgot to leave a second one." He pointed from the hole to the other wall. If it were an arrow or attack from the outside, it would have created two holes, one to get in and another to get out, but there was only one, proving the attack originated from the inside. I examined it wryly. I was pumped with so much adrenaline and primal instincts I didn't even notice. Don't get your knickers up your waist," he said. "Didn't notice myself for a while, and by then I knew you were all right. Had a feeling." I smiled. "Now shove that pretty little ring up the chute," he said, glancing at the ring Master Lockhart gave me. "And take this for the guards. If you can lie one past me, you can get through anything." He thrust something into my hand, and when I opened it, I saw a 50 Trenta piece, a silver coin. "That'll get you through the gates. Take care now, you hear?" I swallowed and nodded. "Thanks, Tarbin. Come visit me sometime." Tarbin gave me this strange, melancholy smile meant for rare, quality dramas and said, "Take care, kid. Keep your wits about you. Do that, and you'll damn near live forever." I found those words strange and relieving as I watched him leave, but once he disappeared over the hill, setting off homeward to reunite with his milker, I suddenly remembered that I was alone, and I didn't know who I was supposed to contact. I had a ring, the entrance fee, and a couple of soul cores in my pocket, but that was it. I didn't have identification papers or an official bribe, and while you would think that was enough, it really wasn't. The checkpoint tipping culture was pretty extreme, falling somewhere between U.S. coffee shops and the Yakuza. I watched merchants offer this man fine gifts as they passed through, despite the official entrance fee being 50 Trenta. And this happened for about 10 carts before one didn't have a gift, and I saw the consequences. The guard working the checkpoint threw a teenager out of a merchant wagon and then ran his pockets, while screaming about how he wouldn't accept excuses. Chapter 7. Welcome to Labyrinth. The guard who checked me was a grizzled blonde who had this hook nose I still remember so vividly. She had strode out and chastised her fellow guard publicly for tarnishing their reputation, then waved in the next 10 parties without even checking their paperwork. I watched in envy, wishing I was in that line, but alas, I found myself in front of this woman, hoping she was still in the mood to be lenient. She wasn't. "Identification," she said. "Derek Greshling," I said. "My paperwork was stolen by bandits." "And so you came here?" "It's where I was coming." Her lips curved into a twisted grin. "Yeah, I get that. But if you come to Labyrinth without vapors, no one knows you came here now, do they?" I gulped and nodded, hiding my ring with my other hand to bring "don't rob me" attention to it. "I guess you're right." I flashed her a smile. She flashed me a smile. Everyone smiled. 15 minutes later, I found myself in the heart of Labyrinth City, getting an intense Hollywood shakedown in a sleazy back alley that smelled like moldy fish and piss. I offered them my ring, but that was my mistake. Turns out if you give in too easily, it makes it seem as though you have something even more valuable on you. And when they found 2 soul cores, which were apparently rich man's lobster in this godforsaken hellhole, they started kicking and screaming and demanding that I give up the whole lot. During this period, I had to exercise the level of restraint found in B-rated kung fu movies. Emma was snaking around like desert worms, snapping her 3 tentacles into knives and swords and hatchets, practicing stabs, finding what would be best once she got the order. But I didn't want a murder charge that day, so I held her back. It just seemed like a bad way to introduce yourself to a city. Walk right in without a peacoat, then become a dollar store Jack the Ripper over a ring and a few soul cores. Besides, it felt like the right thing to experience, as if everyone deserved one good beat down in this city, for the culture, tradition, a sick rite of passage that says, "I'm here, and one day I will be a business titan and tell my son to pass on this tradition for future generations." As the mugger, of course. And while this seems sarcastic, I actually kind of felt that way. Greenhorns get scurvy. Aspiring city folk get robbed. That said, the bizarre afterglow of my beatdown soon turned to unromantic hell over the next few hours. I was broke, idling around this fantasy metropolis, and I was a long way out from taking a shit. It all just kind of sucked. My only consolation was that Labyrinth City was the coolest city I had ever seen. Far from medieval, Labyrinth City felt like Blade Runner, if the cities were made with magic. There were towering skyscrapers, and each was connected by magical floating rivers in the sky. Street performers used real magic for sets, while orcs, lizard folk, and beastkin with wide variations of animal ears traveled by gondola over magical water networks like we were in Venice. I was in love. I walked around for 6 hours, enjoying it until I reached the commercial district, and my mood soured. Because I was immersed in the smell of the best street food of my life. It all looked strange and wonderful, and it would likely be disturbing if I asked questions about what was on those skewers, but I couldn't afford any of it. I was super down about it, and that's when something remarkable happened. Emma used one of her tentacles to steal a skewer from some stall when no one was looking, and when I hit the next side street to sit and rest my bruised ribs, she presented it to me like a rose. I will never forget how cute she was, offering it in full blob mode, with her little bug eyes and a tiny arm as if to court me. "Oh, you little shit," I whispered as I accepted it. "I'm so not cool with stealing, but thank you. Means a lot." I grabbed the skewer with my left hand, bit some meat off it, and then patted her head with my right. I didn't find the slightest contradiction in my statement, an immediate willingness to eat the skewer, and perhaps that was the first sign that, even without raw necessity bearing down on me, I would never be a hero of my own story. But that felt irrelevant at that moment, leaning back, gazing at the stars that were clearly visible, since this city ran on magic and steam and not coal or gasoline. It truly was a different world. Through it all, I just couldn't get over how cool my murderous sugar plum was, and her gifts kept giving. About 10 minutes in, my stomach rumbled like a wildebeest stampede when that mystery meat finally caught up with me, and despite my soul core's attempts to cleanse my body, I still found myself under a bridge, shitting my brains out. It was incredibly unpleasant, but 15 minutes of washing and a purification array later, I was staring at that ugly ring I kept swallowing, purifying and swallowing again over the trip. "Yas," I thought, as I put it on my finger and activated it, delighted by the outcome. The first time you use a spirit ring is much like the first time you have sex. A portal opens in the sky, and you're afraid to put your hand into the mysterious hole that you're told promises strange and wonderful things, but you're nervous it will destroy your life. Yet it is wonderful. Reaching through that wormhole doesn't suck you into a bizarre dimension. It takes you to a place the ring's array designates, and it has magic that helps you see what's inside by a strange form of telepathy. It's hard to explain. You can't see what's inside. It's more a sensory feel, as if you have touched all the objects in the darkness from the second your fingers entered, and your memory knows where everything is, and how large it is, and where it is compared to your hand. It's fucking cool. That's what I thought when I reached into it for the first time and found a treasure trove of coins, soul cores, and documents. There was so much that I almost forgave Lockhart. I was young, rich, and free, thanks to him. Juan wasn't scheming. Nobles weren't sneering behind my back. People thought I was dead, or so I hoped. I didn't know what I was going to do at that point. Starting a business never crossed my mind. But I had some strength. Who knew? I could probably even climb the tower and live off soul cores from beasts. Most importantly, I had escaped a toxic... No, best not to think of relationships. I sighed and retrieved the documents Lockhart had provided me. The first few made me frown so deeply you would have thought a lumberjack chopped the frown in my face. There, in between my fingers, were sets of official identification documents from another kingdom that could have gotten me into Labyrinth without issue. You gotta be kidding me, I thought bitterly. Then I looked at a document written on paper instead of parchment. It read, "Hello, my name is Derek Greshling. I'm the bastard son of an estranged baron in the Yukon continent. I recently suffered a debilitating blow to my head during an alcohol-fueled brawl, leaving me partially amnesic and functionally useless for noble duties. But my family spent copious resources on a high education in arraycraft and liberal studies, so they decided to send me to Labyrinth in hopes of winning a right and establishing the Greshling family's influence in Kalian's Kitchen, a famous tavern my family secretly inherited the deed to. Due to my situation, I am in a prime position for potential power, but completely confused and altogether useless, and must thus seek aid from powerful people to establish my claim to Kalian's Kitchen. It hurts my ego, but I don't want to starve and get eaten by my spirit, so I'll deal with it." Does this asshole not have the slightest tact? I wondered, throwing the document. It only hit the ground for a second before I picked it up and brushed it off. What an asshole. But seriously, why does it sound like this deed's useless? I folded the paper and put it in my pocket. Then I pulled out the deed to Kalian's Kitchen and froze stiff. "You got to be kidding me," I muttered aloud. I was staring at the document I put my blood print on during the soul core ritual. I quickly checked if my thumb matched one of the two on the page, and to my immense distress, it did. That son of a bitch set me up from the start. I got a really bad feeling about the whole setup. My kidnapping, the rumors, everything. It all suddenly felt like a grand conspiracy, and my mind ran loops around it. But I was too tired to think of it for more than an hour. So I told Emma not to kill anyone and drifted into sleep. There's no experience more spiritual than getting kicked awake by a halfling in a sleazy alleyway. The little shit might be the height of toddlers, but their feet fly true as a sledgehammer and can break and shatter a brick and turn the dust to buckshot. I didn't even get hit by such a kick, but I knew its power because it bent Emma's coating like a bullet hitting a steel sheet, and I flew into a wall hard enough for the bricks to crack. Emma shielded me with her body, a true hero. "Son of a..." my attacker screamed. I rolled and turned to my attacker and saw a halfling for the first time. They're like humans, but 2.5 feet tall with big ears and small eyes, and this one was pissed, kicking and screaming about how he broke his foot. "What are ya?" he cried. "A human," I said. "Bullshit! Lie to me again and see what happens." I laughed hollowly. "See what happens? I think that's pretty damn obvious." "You'll shoot your eye out, kid," I added in my thoughts, quoting a line from A Christmas Story. And why wouldn't that come to mind? This pent-up rugrat just broke his toes on my cheekbone, and now he was threatening me with worse. What was he going to do? Climb onto the roof of the nearest building and attempt a flying elbow drop? Not only would that break his arm, but it would look ridiculous. Turns out he rather liked his limbs, so he opted for another solution. This little shit pulled out a Harry Potter wand, and when it glowed, it turned into a bona fide billy club, complete with studs that could turn a cheekbone into a dropped mirror. Oh, hell no, I thought. Emma suddenly flew out of my body, 3 tentacles sharpened to swords. "Stop!" I screamed in horror. Stop. That's what everyone says. But the sheer look of terror in my eyes as I stared at Emma's tentacles, which were aimed at this punt-sized little shit like she viewed him as shish kebab meat, made him actually stop. "If you didn't want some, you shouldn't have stepped on me property," he said. "I'm sick of you winos screwing up my business." I put up my hands to show obedience, then put them down, pushed myself up, and then lifted them again. "More than justified," I said. "I'll head that way." I turned down the alleyway. "That's my property," he yelled. I pointed past him. "That way." He lifted his billy club threateningly as if to say, "You'd better," but he flinched too far and poked himself on one of Emma's tentacles. "Ow!" He rubbed his arm. "What the hell was that?" By the time he demanded answers, I had already blasted out of the alleyway, blending with the morning crowd bustling through the morning streets of Labyrinth City, laughing at the insanity of picking fights with tiny people. It was just far too amusing. Amusing indeed, but also concerning. Once we got an adequate distance away, I prepared to chastise Emma, but when I looked down, I found her wrapped around me in the shape of a poncho, keeping me warm in the morning dew. "Oh," I whispered. "Stop that. How can I chastise you after seeing that?" Emma formed a tiny woman on my wrist and rubbed her fists against her cheek cutely. I patted her head and said, "Thank you." She saluted. "Just don't kill anyone, okay?" Emma didn't salute. I sighed. "You want to check out the labyrinth?" She saluted. My sigh deepened and I stretched my limbs. Breakfast first. I jingled my pockets to make sure I still had the coins I had stuffed in my pocket the night before, then rubbed my spatial ring and shrugged. It was time to enjoy Labyrinth. Chapter 8. Trouble in Labyrinth. I had breakfast at the bougiest diner I could find, this dainty yellow thing with well-dressed people sipping tea. It wasn't my style, but these people were eating partially boiled eggs the size of ostrich spawn with spoons, and the yolk inside looked like it was made into a soup. And you know what they say, when in Rome, plunder it like the Visigoths. So I went inside and ordered one, prepared to dash if the bill came out too high. Was it worth it? Of course not. If it were made in a Korean barbecue restaurant where cooks slice pork belly, pound it in panko, and slather the fried results with pure sugar, I'm sure it would have tasted bomb. Hell, I'm not even sure if any place could make it taste good, but alas, it tasted like rich people food. And anyone who has spent the equivalent of $80 for a plate of food approved by the South Beach Diet knows it has a distinct flavor of terribleness. But I was stoked. There's just something about traveling, being in another land where things are so different, that is so immersive. It changes your perspective, making you excited for the little things like shrimp-flavored potato chips, fermented orange juice, or squid on a stick. So I just sat there, choking this 2-rook meal down, and read an article by Lindell Troy of the Hearth Herald, the woman who would later sensationalize my antics and unintentionally pave the way for my rise to power. It was titled, "The Price of Profit. Quinn, Boycott Leads to Tragedy," and I couldn't possibly understand how consequential the article was. I remember thinking, excellent. After years of people bitching about feudal society, they're back to bitching about capitalism. But like the masochistic economics student I was, I got sucked into reading the article regardless. It read, "Floor 9 is perpetually cloaked in darkness, but the staircase above it feels darker still, as almost 1,000 climbers from floors as high as floor 40 gather on the steps between floors 9 and 10. We have our backs pressed against the wall to prevent us from blocking the staircase, but standing even 10 feet away from the railing, we can see the mile-long candlelight vigil playing out on the ground below us. The funeral service on the floor is for Yester Kell, Floor 9's beloved Jinx, who bootlegged illegal elixirs to help climbers escape what's arguably the most disheartening floor in Labyrinth Labyrinth. He died this week in an incident in Near Forest, an incident the Quinns and Draven insist was a hunting accident, but what most Floor 9 denizens allege was an assassination.
This allegation is captured by a climber speaking a few stairs down from me. His cheeks are streaked with tears as he says,
"Those elixirs were worse than nothing, but they were all we had."
Climbers laugh at the first part of his statement, then sob and hug during the second.
And?
He pauses and trembles.
Fuck the Quins, man. I just wish they would burn.
Just like that, this candlelight vigil's atmosphere shifts from a mournful night of suffering into a heated snake pit of hisses and jeers. The hate is palpable, and it just gets worse as the speeches go on. Anyone who claims that Yester was killed in a beast attack is immediately screamed at, oftentimes challenged, then kicked and beaten on the staircase until they apologize and surrender, because to the climbers, how Yester died was irrelevant.
If the Quins didn't lock prices at 80, Yester wouldn't have been risking his life on the daily,
one says to me.
It wouldn't be corrupt merchants, and people wouldn't be stuck in that hellhole. Don't you dare tell me anyone's to blame but Hugh Quinn.
Hugh Quinn isn't a name climbers have said for centuries, but an increasing number are now citing him as the reason they are boycotting Quinn's Emporium, the only legal supplier of alchemy products for 39 of Labyrinth's 50 floors. Not only are climbers risking lifetime bans, but they are provoking physical confrontations with Hugh Quinn, the most openly violent immortal in Labyrinth. Yet the climbers don't care. It's estimated that over 1 million are participating in the latest boycott of Quinn products, and they are doing so openly, speaking on the record and yelling at draven enforcement officers. Many climbers view the protests positively, claiming that Quinn will eventually have to capitulate and legalize jinxes, but immortals are reminding climbers that Hugh, like most immortals, gained most of their wealth and prestige from their empires outside the Labyrinth, and thus can survive without the business. Immortals are also warning of the boycott's risks. Mail Ashlyn of the Pact Enforcement and Taxation Department is warning climbers of the alarming uptick in deaths and maiming.
Since the latest boycott started 3 days ago, thousands have taken tests prematurely, and the death rate has risen 20%. There's also an alarming increase in maimed climbers, and many are refusing professional healing. Protesting is fine, but we're asking all climbers to wait before taking the tests. A sudden noise broke me from my trance.
"Excuse me, sir."
I looked up and saw a waiter staring at me and my half-eaten dinosaur egg.
"If you're not going to eat, you must leave."
He eyed my inconspicuous peasant wear with disgust. I nodded in understanding and asked how much it was, counting out the coins as slowly as I could, giving exact change despite having a handful of gold. His face got increasingly disheartened as I finished and put the rest into my pocket and smiled at him. "I'll tell you a secret," I said to his purpling face and trembling fists. "I'm actually a noble in disguise, and if anyone comes to rob me, my hidden guards—" I glanced out the window, scanning the people standing around, reading newspapers, or relaxing on benches. "Will not only kill those people, but will systematically get your family members fired or arrested. That way, your family will cheer when we come to kill you." I patted the trembling man's shoulder twice. Treat people with a bit more deference. You never know who you're insulting. I walked out the door and threw a random person a rook to maximize the spite and satisfaction. And yes, this was a horribly stupid thing to do with my soul cores being limited. But let me make something very clear to you now, before I start throwing around extravagant amounts of money at the most outrageous things. I'm not a smart man. No, perhaps smart is the wrong word given my success. But the word here is rational. I'm not really a rational person. I'm a creature of fun and vice and petty pleasantries, impulsive decisions and self-righteous crusades. And the mere thought that I, a harmless paying customer of an establishment, would be treated as a filthy transient was just flat out rude. Telling this guy to get intimate with his sister's dildo wasn't just a cause for revenge, it was a moral obligation. And if I got robbed for it, so be it. If Emma skewered some kneecaps, so be it. But even after 30 minutes of intense paranoia and over-the-shoulder glances, I reached Labyrinth and had the wildest welcome imaginable. It all began when I was admiring the dungeon. which had since then been hidden by the quirky skyscrapers infesting the city. It was spellbinding, a statue-studded cathedral carved into a mountain like artwork cut in an elephant's tusk. And the size was unfathomable. It spanned thousands of feet before disappearing into milky white clouds that hung over Labyrinth like China's smog, blocking out the sun without eliminating ambient light. This was the sight I was admiring when I heard a piercing shriek and saw a wyvern blast over my head, shooting up into the clouds on the way to the top floor. Now let me tell you, it was the coolest shit I had ever seen. This was a bona fide dragon miner, a blue-scaled bird that shrieked with smoke and blue flames streaking between its teeth. And there was this woman strapped on its back like it was a totally normal thing to do. Just seeing it made my guts bubble up with excitement. The guards, not so much. A group riding giant eagles flew in behind it like a horde of 19th century Apaches, whooping and hollering and screaming, "Run!" at the top of their lungs. I remember this warning after the fact, but I was too invested in seeing a dragon running from death eagles. And so I just sat and watched like an idiot staring into a solar eclipse until a sudden force slammed into my side and sent me rolling across the ground. "What the hell?" I cried. I looked for Emma to figure out why she didn't protect me and found she was moving to the right. I tried to follow her, but a mass screaming to my left captured my attention. I turned just in time to catch a glimpse of a massive headless wyvern falling to the cobblestones like a meteorite. It smashed into the wagon I had been standing next to, sending wood shrapnel shooting everywhere like a claymore. I shielded my eyes and crawled backward, trying to process the situation. But at that moment of absolute confusion, Emma pulled taut to my right and rocketed me to the side like a slingshot. Chapter 9. Kino Soslan. I never thought I'd be able to empathize with Hector's corpse when Achilles tied it to a chariot during the Battle of Troy and dragged it across the ground. But there I was, connected to Emma like she was a length of rope, getting dragged at high speed through a side road in Labyrinth. It was terrifying. I was weaving between screaming people who couldn't dodge because we were right along a river, and at any moment any of us could fly off the side and launch into the water below. It was a Fury Road race through Labyrinth City, but it abruptly stopped, and I could hear a woman screaming,
"Get the hell off me! What the hell are you?"
I looked up and saw Emma wrestling with a 1-foot-tall pixie. The tiny blonde could clearly see Emma, and when she followed the tentacle, she found me at the end of it.
"It's you,"
she screamed. The pixie connected the bottoms of her palms, and a howling gust of wind shot toward me. Emma suddenly snapped into a bubble shield that protected me, but the people around me weren't so lucky. The wind slammed into bystanders, sending them flying into the river. One poor bastard flew into a passing gondola, flipping the boat and the screaming tourists with it. It was a fucking nightmare. "Stop!" the pixie screamed again. When I looked back, I learned that Emma had wrapped around the winged Barbie doll like an anaconda, squeezing her as the little woman screamed, "You're crushing my wings!" "Emma!" I yelled in a panic. But when I saw her prying my storage ring from the pixie's grip, I threw her a thumbs up and said, "Good job." Emma spouted another hand and saluted me. "Don't say good job!" the pixie cried. "Help me!" "The fuck I will!" I shouted. "You just tried to rob me." "After I saved your life." "After you saved my life, you just tried to kill me." "That was just a blast spell." I scoffed. "Just a blast spell? Are you serious right now?" She wiggled to take a breath. "I still saved your life." "And I'll spare yours, so we're even." I wasn't thinking rationally. My heart was rattling against my ribs, and people were shouting and helping people out of the water. It was just so stimulating, and my emotions were white hot. So I didn't think. I just took over Emma's body, yanked the ring free from the pixie's grip, and squeezed the tiny woman as I retracted Emma's tentacle and brought her to my face. "Did that waiter send you?" I asked. Her eyes widened. "What?" "Never mind," I said. "So, we cool, guy?" I nodded. "We're cool." I turned to the water and pulled my hand back, lifting my leg like I was about to throw a fastball. "But I am going to humiliate the shit out of you." She screamed bloody murder as I threw her. I expected her to hit the water, but Emma was itching for violence. She extended a super hand over mine and launched this glorified Barbie doll over the river and onto the main street like a sniper bullet. The pixie flew so far she rocketed through a skyscraper's window. It was so far away that I didn't even hear the impact. I just saw the glimmering glass falling like rainbow rain. "Oh, shit," I whispered, realizing that I might have just killed her. I genuinely didn't mean to hurt her, and there I was staring down a first-degree murder charge on my second day in Labyrinth. "Emma," I cried, "I just said I'd spare her." I wanted to chastise her, but I was interrupted by a child yelling, "Wow, telekinesis!" An older voice said, "Nah, that wasn't telekinesis, little buddy." I turned and saw two elves standing beside me, a man and a child. No, a fantasy world adventurer, or climber as they're called in Labyrinth, and he was the real deal. He wore self-polished armor adorned with battle scars, rugged yet gentle, and had a close-to-the-face beard that somehow looked natural despite having elf ears. He sounded so friendly, the Kralin slang equivalent of a quirky Australian man, but I knew he was strong because while everyone else was recovering from that wind spell, he was carrying his child on his shoulders right in the center of it, giving a lesson about my spirit. "What was it?" the child asked. "It was a spirit," the man answered. "A rather quirky one." "Oh, can I see?" "When you're older, you need to get stronger and get yourself a core." He tapped the little guy's chest with his fist. "Then she'll be clear as day." Seeing the gentle display calmed me down enough to stop worrying about, murdering someone. So I didn't even notice the approaching orc guards until I could feel the vibrations from them stomping on the ground. The elf turned to me. "Better get going, mate. Nothing wrong with a good chalk up here and there, but you hit the wrong building. So blend in, yeah? I'll hold him off a second." He flicked his fingers, and a gust of wind launched me into the river. When my head returned above water, I saw two 10-foot orcs wearing armor adorned with what I would later know as the Draven crest. The Dravens were the family charged with maintaining law and order in Labyrinth, and they hired some heavy muscle. These orcs were massive, and it wouldn't surprise me if they could rip out a stoplight pole with their bare hands and crush a Humvee with it. Despite their size, the elf didn't even put his child down.
"Where is he?"
An orc snarled in a baritone voice fit for Mordor. "Hey?" mused the elf. "Who you talking about?"
"Don't mess with us."
"I'm being serious. Actually, why are you even here? What happened?" Suddenly, the orc lifted his club threateningly, and this born-to-be-a-snitch-ass woman screamed, "It wasn't him!" She turned to me. "It was—" I thought I was cooked. But a crushing wave of mana bore down on us, and I ended up letting go of the bank, holding my breath. Then it let up, and I swam to the surface and saw the orcs on their knees, as the elf looked down upon them like a monarch preparing to exact judgment. "Thank you for trying to save me," he said to the snitch-ass woman, "but there's no need. I just threw a sasslin over the river. If the dungeon wants to start a fight overthrowing a criminal, I'll accept. So, do you want to fight about it?"
"No,"
the head orc said. The elf's kid giggled in delight. "You like that?" the elf asked. The little elf nodded. "Yeah." "Well, if you want to see it again, you gotta get strong," he said, flexing his arms. "'Cause even if you fight the bad guys, you still gotta fight the other bad guys, too." "Okay." "Good. Now, how about we get some ice cream?" "Yeah." The crowd watched in a daze as the elf walked away, telling the kid to keep secrets from his mom. He looked so lovingly until he passed the snitch. It only lasted a second, but he sent her a Gorgon gaze that turned her to stone. Then he snapped back to chill mode and walked away. "Hey, you good?" I looked up and saw someone offering me a hand. "Yeah." I grabbed their hand and they pulled me out of the river. Then we both watched as the orcs stomped away, and I said, "Thanks."
"You're not out of the woods yet," he said. "You assaulted a Raxlin. Once they find you, you're screwed."
Seriously? I looked to the main road, where citizens had gathered around to examine the chaos.
"Yeah, seriously,"
he said, nudging his head to a bridge.
"I'd start climbing if I were you. Once you hit the staircase, you're pretty much golden."
I turned to the castle cut into the mountain. Of the Labyrinth?
Yeah, you'll see. Now come on, let's get you over the bridge.
My eyes widened. Why are you helping me? He turned to me with earnest eyes.
'Cause that guy helped you, and that guy was against the Dravens. That's enough.
I was confused, but followed him anyway, sneaking over the bridge. Then he gave me his cloak and some directions to a shady side street. I didn't know where to go till the heat died down, so I put up my cloak and sought out booze like the alcoholic I was. I found some at a food shack. The building was so small that it looked like a Japanese ramen truck, with a bar and stools. I pointed at a beer mug and lifted a 2 sign with my fingers as I sat down.
2?
The owner said, looking around. Actually, 3, I said. I'll be here a while, and I'm not in the mood to talk to anyone. He frowned. I put a rook on the table. He smiled and said, right away. So there I was, 5 minutes later, swirling my 3rd beer, reflecting on my potential murder charge and status with the guards, and I couldn't stop thinking about the guy who helped me. That guy was against the Dravens, he had said. That's enough. Things must be pretty tense here, I thought. I glanced to the side and saw that someone had left the newspaper on the table. It was the Hearth Herald, and Lindell Troy's story was still on the front page. The price of profit. Quinn boycott leads to tragedy. Screw a kitchen, I thought. I should make elixirs. I smiled grimly. The article said that the Quinns held a monopoly on elixirs, so that would make me a full-blown criminal. And the last thing I wanted at that point was more trouble. So I rocked back the rest of my beer and ordered another, dead set on making my problems worse. Suddenly, my ring slipped off my finger and I panicked, only to look down and see Emma in pixie form, holding it as she fluttered to me and told me to open up my mouth. You want me to swallow it? I asked. She looked behind me and panicked, bolting forward and prying my mouth open and throwing it in. What? I turned back and saw the pixie I threw earlier, the woman I'd later know as Kino Saslin, fluttering behind me, still very much alive, and she was pissed.
Spit it out,
she said. I was suddenly conscious of the tainted metal in my mouth, and I tried to swallow when Kino put up her 2 hands and launched a wind spell at us. I panicked and shielded my face, but thankfully, a ward barrier activated around the food stall, making the street glitter with golden light.
Hey,
the owner screamed.
No fighting.
Shut up, guy,
Kino screamed as she pulled back her hand.
The Raxlin'll foot the bill.
A ball of pure aura suddenly shot into my vision, and that's when I realized we were fucked. I jumped off my chair as Kino rocked into the spherical barrier and hit it with her gauntlet. The barrier shattered like broken glass as I rushed out of the way, swallowing down the ring.
I told you to spit it up,
Kino screamed as she flew after us. I turned, and Emma shot 3 tentacles at Kino, but Kino hit all 3 of them with surreal speed, making the tentacles explode. That's when I realized we were cooked. There are 2 things you should know about spirits, Lockhart had said on my first day of training. First, they are invisible to anyone who doesn't have a soul core. Second, they're very difficult to harm with magic, but they're vulnerable to aura. So while she's very strong against mid-range opponents, she's far from invincible. Once you meet someone who can use aura attacks, you'll be as weak as you really are. Emma! I screamed. Emma suddenly regrew a tentacle. It caught Kino off guard, allowing Emma to slap the pixie into a wall.
You bitch,
Kino screamed as bricks crumbled to the ground. Emma wasn't listening. She grabbed a light pole with a tentacle and launched us forward like a grappling hook. As Kino caught up, Emma abruptly slung another tentacle down an alleyway and launched us to the side at a 90-degree angle. Kino couldn't react in time, giving us a head start. But we didn't get far. Halfway down the access road, a tiny fist appeared out of nowhere, hitting me in the back and sending me flying. I hit the ground, wheezing as Emma's tentacles shot out at Kino. Yet the pixie flicked her hand and the tentacles exploded into fine splatter. I could feel each one of them exploding. Each blow stabbed my core and I screamed, "Emma!" But she fought until her little slimy body went limp. Emma! Chapter 10. The deed to Kalian's kitchen. I grabbed at my chest when Emma deflated, only for a fist to hit me in the stomach.
Spit.
Kino hit me in the stomach again.
It. Out.
She hit me a third time, but the ring didn't come out. Just blood. A lot of blood. And if you weren't aware, coughing up blood isn't some Hollywood prop in real life. If you're coughing up blood, it means that your lungs are pierced, your throat is damaged, or your stomach's pulped. So if you see that, it pretty much means you're dying. I was toast. Or not.
Son of a bitch.
Kino put her hands on my stomach, and I glowed with ambient light. My organs magically healed, and most of the pain I felt a moment ago disappeared as if it hadn't happened.
We can do this all day, guy,
Kino said.
I can't,
I groaned.
If I do, I'll die.
That sounds promising.
It's not. Can't you just die again? I was just wallowing about it.
That's cute. Now spit her up.
Emma came out of my chest weakly.
Oh, girl,
Kino said.
I'm not looking to kill either of you, but if you try that, you'll probably croak.
Emma slowly summoned one last tentacle, turning it into a fist and flipping off the pixie.
Okay,
Kino said.
Guess we'll have to do it this way.
Wait,
I yelled before I learned what this way meant.
I'll do it.
I turned over and gagged myself, and after a few gruesome attempts, the ring finally clanked onto the cobblestones.
God, you should have just done that from the start.
Kino opened the ring and dumped out all the money and soul cores. It all clanked onto the cobblestones like hallowed rain, glimmering in the now moonlight.
Damn, no wonder you didn't cough this up.
I took a wheezing breath as she picked up a kita, a platinum coin worth 1,000 rooks, and hugged it against her chest.
Just, please, leave me 6 or 7 cores,
I pleaded.
Taking more will be the same as killing me.
Kino picked up the documents, and they shrank down like a shrink ray hit them. That way, she could read them for convenience. It was the wildest magic I had seen then or since.
Got a lot of balls to ask for 7, guy,
she asked.
Each one of those things will fetch me 9 bags, easy. Leaving you with 1 would be a mercy.
A mercy?
I laughed.
You think I can get that much money by tomorrow?
She furrowed her brow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow. I'm just asking for a week's supply. I really don't want to die.
A week's supply?
She eyed me up and down with an open mouth.
You've been eating one of these a day? Are you fucking crazy?
A sudden chill of anxiety crackled through my muscles, and my lungs seized up.
You're serious? You're actually serious. I should let you die on principle, guy. Let the laws of nature sort you out.
I opened my mouth, but no words came out. Her eyes widened further.
You didn't know, did you?
I swallowed and shook my head.
Well, sucks to suck,
she said.
But whatever. You can take solace in knowing I'm not actually robbing you. I just don't got the patience for interrogating people.
I took a gasping breath, confused and lying on my back as she silently read through the documents. A minute later, she grunted and turned to me.
Can you tell me what's written here? Because there's all sorts of big words and, forget it. I'll just have racks.
She groaned.
This is so embarrassing. I'll ask.
Kino suddenly whirled to me.
What is this?
She thrust the deed to Kalian's kitchen, pointing at a small symbol on the shrunken page. I squinted, trying to see. She grunted and enlarged the page so I could see, but it didn't help.
Sorry, I genuinely don't know what that symbol means, I said. I can't read the language.
Useless,
she said sharply.
What is this anyway?
It's the deed to some tavern, I said.
She snapped her eyes on me.
Kalian's?
I gulped.
It is,
Kino said.
That's the same symbol, but deed?
She studied it, and then chuckled in disbelief. It was as if the more she looked at it, the more hilarious it got.
What did you do?
What? What did you do?
Who'd you have to piss off to get...
She smacked the page.
This?
I grimaced.
Oh, wait till the boys hear this.
Kino looked south.
All right, get cleaned up, and we'll head back. I'll pay your tab.
She threw my ring onto the ground beside me, and then grabbed a rook and flew away, leaving me stunned. I figured that this was just a ploy to get me to pick up the gold, silver, and cores for her. But sure as shit, she came back once I finished filling my ring and handed me my change. She let me keep the ring, and she was all smiles as she nudged her head down the street.
All right, let's head out. Where are we going?
I asked skeptically.
HQ. Now stop gabbing. Unlike you, I haven't had a drop since this morning, and I'm losing my shit.
And that, my friends, is how I met Kino Saslin, the unhinged pixie that turned my life upside down and sent it barreling down a dumpster fire roller coaster leading straight to the pits of hell.
God,
Kino said, fluttering down a suspiciously quiet back street.
I've seen some messed up shit in my day, but that spirit takes the cake. How'd you even get that thing? Get drunk at a late-night slime orgy and start freestyling spiritmancy or what?
I laughed, but looked around nervously. The area was just too eerie. There were these large buildings with busted roofs and firelight emanating from the windows. People were enjoying fires on the concrete floors, as kids looked out the shattered windows curiously, and grown men standing on porches stopped their conversations to stare at us as we passed. I've often found that this type of neighborhood is bad for your health, statistically, intuitively, and obviously. It was the type of area that didn't welcome nobles. You were either born, raised, and died there, or had to be hooked on drugs and on the end of your rope. But once you were part of a place like this, you were protected. If Kino killed me, there would be no witnesses. Kino picked up on my fear and said,
Kah, lighten up, guy. If I wanted your kidneys, I'd be lugging one on my back like a backpack right now.
I laughed. That's the first thing that comes to your mind? She frowned.
With your face like that, yeah.
Well, you did just rob me.
I did not just rob you. Seriously, you think I'd roll a freak like you? No way. You're practically a treasure.
I scoffed. Then why'd you jump me?
'Cause you were hitting the labyrinth,
Kino said.
And if you made it to the stairs, we would have lost you. So I figured I'd just snatch your ring and see what you had lurking in there, you know? Take a look-see, lead you to a side street, get some answers, and pop that ring right back on your snatcher. Clean, routine, cool. But someone had to get all testy.
She glowered at my chest. I ran my finger through my hair. So, wait, you were spying on me?
Of course we were,
she said.
You think that you could just walk around with a spirit and not get noticed? Course not. People saw, and people told us, and here we are.
Oh, I didn't think it was a big deal.
Then you're damn ignorant, guy. Tens of millions of people can't even see that thing, and you don't think that's dangerous?
I smiled wryly.
Look,
she said,
I don't know what your deal is, but it's clearly not normal. And because it's not, you're damn lucky we found you. If you tried to sneak that thing in without a spirit pact, you'd be locked up in a cell right now.
Damn, I muttered.
But don't worry,
Kino said.
You found your way to the people that'll protect your sorry ass. Now just chill and get a drink. I gotta talk to Rex.
Who's Rex? I asked.
You'll see. We're here.
Kino stopped before a sketchy metal garage with no windows or markings except a sign that read, "No trespassing." The padlocks had rusted but looked secure, and the one door was boarded over with bent iron bars from some previous attempt from someone to break in. What are we doing here? I asked nervously.
We're partying,
Kino said. She pushed her hand on a hidden array and fed it mana. Suddenly, the illusion around the wall disappeared, exposing a door. It unlocked and unlatched like a clock's gears ticking, and the door opened up.
Welcome to Easter Rock,
Kino said. The room was an instant cult classic, a punk rock pixie nest with gangster culture. Massive bird cages of all shapes and sizes lined the walls, creating a steampunk patchwork of steel, brass, and copper. All had cloth inside, creating homes, and half were open, exposing tiny rooms that pixies flew in and out of, holding food and drink. And in the center, there was a massive grandfather clock. A pixie sat on a shelf with a tiny guitar, surrounded by an amplification circle, as he sang some grungy song. If 20 other pixies weren't flying around a neon set of chemistry equipment wearing gas masks, invoking heating arrays to cook up some Breaking Bad shit, it would look like a skate park instead of, a trap house. I turned to Kino. Is that
alchemy?
She said dismissively. Then she put her fingers into her mouth and whistled.
Hey, listen up.
30 pixies turned to me in unison, peeking their heads out of cages or moving behind beakers.
This is Derek,
Kino said.
As you can see, I just beat the shit out of him. He'll need a healer. He beat the shit out of me, so I need a drink. Make both happen and don't ask questions. I gotta speak to Rex.
Kino flew up to the grandfather clock with my shrunken documents, and I wanted to watch her, but I was suddenly swarmed by female fluttering gossip hounds. I thought they would heal me, but nope. They just eyed me up and down, and pulled at my clothing, and moved away when jealous partners told them to back off. And through it all, I just tried to answer questions, as Emma picked off the touchy ones like ticks. That really got 'em yapping, sparking all sorts of questions about voodoo and telekinesis, before a bearded pixie wearing a vest and a Hell's Angels attitude flew up. This guy's name was Plink, Rax Saslin's second in command. There's 2 things you should know about this bearded asshole. First, despite looking and talking in wildly unique ways, this isn't a movie where you can see him. And since he's not around all the time, like most of the other people around me, it's ironically easy to forget who he is. Due to his inconsistency, I often call him Biker Pixie, or Bearded Pixie, even though half the male pixies have beards. Second, from the day I met him until the day I last saw him, I had no idea what the hell this guy was saying. Or rather, I always seemed to be able to parse out what he was saying without actually understanding his words. He famously talked with a mixture of slang, multiple languages, and made-up words. But even to this day, I feel like it was all an inside joke, and half the words he said simply didn't exist. Anyway, I met Plink shortly after Emma peeled off 2 pixies and laid them on the human-sized couch against the wall. One pixie said,
Wow, your telekinesis is incredible.
And Plink said,
Nah, that ain't no pull zap. That's a soul stitcher.
Then another said,
Wait, it's a spirit? Aw, I can't see it. What does it look like?
Plink took a drink out of his mug and wiped his beard.
Like a rock, ma. Right up from the moon cap. Big ol' pink and tentacle, this one.
Rakma, I asked. What's that?
It's a sea creature with tentacles.
One said. Oh, so a kraken. Plink raised an eyebrow.
What's a kraken?
Never mind. He shrugged.
I guess it don't matter now, does it? The only thing that matters is that she's a soul stitch, and soul stitches are a cause for celebration.
Why? I asked.
'Cause everything's a cause for celebration to Plink.
Another said.
To Rakma,
Plink said, lifting his mug.
To Rakma!
The others cheered. Next thing I knew, Emma had created an oil funnel for my mouth, and pixies were pouring beer down it and right into my gullet. You'd think that getting drunk around these sketchy pixies was a bad idea, and you'd be right. But the way I saw it, they wouldn't steal my kidneys if they were deeply poisoned. So I poisoned the hell out of them. Chapter 11. The Raxlin Drokai Syndicate.
Are you a ring by the yellow bimby with the masher?
Plink asked as we pounded drinks. If that means ugly blonde at the gates, sure, I said. You should have seen the way she smiled at me. Pure sadism. I mean, I was already playing my part. I was rolling this ring because I knew damn well I was going to get robbed and beaten as the entrance fee. So when I saw that smile, all I could think was, seriously, be corrupt or whatever, but at least take pride in the job. Business is business. I slapped my palm with the back of my hand twice. But you're not supposed to enjoy it.
Damn right,
Plink said.
But it's a good lager, though. Make sure to tell Kino that you gave the guards a twist or two. Make her feel better about the shake-off.
Well, can't help her there. I took a long drink and then exhaled, glancing at my spatial ring on my finger. I actually had 2 rings. That bitch got the pretty one. Almost got my teeth, too.
Huh.
Plink's eyes widened, and he turned to the clock.
Oi, Kino!
Kino opened the clock face, exposing her and a sharply dressed pixie in a tiny office built inside it.
What?
You know, guy here had 2 rings?
What? Where?
First got yanked from the punters. The guy on my side street.
Kino nodded a few times.
'Kay.
She shut the door. It was a weird exchange. I was going to ask about it, but I was just too drunk to care, so I just continued chatting it up until Kino returned. What's the verdict? I asked.
Rex is hanging on to that contract. Says he's going to try to find a book on it or something.
Will I get it back? I asked nervously.
Chill, guy, you'll get it back. Won't do you much good considering that no one can own Kalians. But you'll have it. Rax is just doing Rax, and that's how he does. Now shut up and drink. If I can't beat you, I will outdrink you.
Heal me up, Doc, I said to my detoxer. If we're drinking, it needs to start equal. It didn't make a difference. I was stuck in the bathroom for 3 hours puking my guts out, praising God that Kino made me spit up the ring, all while knowing that the little pixie could put the elks out of business. Then I stumbled into the room and passed out on the couch. I awoke the next morning to grumbling pixies shifting around beakers. The old brain piece was short-circuiting, and I couldn't sleep with the place sounding like a sawmill, so I just sat up, eyeing the ceiling, wishing Michael would fly down from the heavens and cut me in half from the corpus callosum to the pelvis, just so I didn't have to suffer the consequences of my actions. Suddenly, a well-dressed pixie wearing Viridia's equivalent of 1930s gangster attire flew up to me with a cup of strange liquid and 2 mystery pills. "Here," he said gently. "1 sec." I sat up and cupped my stomach, then activated my spatial ring and reached inside to validate everything was there. Then I patted my kidneys and then accepted the mystery pills and drink, washing down one with the other. "Thanks." He chuckled at my lax response, then stared at me with a smile. "What?" I asked. Then I felt it. My mind cleared as if all the pain and suffering of the world was sucked out in a vacuum. And I ended up leaning back and said, "Fuck yes," with a long, most protracted and dramatic yes in history. "Is this the type of thing you're cooking up here?" I asked. He shrugged. "Yeah, but not the stuff for sale." "Ah." I sat up and cradled the cup in my lap. "Are you Rex?" "I am," he said. "And you?" "Derek Greshling," I said proudly. "False identity for someone who needs one." I sighed and took a drink. "Look, I'm not a fan of torture, so if you're looking for information, I'll give it to you. But I'd rather not. People don't usually have fake papers when it's safe to be found." He smiled gently. "I doubt you need to worry about it. Your driver, Tarbin, we found his wagon 2 miles out. He was picked up by the Caladrons. So, is he okay?" I jumped to my feet, spilling my drink all over the place. "He's fine," Rax said. He whipped his hand, and all the liquid drained from the couch in reverse waterfalls and collected into a sphere in his hands. It was so damn cool. And he treated it like the most casual thing in the world. "The Caladrons are an organization that gives people new identities and protection," he said. "If they're protecting the driver, I'm sure you're fine. We're still going to check, but I'd be surprised if your wagon tracks didn't get rumbled out." I sat back down slowly. "Whoever sent you out here spent a whole lot of money to protect you," he said, "and I'm not interested in why. But I'm interested in the practical stuff, namely whether you were sent here to train or not." "Train?" I asked. "For what?" "Interesting." He studied my perplexed expression. "So they're not grooming you into a weapon?" I shrugged and laughed. "Well, they gave me this spirit, obviously, but if they were trying to groom me as their weapon, they did a hack job of it, because there's no way in hell I'm going back there, not after this bullshit." Rex nodded, deep in thought. "Okay, I can believe that. But this..." He lifted the deed to Kalian's kitchen. "How did you get this?" "Oh, that?" I laughed. "I was told that this was a magic contract to bind with my spirit." "Seriously?" he asked. "Seriously." His eyes flickered with sharp light. "So, you didn't know anything about spirits before binding with one?" I blushed and turned away in shame. "I see." He thought a few more seconds and then added, "You cool with staying here a bit? I want to do more research on this thing. We don't have much to offer, but we got a lot of booze in this place, and you're never gonna starve." I flashed him a smile. "Twist my arm." "Cool." Rax nodded and clapped me on the shoulder. "Welcome to Easter Rock, my friend." And oh boy, did I feel welcome. Not enthusiastically at first. I was just another guest, mingling with pixies who were doing human things, like eating food and coupling up for the night, but like in the sky and bird cages and shit. But on the second night, I got super drunk, and lost my ability to handle the things I was seeing at the alchemy station. Pixies wearing gas masks flew portable heating arrays back and forth to change the temperature, and it was just so damn inefficient, so I just groaned and whined out a, "Why?" followed by, "Why don't you just loose mod 'em? It's triggering my OCD."
Why don't we just loose mod him, he says.
Kino echoed, wiggling her fingers.
For someone so mysterious, you sure do show you're noble a lot.
I reflected on her words and remembered that, wagon trip aside, I'd only spent a few days outside of the castle's walls. I was taught, trained, and treated like a lower noble, even though I wasn't one. Despite that, fuck her mockery. "Oh, I just got standards," I said, wagging my finger at her. "You know what that means, right?" Kino's face flushed, and she clenched her tiny fists and said,
Watch it, manna boy.
"No, you watch it, 'cause I'm about to loose mod the shit out of some arrays." Easter Rock suddenly stopped, as if time had frozen, and everyone looked at me. "What?" I asked. "You don't think I can do it? Give me some paper. By the time I'm done here, I don't know, just get me some paper. I want to speak my truth."
"Ah, no, that's a ruckling,"
Plink said.
"Get the man some twask and make it tremble. We gotta see if you can jinx it."
His words weren't necessary. Pixies pulled a chalkboard off the wall and erased what was probably an advanced recipe on it before handing it to me.
Oi, Alphin,
Kino said.
Get this guy a chalky and a mug and a teacup for the tears.
"Oh, now you're asking for it," I said. "How about this? If I can't do this, drinks are on me for the month. What are you betting?" She narrowed her eyes and thought about it and then grinned.
Oh, I got something.
"What is it?"
Don't worry about it. Just focus on yourself.
"Like it's going to be a kiss on the cheek or some other bullshit," I grumbled. Hidden bets are light as air when the loser gets crushed. I ground the chalk until it had the right angle, 'cause this is child's play. Kino knew she was fucked when the first rune I wrote out came in professional calligraphy, ancient and precise. And it only got worse. I started no-scoping connectors, creating work of art on this chalkboard as I created the lock, the circle the magic goes inside. To those who don't know how real array craft worked, locks look like ancient magic that's infinitely more advanced than the arrays they have. So it was a hit. Kino's reaction must have been hilarious, 'cause Rax and the other pixies roared with boisterous laughter, and I'm not the person to win with humility. So when someone saw me drawing a smaller, simpler array beside the first, which looked nearly identical to the one they were using at the station, and someone yelled,
"That's it! That's the array!"
and the place erupted. I backed in a truckload of salt and poured it on Kino's wounds. "Listen up, 'cause I'm going to learn you a thing about arrays," I said, unsolicited. "These shits have 3 components, the activation circle, runes, and connectors. The circle is just a container. The runes," I pointed out the 20 characters on the complex array, "represent magic concepts. Acceleration, deceleration, compression, all the bullshit you'd normally call heating. The raw magic. As for the lines," I traced my fingers up the lines, circles, and squares between them. "Once you connect them, you get relationships. Like if you take the rune for heat," I wrote the runic symbol for heat in a big circle, "then create a key for it," I drew out the rune for 212 degrees Fahrenheit, or 100 degrees Celsius. For people who think 100 is always better, even when it's like spending $1 for things that cost pennies, on the side of the smaller circle. Then you wrap both runes with a connector. I wrapped the heating rune and the temperature rune with the same special circle. Once you do that, I touched the temperature rune, and the heat symbol lit up. Then heat radiated from the chalkboard. Boom! Basic-ass array for basic-ass bitches. The pixies exploded in crazed cheering. "But that's not all. You can do this with as many heats as you want. Then it's just a matter of pressing a button." I put dozens of temperature runes, wrapped them, and activated them one by one. They lit up both circles, changing the heat. That's what's called loose modding. When you hard lock, you need an array for every temperature. And as you can see, it literally takes 3 minutes to loose mod something.
Wow.
Kino cooed. She wasn't even mad. She flew down to the board like a bug, crawling up to the circles to study them up close, as if she didn't believe they existed.
Why do you create 2 arrays?
Oh, I said, the big one's called a lock. It has all the magic stuff inside. Once we finish the array, we hide it, so people can't just copy it. In fact, it's super illegal to leave a lock exposed. The guild will start killing anyone who's involved. I pointed at the key. This is the key. It just has an activation sequence to make it run. And these, I pointed at the temperature runes. They're called sekas, but we just call them keys too.
Who's we?
Plink asked. The gods of alchemy and all their trumpets, I said. Obviously. I earned a few chuckles before Rax flew into the noisy crowd of spectators, eyed the array up and down, and asked, "What would you take for it? We only got 300 Kita in discretionary, but we can work out resource deals." A dull throb of a future hangover pumped in my skull, and I turned to him blindly. "Did you just say 300,000? He smiled and looked at the floor. "This is why you don't drink and talk business at the same time." I grimaced. "But we're cool." He looked into the distance and whispered again, "We're cool," as if to convince himself, before turning to me and saying, "That array is worth $1 million, at least." I stared at my own handwriting in horror. "That much?" Rax shrugged. "It's monopolized and scrutinized. So long as we don't get access to precise heat control, we can't make higher-level jinxes." He looked at the glassware. "So it's both regulated and needed. If we could take it off your hands, it'd be a huge boon. And it'd be good for you, too. Because if you sell it here, it never happened. If you don't, well, you can say goodbye to lying low. Hell, they might even kill you if you don't bend the knee." That sounds ominous, I thought. Not like I'd do that anyway. I had secrets to hide. I didn't need a microscope up my ass. "Well," I said, "I don't need money, but I do need soul cores. So put my cut into cores, and that's about it. Oh, and one more thing." Rax raised his eyebrow. "What?" "You need to teach me alchemy." And that, my friends, is how I started learning how to make drugs from a bunch of sketchy pixies in a back alley shantytown in Labyrinth. Chapter 12. Feels good to be a gangster. The Raxlon were drug dealers, but what they made weren't drugs in the way we use them. First, the drugs weren't recreational. They were called boosters, and they were used to grant temporary powers to climbers in hard tests and challenges. These drugs saved lives. Sometimes. The second and more important reason was because alchemy culture here was some truly wild shit. It was notoriously illegal for jinxes, roaming alchemists, to sell or distribute mage shine to others in Labyrinth Labyrinth. But it was fully legal for alchemists to create elixirs for their own party. Since healers were rare and serious healing magic required natural magic affinities, alchemy was the only way to grind. That's why there was usually one party member with a backpack full of ingredients for health and mana elixirs, like a Ken Kesey-era deadhead who would show up to parties and ask to use the bathtub to make LSD. Hell, I once watched a guy squeeze the guts of a living bird into a metal cup, mix it with some herbs, and throw it onto a campfire in this degraded Gatorade bottle shake-it-up meth chemistry, all to fix their stubbed toe. But I digress. The point is, it's both normal and glorified to a degree, and even the most respectable of people did it. So it wasn't exactly like I was training to be a drug dealer or anything. But the Raxlan were, in fact, making illegal substances. I was immediately taught that if I saw Quinn, a representative or soldier of the alchemy-making family in Labyrinth, I'd need to play dead, because I'd actually be dead if I got caught. The next thing I learned was that chemistry was pretty advanced here. The counters were lined with beakers and apparatuses, and all sorts of other smart people shit that Mikhail could probably write a thesis on, but weak plebs like me would never know the names of. There were also tubs of different ingredients, jars of liquids, and measuring devices. I mean, it was a real chemistry lab. "All right," I said, scribbling down a checklist. "Get me these items and I'll get started. In the meantime, teach me what you're doing so I know how to help. I'm not leaving here until you got a brand new set of gear." Okay, Kino said, nodding with a cheeky grin. "Let's cook her up." She left with the group, and then I turned to Plink. "What are we making?"
Jank elixir. It's just a hilter for the purries.
I said skeptically, but I jumped in anyway. I ended up spending 3 months in a drunken state of delirium, learning mana extraction and fusion and chemistry, while creating arrays for turning things to gases, purifying liquids, and distilling liquids. The more I taught them, the more I learned, until the point where I knew that the poor people health elixirs they were making were actually boosters that doubled strength at the cost of making people blinded by rage, a feature that had a tendency of killing mages that couldn't control their magic. It sounded like angel dust at first, and the first thought I had was to burn the lab down, but the more I learned about Labyrinth, its tests, and its floors, the more I realized that boosters like these tended to save thousands of people each year.
Yeah, it'll make your kidneys explode,
Kino said once.
but it's a lot better than being kibble, because a healing potion's not going to save you from a tidal wave of beasts. Floor 25's test's a bitch.
Anecdotes like that got thrown around often, especially by Rax, who always presented them so calmly. I liked Rax, and I spent as much time as I could learning how to make elixirs, pills, and creams, no matter how insane the effects were. And what I noticed more by the day was that Rax Saslin had some serious skills. I pointed that out to him one night in a drunken frenzy. There was no foreplay. I just crashed onto the couch and pointed at him 6 times with full arm motions and said, "You!" "What's that?" Rax asked. "You!" I repeated. "Why are you doing this?" I looked at the lab. Boosters, elixirs, tempers, laughers. You're already breaking the law, so why not healthers? Floor 9's a cobra pit. Rax smiled wearily. I wish. What do you mean you wish? I asked. What's the point of being a criminal if you're just going to follow the law? He laughed, and his expression turned distant again. This place, the other bootleggers, they're, how do I put this? Controlled opposition? He nodded a few times. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. The Quins let us exist to keep the rowdies from organizing the other climbers, but if you're not in with them, you're ending up in a ditch. So? I asked. So? Rax laughed. What do you mean, so? Didn't you just hear me? I did, I said. But we're criminals. Criminals. I smacked my hand 3 times. Risking life and freedom's the whole point. I mean, I get the risk, but these assholes can kick down that door whenever and kill us without a trial, and we're not even getting something from it. Doesn't that seem a bit unfair to you? Rex slowly grinned. Unfair. He shook his head and looked at me. You know, it's funny. When I met you, I didn't take you for a criminal. Hey, who you calling criminal? I demanded, slurring my words. I ain't no criminal. I'm a hero of capitalism. These people have a monopoly, and I want to break it up to liberate these poor bastards. And I mean... I lost my momentum and groaned from the alcohol hitting my stomach, so I slouched into the couch and said, and I mean, why not? If our options are making money selling boosters and making more money saving lives, it just seems dumb. I leaned over, drunk and dizzy. Dumb. So dumb. Rex chuckled and took a deep breath. After a period of serious reflection, he said, There is a way. He then turned to me as my eyes grew heavy and said, If you can stomach it. I never got to answer. My mind was spinning as fast as my stomach, and I was flung into the abyss, falling into a small coma. But I didn't forget. The next morning, I threaded and churned my soul core to flush out the toxins, then knocked on the grandfather clock. Rax came out wearing a robe, hiding the 2 pixies in his bed, and I couldn't help but smirk. This is new, Rax said. Never had you knock before. I paused, ensuring that I remembered last night correctly, and then said, So, is there actually a way? Rax smiled mysteriously. Well, what if I told you that you have the deed to the one place in Nalzarenth that neither the Quins nor any other immortal controls? I nodded. Well, I'd ask what the split is. Rax grinned. And that, my friends, is the moment that I became a Raxlin, an historical event that fucked up at least one of our worlds, and let me tell you, it felt good to be a gangster. One does not simply get involved in a criminal syndicate. It takes being in the wrong place at the wrong time, with a certain degree of desperation that only those in the depths of debt and depravity could truly understand. But once someone experiences enough successive losses of any kind, least of all injustices, the mind warps into a state of apathy toward moral values, allowing them to perform strange and terrible deeds they never thought they could. Crime, vice, degeneracy. And the more you give in to your hedonistic tendencies, the less you think about them. Until the point you're the person fifth-grade educational videos warn you about. Unless, of course, you're a born criminal or revolutionary. People who have a code, a reserved, exclusionary list of things they don't allow themselves to do instead of a culture of things they find acceptable. And I was one of those people. So I skipped the syndicate onboarding meeting and said, let's go, hitting the road that morning to see Kalian's kitchen with my own 2 eyes. And that's how I ended up in the same place the wyvern fell, feeling minor PTSD symptoms. Wyvern, right? Rax chuckled. I swallowed. Yeah. Kino tell you? Yeah. She said she saved you. But the way she said it, you'd think she saved the world and got punished for it.
Next.
A crimson orc bellowed. That's us, Rax said. I looked up and saw the towering gates of Labyrinth, 100 feet tall, made to be accessible to bona fide giants if necessary. I walked forward to check in with the orc, only to freeze when I stood before him. It occurred to me then that perhaps the primal brain wasn't geared for size comparisons. If it were, we would probably fall victim to helplessness in the face of trucks and buildings and the dreadful sight of roaming elephants. But it's that same strength that triggers toy poodles to yap and bark and snarl at beasts that were obviously far larger than them, and humans weren't immune. I knew that for a fact when I looked up at the orc working the checkpoint. I had seen him in the distance, but it wasn't until I realized that I could chain myself to his thigh to protest climate change that I understood the caliber of creature that the cheeky elven father saved me from.
Contracted?
The orc asked dryly, breaking me from my reverie. I looked at Rax and back, nervously. What?
I said, are you contracted? You stupid or something?
My fear of this indomitable creature was blocked out by feelings of indignation. Getting called stupid by an orc was offensive, considering how stupid they looked with their deformed beach ball-sized heads and boar tusks. No, I'm not. I just don't know what that means. The orc grabbed his tusks in frustration.
No one can harm you on the first floor. Makes it impossible to get people out of the place if they act up. So we bind them with a contract that forces them to leave if they don't follow the rules. Got it?
Yeah.
Good. Climbing the labyrinth is free after the 4th floor. For that, it's 5 rooks a day for floor 1, and 150 trenna for 2, 10 trenna for 3, and 5 for 4. If you're broke, start climbing and get the fuck out. If you don't pay, you're doing hard labor to pay it off. Got it?
Yeah, I got it, I said sharply. But 5? That's a lot. 1 rook could pay rent in most localities, and 50 trenna was half a rook. It was highway robbery.
Yeah, it is,
said the orc.
So start climbing and get the fuck out. Got it?
Sure. I fished into my pockets for the entry fee, but Rax stopped me. I'm not one to pry into other people's business practices, he said to the orc. But this man is protected by the Raxlin. Egregious contracts would be viewed as a declaration of hostility. The orc's face stiffened, and he looked at me again, chuckling nervously.
Seems you're a bit special, so you'll get member prices. That'll be 2 rooks a day for the first floor. Once you hit the 2nd, you have a 10-day grace period free on each floor. After that, it's 10 trenna a day to remain on floors 2 through 4. The tower's free after that. The words cannot express how much gratitude I felt at that moment. I was getting ripped off so badly that I could have gone bankrupt. So I gladly grabbed the coins, but Rax stopped me again. Well, aren't you a brazen one, offering normal contracts as a member price? The orc's face twitched. Who the hell are you?
I'm Rax Aslin. I had never seen a crimson orc turn white then, or even since. But it was clear right then and there that Rax and Kino were a bigger deal than I thought.
I'll waive the entrance fee. 1 rook a day's the minimum for the first floor. A 30-day grace period on floors 2 through 4, with 1 trainer a day extensions for 3 months. After that, it rises to 1 rook.
He lifted a stamp with the most complex array I had ever seen.
This is the Immortal Pact. Sure you've seen it?
Much better, Rax said. I'll forget about this. The orc nodded, and with a stroke of an ink pad, he stamped the back of my hand and loaded it with mana, making it glitter with golden light. Words cannot express what I felt right then, staring at the gorgeous array on my hand. But I can assure you it was nothing good. Excitement. Power. I felt like the main character from Goodfellas when he learned that the mob stomped the mailman to ensure his parents didn't get truancy letters. So, fucking awesome. Or what I imagined it felt like. I had a great father, but you get what I mean. Or not. Whatever. It wasn't positive. So there I was, staring at the immortal soul pact tattooed on my hand, loving life, when yet another impactful scene left a lasting impression on me, one even greater than the wyvern. It was this couple. There was a man and a woman, both in their late 20s, and the female was very attractive. This detail normally wouldn't be too relevant, but even now, writing this, 50 years later, I can see that face and remember how beautiful it was. And the funny thing is that I know it wasn't that aesthetic, and that this is one of those moments where the thing you remember is so much more perfect in your imagination and memory. But still, even then I found her attractive, so I gave her the quick once-over everyone gives everyone, logged the she's cute thought in my mind, and prepared to move on. But no dice. Just like Denise the day I met her, this woman's voice was cracking and nervous, which pulled my eyes back to her to see if she was okay. And that's when I overheard the conversation. "It'll be all right," the man chuckled. "It's only been a couple years. You won't even notice." She hugged herself snugly. "I know, but—" He knocked her with his hips. "Lighten up." "Okay," she said. And that's when it happened. It was like a scene from a Hollywood vampire flick. This woman stepped into the light and started wilting. Yeah, wilting. That was the only way to explain it. One moment her skin was stretched taut over her cheekbones, and the next, it sagged slightly. It wasn't much. If it had happened over a couple of years, the guy would have been right. No one would have noticed. But since her face transformed instantly, it seemed like a fresh clay statue that got a little too wet. "Is it fine?" she asked. He blinked twice and chuckled nervously. "Yeah, it's fine." Her eyes welled with tears. "No, it's not." She immediately started probing her face. I walked past her with wide, frozen eyes, legs stiff, worried about my own mortality, listening to her howl as we entered the jaws of hell. Welcome to Labyrinth. Chapter 13. Labyrinth. "What the hell was that?" I asked. "Let's go to the visitor center," he said. "You'll see." I skipped the visitor center to get moonshine from a vendor stall in the long tunnel that led into the labyrinth. After I bought a jar, Rax fluttered up to me with a pamphlet. "Here they are." I looked at the list of 20 rules. The labyrinth must be challenged from within. You can't bar entry to the labyrinth. I paused and looked back to the entrance. Climbers do not age while inside the labyrinth. Their age catches up upon exiting. My words got slower as I read, and then I paused, rereading the words repeatedly. So that's why. "Yep," Rax said. "It's the real deal. No one ages in the labyrinth. That's why the people that run this place are called immortals. That and Rule 4. Rule 4. Floor 1 of the labyrinth is a safe zone. Violence is prohibited." I paused. "So they're actually immortal?" "Yep. So long as they eat and pay their bills, yeah. And they're all filthy rich. That's why they force people to make soul pacts." He lifted the pact on his tiny fist. "In the beginning, people just squatted here until they went insane or starved to death. Now this pact will force you out if you break the rules, or worse." "How?" I asked. "You feel it. If you start to break a contract, your soul seed will tremble. If you still break the contract, it will kill you. So if you feel it, you need to take it seriously. If it's paying your tab, you need to pay it. If you can't, your options are to do labor in the labyrinth or leave and get arrested in the city. Either way, you need to figure it out, because if you don't follow through in 24 hours, it will kill you. I gulped. The labyrinth's rules work the same way. If you even physically threaten someone on floor 1, you'll feel both your cores heat up. That's a soul warning. If you still attack, they'll both shatter, and you'll be forced to leave the labyrinth. If you don't, it'll kill you. I shuddered, staying silent as I read through the list. I didn't even make it a few lines before a bolt of lightning struck me. Wait, this says you can't bar access to the labyrinth, so how the hell are they enforcing these things? Because if you don't, immortal kill squads will kidnap and off you the second you step off the staircase or leave the labyrinth. And if you barge in and hang around floor 1, the immortals will ensure you starve to death. The pacts prevent people from aiding squatters. I put down the list. What? What type of bullshit is that? Rax shrugged. Welcome to Labyrinth. And that's when Lindell Troy's article suddenly clicked, and I stopped lumping this labyrinth's problems with the age-old grumbles about the haves and have-nots, nobles versus the serfs, equality, oligarchs, billionaires, and elites. No. Labyrinth Labyrinth was something else entirely. It was a dungeon organized by immutable magic rules, and in less than 5 minutes I had discerned that there were a lot of loopholes, and people were viciously exploiting them through raw violence, killing, and indentured servitude. And oh, were there a lot of rules to exploit. Rules for fighting people on stairs, rules on access to floors, rules preventing people from discouraging people from moving up. There were 20 rules, most of which attempted to close loopholes, but I could already see endless avenues of abuse. If I was living here, I'd riot too. You'll learn 'em as you go, Rax said. Till then, he nudged his head down the hall, where sunlight was strangely beaming at the end despite being in a castle. 1 sec. I folded up and pocketed the sheet, unscrewed the lid to the Nalzarenthian moonshine, took a swig, thought it was some good shit, and turned to the vendor. I'll take another. I figured I'd need it. And I did, but not to wallow about the dark intricacies of Labyrinth Labyrinth, but because riding around ground dragons is so much more fun when you're smashed. Indeed. It truly wasn't until I was saddled on the back of a ground dragon, spilling a jar of Nalzarenthian moonshine all over my shirt as I yelled, "Let's go!" at the top of my lungs, that I finally felt like I was in a fantasy world. And it wouldn't have been the same if I didn't get down and heavy for a minute, forcing down half a jar before we rented the dragons to guide us through the labyrinth. Now don't get the wrong visual, they weren't real dragons. They're more like what iguanas would be if they pumped weights and swallowed grown crocodiles whole. They didn't have wings and couldn't breathe fire, but they had the head of a wyvern, and they were fast, capable of doing an even 80 over boulder, rock, and stream, and I was pushing its capabilities to the max as we blew through the labyrinth. This wonderful opportunity was only possible because Labyrinth Labyrinth wasn't a series of halls with Daedalus-designed traps and a minotaur lurking within. It was an open-world sandbox that defied the laws of physics. The moment you left the bleak and dreary fog around the labyrinth and went inside, you were transported into a new world with a new sky and new sun, slightly cloudy, presiding over 50 square miles of fields and rocks and buildings. It was this freakish blend of truth and illusion that captivated people all over Viridia, and captured my heart. I soaked it all in as we passed through. Down on their luck climbers were paid their daily fee plus food and board to rip off their shirts and rake crops in the summer heat, as earth mages broke up the soil. It wasn't time for the harvest, but fields of grains and stalked vegetables riddled the landscape for miles, capped by the dark silhouettes of small skyscrapers, etching civilization in the distant sky. I was witnessing a humble day's work in the kingdom of immortality. But I was treating it like Vegas, acting like a terrible tourist that keyboard police shame online. Rax was laughing at my amusement. He didn't need a ground dragon to travel quickly, but chose to sit on my dragon's ear, just to enjoy watching me roam around like a lunatic. "Keep it that way," Rax yelled over the howling wind. "We're going to the corkscrew!" I turned and saw a massive staircase in the center of the labyrinth. It spiraled up a massive white pillar as it disappeared into the clouds in each floor, which went up 4,000 or 5,000 feet apiece. These are key locations, so let's explicitly ingrain the terminology in your brain. The staircase is called the corkscrew. The pillar that connects all 50 floors is called the pillar, and it's hollow. That's the location Kalian's kitchen, and what would later be dubbed Derek's Dungeon Depot, are built inside. That's where we were going. "Aye, aye," I yelled, gripping the reins and setting us right on course, ignoring a 20-foot rock face that would block any animal or machine on Earth as if it were a speed bump. The stairs were every bit as intimidating as I had imagined. Drakes and ground dragons and large cats packed metric tons of supplies up the stairs, moving goods between floors under large signs that read, Rule 6, climbers must scale the staircase on foot without assistance, unless injured and being helped to floor 1. Helping a climber scale the staircase without their consent is forbidden. If a climber is involuntarily pushed or accidentally falls off the staircase, this rule is suspended until someone aids them, they return by their own means, or they die. Jumping or flying off the staircase is forbidden unless it is to aid a falling climber. "Seems kind of strange," I muttered. "All this magic, and they make 'em pack it out the hard way." "I suppose so," Rax said. "Or maybe it's just the labyrinth's way of keeping people up there. Nothing's worse than taking a break, only to have to hike 20 miles back to your floor." I looked at the stairs in a new light. "I guess so." "We're almost there," Rax said. "Whatever you do, don't mention you own Kalians." "Isn't that the point?" "No. We're keeping that secret for now. Instead, we'll hold a right to make a claim for it." "What's a right?" I asked. "It's when you challenge the current leader for the right to lead the space," Rax said. "It's a bit complicated, but we'll sort out the details later." "If you say so," I said nervously. I pressed him for information, but we were already at the pillar. I followed Rax along the marble pillar, making way for climbers, expecting the whole area to be the same. It wasn't. Somewhere along our 2-minute walk, the atmosphere changed, as if we had entered a bad neighborhood in the Bronx. It had a different vibe, a different standing. The air was thicker despite being outdoors, and the climbers we saw stumbling from around the bend seemed detached, different, denizens from another world. Then we reached it. After a curve, we saw a crowd mingling by the pillar. It was similar to the smoking crowd outside the front door of concerts, the ditching goths standing in parks outside schools. These ones were particularly dangerous, wearing tattered leather armor like biker jackets and deformed faces, haggard, rough, and between kills. "What is this? Ah!" Suddenly, I tripped on something. I looked down and saw it was an empty alchemy bottle that read, Quinn's Detox Double, with trace green liquid inside.
"Hey there."
I looked up and saw an anemic woman staring at me. "Huh?" I said.
"You look lively,"
she whispered.
"I'll give you a grandem for a taste."
No, I said, and never ask me that again. Actually, hold up. What's a grandem? Ignore her, Rax said, grabbing my shirt sleeve and pulling me. We're here. His pull turned my body, placing me face first before a 12-foot door that looked like some dilapidated saloon that people would drink at during the times of the Mexican-American War. Half the door was broken away, tied together by the jungle cord that kept the driftwood in place to begin with. Right beside it was the symbol on the contract and a cheery sign that read, Kalian's Kitchen, surrounded by drawings of pink and yellow flowers. I forced a smile. Great. Chapter 14. Squatters. Have you heard of squatter laws? Well, it's a form of law that states if someone breaks into your home and starts living there while you're away, you have to continue letting them live there while you pay the rent. It's common knowledge, so roaming packs of addicts break into homes in Seattle and Portland and turn them into drug dens within hours. The owners return with the police, but the junked-out children of remorseful parents say, "This is my home. I've been living here for weeks." And the cop is forced to turn to the owner with a straight face and say, "Seems there's nothing I can do. Come back to the station and I'll walk you through how to file a lawsuit to get them evicted." It's really that insane. And I'll be honest with you, when I came to this world, a place where fathers sell their daughters chastity for the good of the business, mothers teach their sons how to be brave and kill people, and public executions are the week's top entertainment, I thought, at least they don't have to deal with that bullshit. I was wrong. Oh, yes, I was wrong. I took one step through that dilapidated door to Kalian's kitchen, passing through a white barrier that transported me into the space, and saw almost 100 of the most mangled climbers you've ever seen. It was a tavern, or at least it used to be. It had broken tables and booths, and a countertop that looked like it survived an alternate apocalypse 200 years ago and landed in Fallout 3. I could practically hear 1930s jazz playing as the bandits shot dice and swapped stories. I knew these people weren't actually bandits, or at least most of them, but they sure as fuck looked like they meant business. They had tattoos and scars and missing limbs, and couples that looked like they got drunk 15 minutes ago and decided to hitch up and fuck each other's brains out. 2 were sharing unnaturally colored elixirs at a table that was cracked like an earthquake hit it, and the rest were injured or wore robes that reeked of alcohol. I even saw a kobold without any clothing at all. Now, just to clarify, the species I translate to kobolds aren't the bipedal, sword-wielding canines from fantasy stories. Kobold is the name that I give to any beast species that would be worshipped in blacklight nightclubs holding furry raves. These are beastkin covered in fur, like Lola Bunny in Space Jam, but taking the form of any analogous animal. They technically had their own species name, but nobody's got time for that, so you get kobold. And this kobold was buck naked on my floor. And while I couldn't see this woman's lady bits because she was covered head to toe in fur like a curvy grizzly bear, I still blushed furiously because she had her undergarments strewn about her, as if she were saying, "Finally, I'm free of those oppressive clothing laws." Oh, hell no. I've never given a fuck what people do in private, as long as it's legal and doesn't involve minors. Fuck a pillow, marry your video game avatar, wear a furry suit and bark like a dog, I don't care. But as soon as you bring that shit to public, least of all my property, you need to get the fuck out. I was mere seconds away from yelling such when something captured my attention. 2 orcs were playing a game of Gashar, where they grabbed each other's tusks and pushed them together until one of them broke. A crimson orc won, snapping a green orc's tusk off, and they celebrated by slamming the loser's head against the table. The wood cracked from the impact, knocking off the drinks as the loser's body slumped. Everyone started cheering. I turned to Rex. What in the fuck is going on here? Didn't those rules just say that violence wasn't allowed? Not on floor 1, it's not, Rex said. But this isn't floor 1. Kalian's is built inside the pillar, and the pillar is one of Kalian's tests. The green orc screamed in pain back and forth as the crimson orc pumped her meaty fists. "What's the test?" I asked. "No one really knows," Rax said, using a tone that said he knew more than he was letting on. "But we can be certain that it's violent." I scanned the scarred faces of climbers with hesitation. A few looked like they had been through the pits of hell and were ready to take out their frustrations by twisting my intestines like a pretzel and then feeding me to lizard folk for sport. "Great," I said. "In conclusion, my family sent me off to tame the buff, burly, red-headed stepchild of the Labyrinth." Rex nodded. "Sounds about right. I'm not getting this back from them, am I?" Nope. I felt the dull throb of an upcoming hangover. So I drank the rest of the shine I brought and weighed the pros and cons of trying to buy some of the blue elixir 2 female half-demon lesbians were snowballing in the corner. It seemed like too much effort, so I decided to sit back, hating my life, suffering over the realization that I'd get stabbed if I declared, "I'm the new landlord, kiss the ground and pay rent." I sighed and turned to Rax. "Okay, I get it. Guy from the front, he would have robbed me blind. He spoke to you, and now I'm getting ideal treatment. Now I get a new problem I can't solve, and you're driving in that point. Have I missed anything?" Rax smiled ruefully and shook his head. No, that's about it. Okay. Well, here's my thing. I already agreed to go into business with you guys, so you can cut the games. I turned to the crowd. So just tell me, how are we going to deal with this? Rax smiled slyly. Like I said, we hold a right. He put his fingers into his mouth and wolf whistled. The occupants all turned to Rax with wide eyes. Many even said,
Hey, is that Rax?
Or, yeah, it totally is. I thought he only came on fifths. Fifths meant every 5 days. In this world, there was no month system, just 4 seasons with 75 cycles, the name for days, and a week had 5. So Rax essentially came on Fridays. This isn't important to remember, but it's too unique to bullshit a translation. Listen up, Rax said to the crowd. This is Derek, and he wants to get the kitchen up and running. And you know what that means. The atmosphere sent mixed signals going haywire, misfires of emotion. Excitement turned to anger. Smiles became bitter, and frowns twisted into violent grins. Suddenly, a calm, almost sexy female voice came out from the center of the room, and the heated atmosphere turned to hollow ice. She said,
Rax, can you explain why you've lost your goddamn mind?
I looked up and saw her. She wore a crimson robe with blonde hair and an attitude, and I was 5,000% invested. It was hard not to. She looked like the sexy co-protagonist of The Witcher or another A-list game. Unfortunately, she wasn't. The woman I'd soon know as Minx stopped drinking and pulled off her hood as a sign of respect, and what was left underneath left me disappointed. It wasn't so much that her appearance was lackluster as much as it was that my drunken, younger self found her cloak and dagger act hot, so I found her real human appearance lacking by comparison. Minx was just another woman, a blonde with slightly shallow facial structure, and a few lines that denoted her as a woman in her visual late 30s, a little Red Riding Hood who had survived that wolf's clutches, only to slowly succumb to the bleak realities of time. I haven't lost my mind, Rax said.
You've lost your mind,
she said. I haven't.
You have.
She scoffed.
Rax, you've been fantasizing about this kitchen for decades, but you haven't done it. Know why? Because once you do this, you're on the Labyrinth's shit list forever.
She looked at me.
Who's this?
The guy that's gonna run the kitchen, Rax said. She rolled her eyes.
Whatever. I don't care who he is, or why you're here, or whatever you're planning. Holding a right is stupid. Once you do this, you're losing your business.
I'm not losing my business.
Right. You're just going to keep doing it while the Quins hack and slash you into pieces.
Exactly. Minx ran her fingers through her dirty blonde hair, taking deep breaths before saying,
Why?
Rax flashed her a gentle smile. Freedom. Her eyes flickered with murderous intent.
You have freedom.
I do not.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. And no offense, Minx, but taking lessons on freedom from an emotionally muted vagrant chained to this place is like enforcing world peace with a large sword. It may work, but it loses all its romanticism. A sharp pulse of excitement spread through the crowd after the blunt jab he took at their apparent leader. Minx was unfazed. She just flashed him a sinister smirk and said,
So you admit you're chasing romanticism?
My soul slowly drifted away from my body as I listened to them. All I wanted was to get drunk and not get eaten by my parasitic heartthrob. And somehow we ended up in a rough crowd, debating the merits of what I could only assume was war and killing.
Hey, Rax,
I whispered.
Hate to admit it, but I'm kinda on her side. Not sure I want to die over this.
Oh, don't worry, he said. This is our part, so just let me handle it. I didn't want him to handle it. So, Rax said to Minx, you gonna sit this one out, or... Every eye in the house was on her, waiting anxiously as if their entire fate was predicated on her answer. She looked at me.
What's your name?
Derek.
What do you want?
To get drunk and not die, give in to my primal desires for a few months, then slowly drift away into shallow bitterness over the bullshit I've been through in the last few years. So, practically the opposite of Rax. She raised her eyebrows almost disgustedly and looked at the sharply dressed pixie. Rax shrugged. She groaned in exasperated disgust.
If you want to die for your sullen ideals, so be it. If you want to die for the sake of your own ignorant depravity, that's on you. In situations like this, it's best to let nature's scales balance themselves.
She circled the occupants.
A right's comin'. If you don't want to fall victim to the idealistic philosophies of foreign entities, I recommend you summon your resources and collect your allies. It will happen in 1 week from today. Battles occurring before or after will be met with the tyrannical opposition of an absolute arbiter. That's all.
I'm not sure what happened in that tavern, but it wasn't a celebratory matter. A matter of life or death, maybe, but it was no cause for celebration. Despite that, I found myself lying on the couch of the Raxlin headquarters, watching 10 pixies haul an uncovered cask of wine into the room to celebrate. It was heavy, and another 20 pixies flew in to help out, as raspberry-colored liquids splashed all over the place. It was a total mess. But some people thrive in the chaos.
Yas!
Kino screamed, emerging from the wine. She was a protagonist worthy of a slasher film, half naked with underwear soaked in crimson liquid that had dyed her blonde hair pink.
Get some!
Oh no, I groaned. I was still nursing my hangover after downing that tourist center moonshine, and I wasn't in the headspace to think of a party, even if I knew I would give in to the allure and join in soon. Rax fluttered over to me. So we're really doing this thing? I asked. Yep. You sure it's worth it? I don't know. Why don't you ask them? I sent the other pixies a sidelong glance. They were roaring with excitement, each seemingly sporting the widest grin I had ever seen, forever getting wider and happier. These weren't Vikings mere hours before a good pillage. These were people celebrating, truly celebrating. It's something else, isn't it? Rax asked gently. Truth be told, I think the absurdity of your story just gave us an excuse to do this, you know? We've been dreaming about this for 80 years now, maybe more. Except for Jika, everyone here remembered what it was like before we came to Labyrinth, and everyone knows what it's been like since. And if we're being honest, Minx is probably right. Aside from occasional reminders of who's boss and basic regulations, it's not so bad here. The pixies here have a real home, a motherland of sorts, slummed off and broken as it is, a place where we can be ourselves, but... I rubbed my eye, already getting a headache over whatever he was about to just say, and his words didn't disappoint. It just must be something in our blood, something that drives us toward freedom, even if it means absolute destruction. I paused and thought about it, and then wiped my mouth. If you're looking for someone to follow you into this madness, I'm in. The pixies who heard me roared their approval with lifted mugs. But if you're looking for someone to validate or even encourage your shitty mindsets and decisions, find someone else. A silent breeze passed through the headquarters. I stretched my body and cracked my neck. Now give me a drink. Kino cheered, and the next thing I knew, I was seeing red because the wild pixie had dunked my head right into the cask. It was going to be a long night. Chapter 15. The Culture. I thought I could hold my liquor. I really did. My ex and her friends would get sloppy drunk and start pointing out each other's appearance flaws, and I always ended up standing there like a cursed jester that the gods had forever shackled to the role of ordering late-night Ubers and apologizing to others on the drunken's behalf. I was always the last person standing. Always. But Jesus fucking Christ. You'd think these pixies were fifth-generation Appalachian moonshiners by the way they drank. Each one of them grabbed human-sized mugs and filled them with wine before shrinking them down to pixie size. Then they joined one of the many groups of fluttering pixies that formed, separated, and reformed like flies around a carcass. I joined these groups and heard an endless stream of stories that were more unhinged than the rest. Tales of pixies luring beasts into prisons to break out kin, and times when they hijacked and shrank entire potato wagons to throw at angry creditors. And throughout it all, I just sat back with a full mug of wine and thought, yep, your people deserved every bit of oppression they experienced. But despite knowing that they were criminals, despite the side of your brain that can clearly see good from bad and law from wrongdoing, there was something about the way they saw the world that seemed to justify their actions, necessitated them even. And within hours, I was drawn in, beginning to believe that simple institutions like waste management, things that I once hailed as hallmarks of human civilization, were actually shackles, locked onto us by sinister forces that extended well beyond the public's realm of collective understanding. It was a wild and almost spiritual experience, and by the end of it, I didn't even spare Kino a passing glance when she flew out of her quarters wearing a crop top and gauntlets that would be at home in a Roman Colosseum and said, "Those fuckers broke Derek's ribs when he got here," Kino screamed as a battle cry. The others jeered and beat their fists together. I saw one holding a tiny bat. "You gotta stand for that!" My pixie brethren put up their hands and yelled, "No!" "Oh, shucks, guys," I thought, feeling sleepy all of a sudden. I had a raging case of the spins, and I felt that if I didn't grab the nearest wall, the whole world would turn 90 degrees, and all the furniture would fall sideways by the laws of gravity. "Well, guess what?" Kino yelled. "Words just come back. Lady fuck with the wrong human is working the night shift tonight at..." I stumbled to a couch, and Rax caught me, floating me down to the furniture. "Get rest," he said gently, as my eyelids closed and my world turned to black. I awoke the next morning to a hangover that defied laws of human experience. Light danced into my vision like musketeers, stabbing me in the eyes with fencing swords, as pixies spoke with voices that summoned thunder in a distant land. I opened my eyes and saw Kino curled on my chest in her now pink underwear, and half a dozen other pixies draped over the armrests and stools of every lick of furniture in the place. It wasn't as scandalous as you may think. Men and women alike wore tied boxers, so she just looked like a runner in her short sleeveless crop top and shorts. But it was still intimate and made me blush as my brain tried to adjust to the light. "Oh!" I tried to get up, but then gave up, submitting myself instead to holding Kino like some real Barbie doll to my chest. Rax flew over with a cup of coffee and 2 pills that I swallowed without questioning. "You're cute," Rax said. "Huh?" I looked down and saw that my left arm was still hugging Kino. I shrugged and hugged her closer as I chugged the coffee. Suddenly, my mind cleared, as if a great fog was being lifted, and I found myself staring at the other end of a shining meadow of clarity where there was no pain and only normal thinking. "What was in those pills?" I asked. "Just normal detox," Rax laughed. "That party did a number on you." "Guess so." I sat up, and Emma silently peeled Kino from my arms and laid her somewhere else far away from me, a cute and concerning sign of territory that I had trouble processing. "So what's next?" I asked. "Well, we have a right. That means we'll be battling for the space. The winner gets the right to lay down the unbreakable laws for 30 days. 30 days? I asked, making sure I heard him correctly. 30 days, he said. I nodded a few times and played back everything that had happened the day before back in my head like it was a math problem. And when everything came together, my eyes narrowed thoughtfully, and I said, "People are gonna die during this thing, right?" That was just the vibe that I was getting from the Viking pixies and shady climbers, and the term risk that was thrown around so loosely. "Not during the rite," Rax said. "Our people don't usually fight their own. If Minx wanted, she could destroy Kalians with a single attack. Most people have these advantages, so everyone holds back, and we always have healers. The problem's what comes after, but we already discussed that. The Quins would come after us once we did it. That was a guarantee." "And you're willing to risk everything, your business, life, relationships, for 30 days? I said. "That sounds insane." Rax laughed gently and picked his sister up. "It's not like that. It's more like, how do I explain this? If you win, you have the right to challenge the culture, to win people over. See," he paused and thought about it. "Kalian's kitchen isn't just a space. It's a tradition. a staple of culture that spanned 1,000 years in the memory of Kalian Roxmore, the woman who set up shop here and turned Labyrinth into the enterprise it is today. And you can't own it, much in the way that you cannot own a volcano or a celestial body. You may hold the deed, but it doesn't make it so. So if you want to lay claim to this place, if you want the right to run it, to determine the culture and laws that an entire generation of lawless climbers will abide by, you need to risk everything for a shot. Then show people that your vision of the kitchen is worth following. I reflected on his words carefully and summoned the memory of Minx before saying, "So that's why she was so disgusted when I said that I just wanted to get drunk and give in to my primal desires." "Yep." Rax looked at his sister gently. "But is there something so wrong about that? To live free and lawless, but with a code? A culture behind it?" I thought about it deeply and nodded. "Yeah, there's something really wrong about that. But..." Suddenly I noticed something peculiar on the table. It was my ring, Sauron's ring. The useless red herring Lockhart gave me to throw the guards off my scent. It was stolen on my first night. Now it was back. Judging by the last few things I heard before succumbing to the spins, it seemed that Kino heisted it from the Dravian guards, the immortal guards, in an open declaration of hostilities between the Raxlan and the Labyrinth city governments. I was sitting on a note that said, "For losing that bet," in messy lettering, but it wasn't just about our array bet. The Raxlan welcomed me and challenged Labyrinth City and the Dravens and everyone else on my behalf. It was mind-bending, and it made me feel good, so I just chuckled and shrugged and said, "Why not?" The moment that question came off my tongue, I realized it was a great question. Why shouldn't I open up a tavern worthy of the Hells Angels? I was an outcast from another world that was pumped full of parasites and set loose in the wild. Wasn't this the point of that? And if it wasn't, what did it matter anyway? I didn't know what would happen, and I certainly couldn't guess what actually did. But at that moment, I was all in on starting some wild and twisted tavern as a huge fuck you to dashing, bankrupt Dale and the whole damn legal system that held me down. The next thing I knew, 7 days passed, and I found myself in the corner of a sketchy pixie syndicate's hideout, tattooing the Jespa Kingdom's military's secrets onto armor and bats and clubs and poles, instruments of war that denoted a desire to settle things without killing, if possible. I didn't hold back. I had this feeling somewhere within me that if the right failed, all would be lost, and there would be no point in trying to start a business, or even climb the tower for that matter. It was all or nothing, for all of us, and that was the mindset we took all the way to the day of the right.
"Aw, look at you,"
Kino said, as I fitted my custom-made Raxlan gauntlets on my knuckles.
"It seems like just yesterday that I was popping your thief cherry."
"Those guards beat you to it," I said.
"Yeah."
She sat on my shoulder, coyly, leaned against my ear and whispered,
"But not the thieving, you'll remember."
"Get out of here." I swatted her off my shoulder.
"Oh, you're blushing. He's blushing."
My cheeks reddened as the other pixies turned to me with wide grins. But there was no cheering. Each pixie's attention drifted back to their hands, where they were wrapping their fingers or testing their grip against their weapons. It was silent. Too silent. This wasn't like the Raxlan. They were a loud and boisterous lot that usually would have been holding rallies. "Don't worry," Rax said as I watched them. "It's not time yet." I nodded and got up as Kino opened the iron door of that dilapidated warehouse in the Rena district and into the open air. Homeless citizens looked up from their early evening barrel fires as we passed them, speculating as we brazenly strode through the city to Labyrinth Labyrinth. The orcs stopped us at the gates, but after a few words, they quickly let us through with rapid hand motions and a sense of urgency. Then we were in, back into the open world and sunshine. It was always daytime on floor 1, a bright 75 degrees with light clouds, a strange twist on the classic laws of vampirism, a cost of immortality where people never saw the moon again. But when I mounted the ground dragon waiting for me and took off at a full sprint as I kept pace with pixies weaving through empty fields, it felt like the day was new and fresh and ready for a good plunder. Our route seemed random as we approached the spiral staircase, but we kept collecting more and more people along the way, some riding wolves or birds or other strange and wondrous creatures. And when we made it to the corkscrew, a full army of 50 or so people I had never met were waiting for us. A mixed bag of races and species and nationalities. There were orcs and dwarves and elves and vampires and humanoid beings with any mixed bag assortment of ears and tails that made me question the depth of human depravity in a world where the laws and cultures regarding animals were wildly different than our own. I had a lot of questions regarding who these people were and what they wanted as we reached Kalian's kitchen, but the answers were already obvious. These were the people that stood behind Rax Saslin and his vision of the world, and I had somehow become the mascot of this strange and wondrous movement. Kino led the charge when we got to the doors.
Listen up, and listen good. In just 1 second, we'll be faced off against a crowd that reflects the helplessness we climbers have developed after suffering years of hardship on upper floors, only to come back to this decrepit wasteland of assholes seeking to commercialize and normalize our struggle as climbers.
A resounding battle cry met her words. Chapter 16. The Right. The catkin standing beside me pumped her fist after Kino's opening statement. Her cat ears twitched, her tail snaked, her eyes were sharp. I'd soon learn her name was Kali Hena, and she felt so out of place, a fashionista wearing orange-dyed jean shorts and a white and black tank top that matched her calico orange, black, and white hair and ears. She was by far the most image-conscious woman I've met, but she didn't look like a poser. Her eyes were cold and focused as she prepared for battle. Kino's words lit cold fire in her eyes, and she was baring her canines as she cheered. She saw me and blushed and turned, getting back into the zone as soon as Kino yelled,
And you wouldn't even think there was a problem talking to these losers. Tough guys that think that they run this place, that they're secretly pulling the strings behind the immortals and all the regulatory bullshit that keeps us down. People that stick to Kalians because it's the one place the immortals won't touch. Not because they can't, but because it's just too messy and unprofitable to deal with us. And that's the truth of it. We're not outlaws in this kingdom of wealth and commerce. We're just a tumor. A mass that's benign, so long as it's not cut and let spread. And as long as we keep that mindset, we'll never understand the basic truth. That no one owns this labyrinth. That no one can own this labyrinth. Least of all the immortals.
Watching these pixies and orcs and elves thrust weapons into the air and release battle cries, I realized that maybe, just maybe, I didn't have any clue what I was actually signing myself up for. Kali made eye contact and giggled at my reaction. It left me embarrassed.
They'll give you excuses,
Kino yelled.
Tell you that we're just climbers, not rulers. And we're only here to drink and heal up between climbs. As if anyone's made a serious effort to climb for months. They'll throw up their pacts.
She pumped her fist, showing off the array that I had gotten on my first day, the soul pact that required us to pay a tithe for being on the first floor of the labyrinth.
And they'll say, look, asshole, I'm not getting kicked out of the labyrinth over some feud with the immortals. But listen.
I was drawn by her charisma and energy as Rax ruffled my hair in excitement.
It doesn't have to be that way any longer, cuz...
Kino lifted up the deed to Kalian's kitchen in one hand and a fire spell in her palm. I turned to Rax in horror.
What's going on?
Just watch. Kino lit the deed on fire and watched it burn, blowing off the ashes into the breeze. Everyone waited with stilted breaths. Then, as if born from that pregnant silence, a flash blew up in front of me, and when I opened my eyes, I saw the deed to Kalian's kitchen fluttering to the ground, unharmed. The group saw it and then exploded in vibrant applause.
That's right,
Kino screamed.
We found the deed.
Kali's cat ears twitched, her eyes widened, and she turned to me with a bright white smile. I saw that look and blushed and turned to Rax.
What's going on?
Rax grinned with a mischievous glint in his eyes. I didn't tell you this in case that deed actually burned, but since it didn't, I'll tell you now. That deed's a far bigger deal than we thought. According to the Ashlands, It allows you to close the kitchen and open it on any floor you've completed. It's not conjecture, it's legit. So in a way, you kind of own this dungeon, if you can hold on to it. You in? My mind swam in violent currents, trying to process the sheer magnitude of the burden that Master Lockhart had thrust upon a human that he had barely just met, and I burst out laughing. He's insane. He's absolutely insane. This is insane. You're all insane. I nodded a few times. Let's fucking do it. Kali's eyes twinkled, and her tail whipped around as the gang released a final battle cry. Then we all stormed into Kalian's kitchen, where the relics of the old culture awaited. Minx was sitting at a table on the far end of the space when we entered. Tables and chairs had been stacked up in neat rows, prepared to be turned into weapons at a moment's notice, and a group of climbers sat against the wall. There were about 200 of them of all shapes and weights and sizes, and only then did I understand how fucked I was. Their side had a crimson orc, 2 ogres, a bodybuilder, and a fantasy mix bag of smaller people who clearly had a penchant for violence. If that wasn't enough, there was a fully transformed werewolf who wouldn't take its eyes off me. I felt like that trembling protagonist in one of those YouTube videos where a woman's being hugged by a grizzly bear in nature, and now she's crying and holding her breath while the bear photobombs her GoPro, deliberating whether it will rip her face off or not. Yet it only lasted for a few seconds, until Kali sent the wolfkin a chilling stare that gave me goosebumps, baring her fangs until the werewolf looked away. Our side also included a galaxy of degenerates, from vampires to gnomes to demons, all of which looked like they belonged in Kalians but decided to start the first 6 hours of their day sober. We even had a random troll that had just walked to the staircase when she heard Kino's speech and decided to follow us inside. That was insane. I felt helpless before these people. I had no combat experience, but Emma was fired up. She was sitting on my shoulder in her slime form, practicing swings with a nail-studded baseball bat I had conjured up. There was a tense moment between the two sides. Then Minx stood in her crimson cloak and leaned against the back wall.
I'm not sure what it is, she said. What could possibly drive civilized people to face off against one another in a tavern for seemingly no reason at all?
I chuckled, and a few pixies bumped fists.
I mean, I'm standing in a dungeon built on commerce and civilization, advanced physics and waterways, immortality and sprawling extended empires, and you guys are gonna mindlessly club the shit out of each other.
She shook her head and rubbed her eyes, and for the first time I could feel true exasperation in this woman's soul. It radiated outward, challenging everyone's moods and mentalities with a counterforce that threatened to uproot the conflict between the Raxlin and the squatters, and instead replace it with peace and normalcy. But it lost. The emotions were too high. Kino was out there with her wine-dyed hair and pink and white crop top, clapping together her gauntlets to challenge the world, and we were all standing right behind her.
I suppose it can't be helped,
Minx sighed.
Okay, let's lay down some ground rules. No intentional killing, otherwise it's free game. Against my better judgment, I brought in 2 floor 40 healers and paid them well, so make sure I get my money's worth.
A cute elven woman waved with this bright and cheery smile that became grimmer in undertone the more I thought about it.
Leaders out,
Minx ordered. Rax flew out and met Crag, and it was quite the stare-off. Rax, the charismatic leader representing a vibrant movement of lawlessness, standing against just some random dude that looked like he was just peeled off a heroin den's couch. Despite the juxtaposition, both were given absolute deference.
Make your statements,
Minx said.
Crag.
The haggard wino turned to his brethren and said, I'm not even sure why we're doing this. I'm just here to drink and pretend like the Labyrinth and floors and immortals don't even exist. I deal with too much bullshit there in the crossing to listen to a group of fucking pixies trying to tell me how to drink my drink and live my fucking life. His voice was listless, but his words captured the attention of some heavy hitters, including a demon who folded his arms and released tyrannical pressure and said,
"Damn straight."
Is that all?
Minx asked.
Yeah.
Crag said.
Okay. Rax?
Rax circled the area, making eye contact with our enemies, and capturing the attention and captivation of his own side, and said, "Lawlessness doesn't have to be such a damn drag." People on our side laughed and tapped their weapons against their palms. "Sure, this place is wild and all. You can drink without any laws. But let me ask you a serious question. If Garland over here," he pointed at a green orc, "decided he was going to whip out his dick and start slapping random people with it, what would happen?" The atmosphere violently shifted into another direction that reframed everything from a battle between good and evil and an aggressive battle between common decency and degeneracy. "No, I'm being dead serious. What would happen?" He circled the room. "You'd all beat the living shit out of him now, wouldn't you?" People on both sides erupted into outcries. "Say a little girl got lost, separated from her parents, and wandered into this place. What would you guys do?" He circled them. "You'd treat her like a princess and find her parents, now wouldn't you?" His words pulled in even more people on both sides who cheered. "That's right. You would do that, because at any given point this space is governed by the collective will of its climbers, normal people who deem what is and what is not acceptable in our labyrinth. That's our code, our culture, and no one makes that code but us." "Damn right," a vampire woman said across from me. "So, what I'm proposing here today isn't a set of laws," Rax said. "It's that the collective will that determines lawlessness come together and establish a new code, a new vision of the future. And in that vision, I see climbers clacking beer mugs, swapping stories about how they wussed out fighting the basilisk on floor 34 and almost pissed themselves, while people bet manicores on who'll win a bar fight. I propose not going forward and instead going back to the fabled times when Kalian would come out after a fight with a steaming pot of soup and look at the loser and say, 'It's on him,' while people cheered and ran the loser's pockets to pay the bill. I see a return to what it meant to be climbers before the immortals hiked rates on healthers and forced them indentured contracts to regrow their limbs." A sudden shift occurred in the room. Dozens of people on the side of the resistance switched sides with us. Dozens more stepped off to the sidelines, now interested in waiting and seeing what would happen before weighing in. Soon our sides were about equal in size. Rax smiled warmly. "And I want to be right in the center of that with my friend Derek, as we bring cheap food and ale and elixirs to climbers conquering the lab." Crag suddenly cranked back his hand and slugged Rax in the chest, sending him crashing into the wall like a bullet. Minx stepped in, but Crag held his ground.
"I ain't abiding your rules either, lady."
He penetrated everyone in the room with the same gaze.
"Let's get something clear. I don't give a fuck what any of you do. If you try to force this shit on me, I'll—"
A bullet shot across the room. Crag blocked the object with both of his arms as he was pushed back into the wall. He was relatively undamaged, but his body had imprinted itself in the wood. But it didn't last long. That bullet was Kino, and she was pissed.
"Now, let's make something clear," she screamed. "When Rax is speaking, you gotta shut the fuck up."
Kino spoke as she punched Crag more than 100 times in rapid succession, and each time blowing more and more splinters around the room like confetti. The more blows she threw, the more vibrant the cheering became on both sides, until Crag's unconscious body was strewn on the floor in a pool of blood. Minx sighed and rubbed her forehead.
"Let me remind you guys of something. This isn't a battle of who's strongest. If it was, you'd all be dead and I'd be getting some sleep. This is a battle of who holds stronger beliefs, and you damn near killed the archetypal lowlife that best represents most of you. Gods, you're a bunch of animals. Forget it. Just kill each other."
Chapter 17. Elven Crush. A single battle cry went out as we all dove into each other in a deadly mosh pit, clobbering each other with clubs and shields and neutered magic. It wasn't this side against another, but rather two sides expressing the same thing in different ways, or sometimes the same way, but sticking around anyway just to bash each other's brains out just for the sake of doing it. The first to strike was Kali. She must have hated how the werewolf was looking at me because she bounded 15 feet in the air, kicking the werewolf in the face so hard it flew across the room, knocking down over 15 people like a bowling ball. An orc grabbed Kali as she fell to the ground, determined to crush her. Yet Kali's body wisped with orange miasma, and a loud panther's roar pierced the room as her body transformed into a cat the size of a male lion. She was damn strong, too. She bit down on the orc's arm, and when he let go, her legs hit the floor, and she threw him across the room. And that's what started the fight. Kino slammed a kobold in the face with her gauntlets, sending him crashing through the wall, as Rax erected barriers for our people and blasted our enemies with wind magic. And then there was Emma. She released months of pent-up anger in a matter of minutes, clobbering people with lengths of pink chain, while another tentacle slammed people with a spiked baseball bat. Some barely flinched from the impact of her blows, ignoring her because she was too weak to harm them. Others flew across the room with a sickening snap. There was a huge difference between the strong and weak, but it didn't seem to matter to anyone, especially me. It was hard to explain, hard to put into words, what it was like to be there in that first iconic drunken brawl, beating the piss out of people I had never met, all for the sake of ideals that I had yet to experience, ideals that spanned countless generations before I had been born. But I can tell you this much. I felt alive and free and in control of my own destiny, and it was a hell of a lot better than whatever I was doing in my old world. And I think that everyone felt some sort of variation of that mindset as they plowed through each other with nothing to win or lose. It was all for the love, and I was enamored by it. That's what I was thinking about when an orcs club missed Kino and broke through Emma's defenses, clocking me in the head and sending me into a deep sleep. I awoke to a gentle sensation, and when I opened my eyes, I found myself face to face with that cute elven healer.
"Hey, you're kinda handsome,"
she said with a bright smile.
"When your face isn't all mashed up, that is. You looked like a dastardly monster with your face all mangled up."
She put her hands in front of her mouth and wiggled her fingers. I smiled and chuckled at her immaturity. Glad I'm at least not ugly. She giggled, and Emma created a flat barrier between us. "What the hell?" I cried, pulling Emma back. The elf giggled again.
"Seems she's rather attached to you. Rare to find a spirit that actually loves their master. Most of them are just trying to survive, or are out to seek out past grudges. But yours looks like she's having a lot of fun."
You think so? I turned and saw Emma sitting on my shoulder, with a degree of emotionlessness that only two beady eyes on a lump of jello could emulate. Suddenly, Emma turned into hundreds of toy soldiers, marching on my body as she created fireworks out of slime. The elf giggled again. See? Guess so. Or maybe that's just the both of us enjoying ourselves. I sat up and looked around. The entire room had been obliterated. The spare tables had been broken apart at the planks and used for makeshift clubs, and powdered drywall had settled 2 inches thick over weapons strewn about. Climbers groaned in literal piles, as if corpses heaped up for funeral pyres. Naturally, the person throwing them into haystacks was Kino, who didn't seem to differentiate between our side and theirs. "Shouldn't you be helping them?" I asked.
"Nah,"
she said.
"I only get paid enough to heal the biggins. Everyone else needs to cope with the consequences of their stupidity."
I winced. And I was a biggin?
No. You weren't that banged up. Once you went down, this little gal pulled out 8 arms with real swords to mean business. But only a few could see her. Luckily, Crag saw it go down and pulled you out before there was an issue."
Crag? I turned and found the drunkard sipping from a flask. "You mean that guy?"
"Yeah, that guy,"
she said, sitting and crossing her legs beside me.
"He's a bit useless when he's drunk, but he's a lot stronger than Kino. Don't know what happened today. My guess is that he got carried away by the kid's speech and decided to let the children grow up.
Children? I looked at Rax. I'm pretty sure that guy's like 80, right? Her eyes widened and she giggled, pinching my cheeks.
You're babies, all of you.
She looked up at the climbers.
There's not a whole lot of climbers here nowadays. I think the highest is Crag, and he's been stuck on 39 for the last, 4 centuries? I felt terrible passing the crossin' on to him.
Wait, I cried. 4 centuries? But he's
Yep,
she said with a wink.
In Labyrinth, everyone's an elf. Imagine being a vampire when you found that out.
She giggled. Huh, I laughed at the thought. Trading your son and humanity for immortality, then showing up to Labyrinth and finding useless, tan-skinned drunks like Crag doing just as well as you are. I looked around. So, what now?
I think you won, Derek, and that pretty much means you run this place. Hope you're ready to rope these guys in.
She stood up and dusted off her white and green robes. I think it's easy to explain what happened at that moment. My heart raced, mind spiked with panic at the thought of her leaving, disappearing forever into the endless void of life, for no reason whatsoever. It was just lust at first sight, an injection of oxytocin that declared that this woman was the one, even though I had only talked to her for 30 seconds. It was a feeling that I had never felt, even at the most intense periods of passion with Denise, or any of my exes. Irrational, formless, instinctual. And whether it was her cute personality or mature aura, or just her elven ears and banging body, it didn't matter. I was afraid she'd leave and found myself disregarding my fading feelings for Denise and saying, "And what about you? I mean, where are you going?" This woman read me in a snap second, like a sleazy social media post, and raised her eyebrow as if to say, "You're seriously going to ask me out after I just called you a baby?" "Hey, just curious," I said playfully. Emma turned into a dove and carried the elfin olive branch.
You're cute.
She looked up after, as if gazing at stars, a sign I would see over and over as a sign of climbers who hadn't yet given up, and said,
Back up to 40, I guess. Minx says she'll kill me if I don't join her by the century's closing.
She flashed me a cheesy white smile. Then she looked up and caught sight of the male healer who had just packed up his gear.
You ready?
"Yeah," he said.
Okay.
She grabbed her pack off the ground and turned to me.
See you around.
"Wait," I said desperately.
What's your name?
She considered my words and then narrowed her eyes playfully and said,
Hit 40, and I'll tell you.
My stomach sank. "But that'll take centuries." She glanced me up and down and said,
That's the idea.
She giggled at my crushed expression and walked out the door, leaving me feeling like I was cheated by the heavens. And only days later, when that strange feeling wore off and my veins contained more blood cells than alcohol, did I remember who and where I was. My name was Derek Wheatfield, not Derek Greschling, and I was kidnapped in the dead of night a few months before, and then packed over 2 mountains to reach Labyrinth, where I was now starting a shop in the center of a cultural revolution. And while I had no way to reach Denise, and I knew, at least back then, that she would slowly forget me, accepting the realities of our situation before dating someone else, we still hadn't broken up, and that made me feel guilty. I suppose the thing that made me feel guilty wasn't that I never ended it. It was that I didn't feel bad about losing her. In fact, I was relieved and grateful she was gone. And that didn't feel right, considering the extravagant number of promises I made to her in bed. Sure, everyone says a lot of things in bed, and that's expected. But I was slowly realizing that I always knew how toxic the relationship was, and that I never took those promises seriously. Now, as if to prove that, I was throwing everything we had away in favor of a love-at-first-sight cliché. So I determined right then and there that I would be celibate, and give it time. But looking back on it, my celibacy back then wasn't caused because of Denise. That, too, was because of that elven princess. Because after meeting her, I couldn't imagine bedding anyone else. I had already moved on. I just hoped that Denise had done the same. Chapter 18. Denise Hensley. Denise did not do the same. Denise did the opposite. I didn't know that, of course, but it was rather extreme. This was a letter she wrote blindly as a journal of sorts from 4 months before the rite, so about a month after I was kidnapped. It's early on enough that it feels normal, but it definitely has a feel. It read,
Dear Derek, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for what I got you into. I'm sorry about Juan and the accusations and the kidnapping. I'm sorry about all of it. I was so focused on our happiness that I didn't consider just how fucking terrible these people were. And that's on me, you know? I mean, who would have thought that the people who abducted us from our families and turned us into weapons would be above kidnapping us and taking us away from our loved ones? That would be unthinkable. Absolutely ridiculous. It's grim, I know. But you know what I think is funnier? That we were supposed to believe these people were the good guys. Isn't that funny? The people who kidnapped us and turned us into soldiers and thrust forced marriages on us are the good guys. But the funniest thing, the thing that made me laugh my brains out, was when I found out that forced marriages are against demon law. That's right. Demons are against forced marriages. It's like against the religion or something. Well, one of them, the main one. Sure, every species seems to be okay with kidnapping and killing during wartime, but at least the demons would have let us get married and love each other. And that is making me rethink how I feel about the demons. Not just them. I would go to whatever side could find you, because I know you're alive. I know it. And no, this isn't some sixth sense thing. I know because I demanded Lockhart tell me where you were, and he said, "It's not yet time." Trust me when he said that. Listen, Derek, I'm not proud of the way I've been handling this. When I found out what Juan did, I broke his ribs and dragged him into Jespa's audience chamber and told Jespa that I wouldn't fight for him until you were returned to me. If my pastor heard that, I don't know. He wouldn't like it, and I don't either. But I'm not going to repent my sins because I know you're out there somewhere, and it's on me to find you. And even if that means that I'll have to sacrifice my humanity to do it, I'll do it without question. Derek, I love you. You're my rock, my anchor, and I didn't even realize how important you were, how bearable you made life until you were gone. And now, I don't know. I'll keep this brief. I love you, and I promise that I'll do everything in my power to find you. I have soul pacts requiring the entire kingdom to look for you, and I'll do more if necessary. I'll find you. I promise. Love, Denise. P.S. You can rest easy knowing that Juan's gone. I should have killed him. I really should have. But I had the feeling you wouldn't like that, so I sent him off to a dangerous labyrinth. With any luck, he'll kill himself, or get eaten. But if he doesn't, we just pick him up later, if you want.
So, yeah. Derek speaking, here to inform you that far from forgetting about me, Denise chose to obsess over me instead. Naturally, telling you this makes me feel like an asshole. Not only am I publishing what is, in essence, a diary entry, but I'm also calling her obsessive for trying to find me when I decided I wanted to schmooze an elf after a 30-second conversation. But in my defense, this was written 3 weeks after my kidnapping, and months had passed for me. My grieving cycle had passed by a respectable margin, and I knew Denise was alive, so I didn't feel guilt like she did. We weren't the same. It's also vital to understand that I didn't get any of Denise's letters until much later when they were gruesomely dumped on me en masse, and I didn't publish any until all the events regarding her had passed. I'm not publishing these just to publish these. I'm publishing them because I have to give you context in this confession-laced space opera that transcends space, time, and magic. So here I am, laying it bare. And while we're here, I want to make something clear for the record. There were warning signs. Chapter 19. Gnomes and Halflings. Now that I've adequately foreshadowed some impending problems, let's return to the period after the rite. A time when the only things I was worrying about were opening a kitchen and learning an elf's name. We were hungover the next day after an insane rager that ripped up the little decency the kitchen had left. There were wide-open casks and kegs and bottles and 100 people splayed out on the floor. I ran my fingers through my hair, drank the last swallow from a brandy bottle, and thought, well, it's ours now, I guess. Better see what we're working with. I regretted even looking. Kalian's kitchen was a dystopian IKEA, filled with pieces of furniture that needed to be glued together before anyone could sit. It had broken cabinets and bare counters that had sections cut out to steal the heating arrays. And if that wasn't enough, there was a fascinating shade of mold that had consumed half the pantry's wall, and there wasn't a fire extinguisher or blade or pot in sight. Getting the kitchen up and running in 8 months would be a home makeover challenge. Doing it in a month would be the plot of an A-list thriller. And that wasn't even the real problem. The real problem was that Tinus Grola, the head of the largest food distribution company, sent goons to inform the uppity peasantry that they were still peasants. I learned that when I finished inspecting the kitchen and racks fluttered up with a huge poster. "What does it say?" I asked. "Read it," he said. I did. It read, "All liquor and food suppliers, carpenters, array masters, merchants, and other business associates that deal with Kalian's Kitchen will receive lifetime bans from all hearth suppliers. Think before doing business with Kalian's Kitchen and its denizens. Hearth City Council." This poster merely stated what was implicit, but it helped put things into perspective, because businesses required crates of food and weekly truckloads of kegs. So as much as I wanted to just say fuck 'em and move on, that wasn't possible. "How many bootleggers do you have up top?" I asked. Rax ran his fingers through his hair. "A third as many as I used to." I whipped my head to him. "A third?" Rax chuckled. "A few showed up last night to tell me they're out. Healthers are just too hot, and we're pissing off the council. One bad move and they'll lose their bootlegger license." I chuckled at the absurdity. The Quinns had so much control that they decided to issue licenses to those who could break their laws. "Great," I sighed, running my fingers through my hair. "Just great." Kali, the calico catkin I fought beside during the battle, suddenly stood from the spot she was watching me from, walked over, led me to a chair, sat me down, then plopped down in front of me. I was confused, but she grabbed my hands and guided them to her cat ears. I chuckled in bewilderment. "What are you doing?" I asked with a wide smile. She blushed and turned back to me. "Don't you want to?" I looked at Rax and back. "It's just sudden." Kali blushed and looked away. "I want to help, but I'm not smart like you guys. But Derek seemed stressed, so I figured I'd offer my ears. Humans love petting them." "That's so cute," I whispered, touching her ears. "Thanks, comrade." Kali clearly wasn't used to it because she squirmed, making cute noises, giggling and saying, "That tickles." I lifted my hands in panic, and she grabbed them again and brought them back to her ears. Rax laughed and watched Kali with amused interest. She had her head down, hands thrust between her crisscrossed legs, and her tail was snaking around erratically to express her ticklishness. But she clearly enjoyed it, which was A-okay with me. Her ears were absurdly cute and soft, and way better than any stress ball. In my book, Kali went from someone who was concerningly attached since first contact to the coolest, cutest person of all time in a single interaction. Okay, so we're short on funds, we don't have contacts, and we have an impossible task, I said. That about right? "Yeah, we're in a really bad rut," Rax answered. "But that's to be expected. What's more important is getting the culture on our side. If we win them over, we'll have time to start selling elixirs. And with everything going on with Yester, I'm sure we can get liquor and herb runners from floor 9. It's just a matter of time." My mind suddenly locked in, and my fingers started kneading Kali's ears more smoothly, and her tail slowed down. It was a complete mood shift, and for good reason. Because for the first time, I realized that my offhand thought about selling elixirs on my second night in Labyrinth City was coming true, and we were smack dab in the center of a political cobra pit. Lindell Troy had mentioned thousands of people. No, miles of people. So many people, it was measured in distance rather than numbers, supporting a dead elixir maker on floor 9. We could use them. "You got something?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. "I think I can get us suppliers, but our brand's too weak." Kali turned when I stopped kneading her ears, and Rax focused his eyes on me. I had to prove my worth. "It's just like you said. We're riding a surge in illicit health elixirs after Yester's murder, But right now, the Raxlin brand is in boosters, and no one knows we took over Kalians, let alone that we're breaking into the health market. So if we want their support, we need to rebrand ourselves as serious Quinn competitors. But I winced as I looked around. There were scores of winos stuck to the floor like wads of chewed gum, and twice as many bottles. We didn't have a lab or connections. Nothing. I sighed. I wouldn't even believe us. Rax nodded sadly. Yeah. I needed Kali's ears for a few seconds and said, "What we really need is a GoFundMe." Go what? Rax asked. GoFundMe. It's kind of like, how do I explain this? Usually, if you want to start a business, you sell equity to investors to get it started. And it works because your investors want to make money. But sometimes people believe in what you're trying to do, so they'll invest just to see it come to fruition. It's like they're paying for the idea, just hoping it will come true. And that's what we have, right? We have a lot of climbers who hope we'll succeed, so basically, all we have to do is create a proof of concept and advertise it. I have no clue what you just said, Rax said. But you seem pretty confident, so what's the next step? Well, that's the big question, I said. I paused, then started kneading Kali's ears again. We need an event that proves that we won the right and things are changing. And it needs to be hype enough that we can make our announcement. Right then, God parted the clouds and said, "Ask, and you shall receive." In the strangest God works in mysterious ways kind of way imaginable. It came in the form of a bigoted gnome on a mean streak. I ain't never kissed a halfling, and I ain't starting now. It's disgusting. I wasn't even trying to kiss you, you freak. I turned and saw a true-to-life gnome, one of those fat fuckers you see wearing jester caps in front of suburban homes. The little guy was 2 feet high, plump as a blueberry, and wore overalls that matched his hairy chest and beard, and goddamn was the dude an asshole. His name was Sassel, and he was known for hating happiness. Even 10 minutes prior, as Kali wiggled and smiled as I kneaded her ears, this little bastard sat there staring at us, sipping his brandy with hate in his eyes, wondering when his god would deliver the promised land, where fair-blood gnomish women would be able to frolic around barefoot, without humans and beastkins stinking up the place. Everyone hated this fucker, especially the halflings, 2.5-foot-tall humanoid things with big ears and tiny eyes, who were great fans of everyone as long as they weren't small. And while it was often unjustified, Sassel provoked the girlfriend of a halfling named Isank, proudly pronounced with the syllables E as in the letter E, and sank as in sank my teeth into that bigot's neck and ripped out his jugular. And so this little guy was completely justified in his hatred of gnomes. And that was inexpressibly exciting. Isank was the halfling equivalent of the chickens used to make cheap Chinese takeout, roided out for no goddamn reason. He got pissed after Sassel called out his girlfriend and pulled a Hulk Hogan, tearing his shirt in two as he walked up to Sassel with his chest exposed. "That's my girl, bitch," he said. I really wanted to see this fight. I mean, I really, really wanted to see it. But I had to stop it. Absolutely had to stop it, by word of the divine providence and all that was holy. So I rushed in with all the authority I had and yelled, "Wait!" The two men turned to me with seething expressions. Sassel said, "What?" with a dripping tea, and Isank raised his eyebrows. "I think what you're doing is absolutely wonderful," I declared. "But I think you should get paid to beat the shit out of each other. So if you'll kindly wait a few days while we hype up a fight." "No," Sassel said. "I'm beating this filthy halfling right here and now." "No," I said with a high voice. "You're not. Because I make the rules this month, and I say, for the betterment of everyone who's been dying to see you get your teeth kicked in, but is unable to by virtue of their 9-to-5 climbing, that you're going to wait 3 days. Then you can fold each other up like garden chairs for all I care." Sassel said, "The fuck do I care about your rules?" He turned for validation, but saw 50 squatters glaring at him like relaxing lions that had been spurred to stand up. His eyes then caught Kino's. She was sitting on the rim of a dusty beer mug, checking to see if her gauntlet straps were in working order. 3 days, I said. Then you can wallop the shit out of this filthy halfling. And you, I turned to the halfling, Can rip the speciesist asshole's larynx out, so we'll never have to hear him talk again. Best of all, you'll get paid to do it. Deal? Isank nodded, staring down the gnome.
I'm game.
Sassel scrunched his nose and said,
All right, summon up the boys. I want this house packed when I kick these knee lickers out of here.
Knee-licker must have been an oddly descriptive slur, because the whole damn house of squatters oohed, as if Sassel had just declared he fucked the dude's wife. In turn, Isank shot it back.
Double it up. I want to give this shin-humper a proper shaming. What you call me?
Sassel screamed. He charged forward, but Emma shot out like piano wire and clotheslined the little fucker, leading the house to roar with laughter. 3 days, I yelled over the boiling crowd. Summon your coins, spread the word, and get everyone you know to bring booze, because the kitchen's taking a rake, and we've got a lot of people to bribe if you want this kitchen cooking. That's all. Kino fluttered up to me after it was over and said,
Oh, sweet Earth Mother of Grandeur, you're officially one of us. You should have seen yourself out there. They were all fighting, and you were like, douche, douche.
She punched the air twice with her gauntlets.
Calm your tits, little hoppers. If you're gonna kill each other, I'm getting a cut. Ain't no one's killing anyone here unless they pay the prince. I was the best.
Rex flew up too. So, will this do? Kali looked at me across the room with expectant eyes, and I grinned. Oh yeah, I said. This'll do. Chapter 20. Preparations. We didn't even need to hype the match. All the broke-ass squatters in Kalian's kitchen became hysterical, trading climbing goods and equipment for coins to bet on it. Next thing we knew, the pixies were carving bets into a wall with tiny daggers, establishing a permanent memento of our first tabletop boxing event. The odds started out 4-1 in favor of Isank, but that changed when Crag bet a full purse on Sassel. It was so convincing. A climber said, "Seriously? You didn't see that halfie, right? The guy's ripped." And Crag said,
Yeah, I know, but I don't know him. But I do know Sassel, and he's a mean son of a bitch. Seen him give a floor 27 lizard folk a Charlie horse with one elbow. You should have seen the scaler's face when he tried to get up and realized his leg just didn't work. Had to wait an hour till a healer showed up to get full mobility, and by then, Sassel was already hopping floors. Next thing we knew, Kali was carving hot tallies in favor of Sassel, while climbers were screaming and pushing and asking if they could change bets. I didn't care what they did. With a 10% rake, we had already pulled 100 rooks, and that was from people who were broke as sin. Once word spread, we were in for some real money, and our reputation would boom, and that's what I needed. Because I was running out of soul cores, and the Raxlin's contract with me was only valid so far as they could buy and import cores. We needed to build our reputation fast, so this was all or nothing, and I could feel success in the marrow of my bones. Once I finished the rounds, I sat at a table with a full mug of beer, staring at the tallies with a satisfied smile. It was going to all work out. Somehow it was all going to work out. I woke up the day of the fight with a raging hangover. It was so bad that I threaded a core on the toilet, feeling like some deranged heroin addict on the end of their rope. I was wondering if I should crawl to Rax for help, begging him for a detox elixir as he fluttered left and right, dodging my pleading hands. I didn't. I just sat there, suffering in silence until Kino yelled, "Hurry up! They're already here!" "You don't need to shout," I said, running my fingers through my hair. I got off the pot, washed my hands, and then thrust open the door with 2 hands and found a crowd of climbers milling around the empty room. The rest of the wood went to Franken stitching a table for the fight in the pillar. Pixies fluttered around with toothpick-sized daggers, neatly carving more tallies on the wall as people bet. And there were a lot of bets. Doors had just opened 15 minutes prior, and there were already 200 climbers in the room, and some of them were dumping literal bags of gold onto the table. "Wow," I whispered. "I'm surprised those flyers got so many people." 2 days before, I sent every climber in Kalian's kitchen up to their floor to staple up flyers that read, "Tabletop Boxing at Kalian's Kitchen."
Come watch the notorious matchup between Sassel Gasson, Floor 23's notorious gnome supremacist, and Isank Tulin, just some random halfling we pray will kick the shit out of him. This isn't just a matchup between tiny people. This is a match that could very well end any and all claims of gnome supremacy. Entrance fee, 5 rooks or a bottle of wine or spirits. Priority access to groups with casks or kegs. Betting available and encouraged. Location, Kalian's Kitchen on the floor 1 pillar. Bring bets from your friends. I thought the advert was pretty damn spiffy, but I didn't think we'd fill half the house by noon or have pixies that were going in and out so much. A quirk of Kalian's Kitchen is that a door isn't actually necessary. There's a white barrier that takes you in and out of the place for a reason that made perfect sense later, but didn't at the time, and it blocked me from seeing what was outside. That said, the way that people were coming in and out regularly was suspicious and almost confusing. I wanted to investigate, but Plink answered my mumbled question.
Not sure why you're surprised,
he said. I turned to the bar and saw him drinking with 2 female pixies. For being a gruff, bearded biker pixie who looked about 40, he was surprisingly popular.
You're fighting off a heifer and a gnome supremacist. It's a big bowl of gems in itself. Shite, I heard people talking about it on 35 the moment I got there. This woman was standing there at the butcher shop I was stapling at, feeding the butcher big old testings like a rope. And she looks around and says, could you imagine if a gnome had to do this? And everyone both burst into crazy guffers. I mean, just everyone imagining Sassel pumping his tiny little arms just to hold the tilgers and tastings.
He cackled like a dying chainsaw, and I got carried away with him. The image of Sassel holding giant beast intestines like a fire hose was just too much to bear.
That's why everyone's talking about it,
Plink said.
Supremacist? No way, they're saying, just a gibber on the norm. But sure as silt, they take a peeper on the board and suddenly start lamenting how illegal this place is and start asking for banners to take their bets. Shite, if this place wasn't Kalian's, we'd be rolling in it.
It was then that I realized how much I underestimated the novelty of the match, and that was a cause for celebration, so I said, that's what I like to hear, as I grabbed a mug. He did a damn fine job. He lifted his beer.
Plinkle John the Rixel whenever it littens.
I laughed tiredly. Still have no idea what you're saying, but thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Now grab your froster. Can't have our header looking like a tweedin.
I clapped his tiny pixie back with 2 fingers and then searched for a beer. There was no tap, just a wide-open keg that was just sitting there, like a wash basin for Texas cowboys near the railroad lines. It was only half full, so I didn't even question it. I dipped the mug, hand and all, just for the culture. It seemed pretty normal till I considered how many species passed off 20 coppers to do the same. I turned with my back against the wall and saw a talking bear having an intellectual conversation with a certified dwarf, paw glistening as liquid dripped to the floor. I looked into my glass and saw there was fur in there. Emma created cheesecloth in the beer and cleared out all the fur. Then I stared at the beer with mild disgust and drank it down anyway. There are just some days when even the most vile and disturbing offense to basic hygiene feels like the right thing to do. The only thing to do. As if the whole world's shit and you have to wade through the sewer just to survive. So I pounded the beer, barely taking a breath, then slid my back against the wall, looking as hopeless and depraved as possible, begging for someone to detox me for the sake of charity. No one did. Kali joined me, though, silently sitting beside me as the thunderous thump of coins on the bar stabbed my brain so good. It was 4:30 when the hangover broke. I was up and mingling by then, and people kept filing through the door until the whole place was at capacity. The fight wasn't for 6 hours, but the area was feverish, and people were just there to drink. No one could buy food from Hearth or Nalzarenth City, but a crimson orc hauled a boar the size of a milk cow into the tavern on his shoulder, and his companion ran it through with chains, and they looped over the rafters. 10 minutes later, the damn thing was cooking over a large fire as if it were a completely rational thing to do. As a reminder, we had wooden floors, but they did bring a pit of some sort, so it was cool, I guess. I picked a stray fur out of my most recent beer as I eyed the chaos with mild curiosity.
Nothing ever phases you, does it?
Kino commented, fluttering to my mug and sitting on the rim. Her body was the size of a cucumber, making it slender enough for me to grab like a dumbbell and large enough to prevent me from drinking when her ass was on the rim. "Oh, I'm phased," I said dryly, as I tried and failed to lift the mug and gave up. I just bet 10 ketas on this fight, so I'm trying to maintain my inner zen. A kita was a platinum coin worth 1,000 rooks.
On what?
She cried, hopping off the mug and fluttering to face me. She freed up the mug, so I drank from it. 100 floor 33 soul cores? I said. Shiesty bastard wouldn't let me buy them, but he said he'd make a bet. And I said, screw it. If I win, I'll be set for the year. And if I lose, well, I already put everything on this working. 100 rooks apiece for soul cores was steep, but as Lockhart mentioned in his letter in training, I didn't have to thread one a day. I needed a consistent quantity. That made sense, considering a core from a colossal beast on floor 40 was obviously stronger than a floor 25 one. And judging from the way Kino reacted, this bag of floor 33 cores would feed me for a year.
Yeah, but getting you cores was our job,
she said. And trust me, I'll collect.
You just wanted a bet, didn't you?
I paused. Yeah, that was part of it. Her lips curved into a grin.
Who'd you bet on?
I went with Crag, I said, as I took another drink. Then I exhaled and said, and chose Sassel. It was right then, saying this aloud, confessing that I had bet 80% of the money Lockhart gave me on a fight between a gnome and a halfling, the same fight that would determine whether we succeeded or failed in Kalian's kitchen, that I realized that I had crossed the Rubicon in several areas of my life, a life that could end quite abruptly in the near future. Kino grinned and looked away.
Well, win or lose, I think you'll be all right.
I turned to her. What? She nudged her head toward the door.
Go take a gander.
As if hypnotized, I put my beer on the closest table and walked toward our flimsy door and put both hands on it and pushed. And what I saw on the other side made me realize that the real people who needed to worry were the immortals, because things were about to get out of control. Chapter 21. A New Era. I originally planned to recount what happened next, giving you a play-by-play on this shit show I experienced that night, but I wouldn't get close to capturing a fraction of what Hearth Herald reporter Lindell Troy immortalized in her investigative article titled, A New Era, New Leaders Threaten to Revive Kalian's Kitchen. Now, let me make something clear. What you're reading is a translation. A horrible translation. An offensively inhumane 2025-era ChatGPT/Google Translate type translation. And I'm ashamed to piss on Lindell's skill and talent as a writer just to present it to you. But it needs to be done. Because even the worst translations of Lindell Troy's articles capture more than I can ever hope to. So if you want to read just how wild and crazy and depraved things really got, Lindell is the only real option. And even if it wasn't, Lindell Troy captured something in this article that I never saw, but is critical to my story. So let's jump in.
A New Era. New Leaders Threaten to Revive Kalian's Kitchen. By Lindell Troy, Senior Correspondent, Hearth Herald. Covering Kalian's Kitchen is like a sick rite of passage for all Hearth Herald reporters. It's a tradition to thrust the job onto the greenhorns and say, "Write home and buy some waterproof boots before you go," and then watch them panic. Most ask why they need boots. No one asks why they should write home. It's implied that if an immortal, service or legitimate, goes into Kalian's without guards, there's a great chance that they won't come back alive. So every reporter dons their retired weapons and armor and practices their spells and writes home. And that's the joke. Time and time again, these reporters come back with wide eyes filled with betrayal, wondering why centuries of reporters have upplayed Kalian's as a sinister playground when, in reality, it's a dilapidated wino den, where alcoholics avoid the labyrinth and their troubles. Sure, there's occasional drug use and gambling and fights, and we exaggerate the worst of it, but Kalian's Kitchen isn't much different than any other deadbeat bar you might find sprawling on the notorious nines. Woe houses that capture the feelings of despair and helplessness triggered by the group tests that come every 10 floors. Reporting on Kalian's Kitchen is merely a monthly requirement, a propaganda piece to remind Labyrinth climbers that it's illegal to enter the space. So imagine my shock when Drager Edo, chief editor of the Hearth Herald, storms into my office at 4:57 p.m. and says,
"We need you at Kalian's kitchen 15 minutes ago."
I glance at the wall clock and say, "Can't you punish me tomorrow?" And he says,
"Punish you? For what? Wait, are you drunk?"
I give him a sarcastic frown. Of course I'm drunk. Of course doesn't just mean yes. It also means obviously, and that's an understatement. I'm not just drunk, I'm wasted, still fighting off last night's hangover with hard spirits, just like everyone else who has done this job for 3 centuries without a raise that beats inflation. He rolls his eyes and says,
"Whatever. In fact, that's perfect. It'll help you fit in."
"Wait, you're serious? There's actually a story?"
"Of course," he repeats mockingly. "There's 1,000 people trying to get in, and it's causing a panic. Climbers are blocking the stairs, and a few are on their second soul warning."
My eyes widen in shock. Blocking the staircase is against Labyrinth rules, and climbers that ignore the warnings get their cores shattered. It hasn't happened since I was a fresh reporter, but let me tell you, it has a chilling effect on the Labyrinth. "What's happening there?" I ask. "Is there an event?"
"I don't know."
He thrusts an overtime form on my desk.
"So figure it out."
So that's what I do. 1 flask fill and a 20-minute walk later, I show up to an overwhelming crowd, and it's not long before a commotion breaks out. It's in the center of the throng, so I pull out a few dozen shooters from my storage ring and hand out one to everyone who complains as I push through the crowd. Like magic, I skip half the line and identify the source of the problem. It's a tan human with the strangest accent I've ever heard. He's wearing armor and carrying a beautiful bow and shouting, "Let me through, or I'll find you inside," to an ogre. He clearly hasn't been in Nalzarinth for long. Threats of physical violence on floor 1 are against the Labyrinth's rules, and doing so risks a core shattering. That said, the space known as Kalian's kitchen is classified as an open group test, so threats of violence are allowed, so long as the threat relates to the space itself. Most don't know that. Those who do figure out by being reckless, and this man fits that category. I'm certain he threatened many confused, rule-abiding climbers before reaching the ogre blocking his path, an ogre that refuses to even look at him. "What's going on?" I ask. The tan man turns to me and snorts. "This man chose to get his teeth kicked in. That's what's happened." "No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm saying, why are you in such a hurry?" "To get out of here," he says as he pushes toward the door. "This place is worse than Nazi Germany, and I refuse to stand it any longer." "What's Nazi Germany?" I ask. The words sound suited to his unique accent, and that's interesting. Unfortunately, my questions make him clam up and turn away. "Nothing," he says. Yet they are something about this guy's desperation and strange anger is captivating, so I quickly change tactics. "If you can't stand this place, why are you trying to get in?" I press. "Because I'm looking for someone," he says. Then his eyes light up and he says, "Do you know a Derek?" "Derek? I've never heard the name before." "Figures," he mumbles. "Who's Derek?" "That's what I'm trying to figure out." He pauses again and says, "Is Derek a common name here?" I ponder it. No, I've never heard that name used before. His eyes widen, and he tries to speak, but he's cut off when a man with an even stranger accent yells,
"Juan!"
in the distance. Juan looks toward the voice and scoffs, muttering, "Just leave," before turning back to the ogre. "If you don't move, I'll snap your spine the second you go through that door. And then you'll have to live the rest of your sad, paralyzed existence knowing you could have lived normally if you just gave up your spot in line." The ferocity with which Juan makes his threat reaches the ogre, and he moves out of the way, followed by a few others ahead of him. I push through with Juan, saying, "I'm with him," as I hand them all shooters. "What are you doing?" Juan asks. "I'm trying to figure out who Derek is, too. I'm well connected and have resources to track him down, so who is he?" His eyes light up. But as if a crushing realization bears down on him, his shoulders slump and he turns away. "Someone I know," he says simply. "Now, can you answer one of my questions?" "If I can," I say. "Is everyone so uncivilized here? I can't walk 10 feet without people talking about killing some species or another. I've never seen so much racism in my life." I furrow my brow. "Does that surprise you?" "Does it surprise me?" He laughs to himself. "You people." I'm quite offended by this, so I say, "You people? Didn't you just call that ogre this man sarcastically just 2 minutes ago?" "Yeah, but that's because—" Juan turns back, and his face twists with disgust when he sees the ogre. When he turns back and sees me smirking, he says, "Get the hell away from me." Then he barks death threats at the person in front of him and presses on. I'm left feeling like I won the battle but lost the war, but it also feels irrelevant. I wasn't sent here to cover speciesism or find a Derek. I'm here to cover the story, whatever the story was. But it doesn't take many questions before I realize that Juan had plunged his hands into the messy guts of the matter. The fight was organized by Derek Greshly, and it was fueled by the sparks of pure speciesism. I know that the second I ask an elf, "Who's fighting?" I'm not sure what his name is. Her lips curve into a playful grin. "I hear the guy's a gnome supremacist." She giggles and covers her face. I know I shouldn't laugh, but it's just too funny. I can't help but laugh either. Advantages between species are absolute in nature, but complex in practice. Elves and vampires feud because while both have theoretical immortality, elves are confined to nature and can die through simple deforestation, and vampires are helpless during the day and lose their power if they don't continuously drink blood from powerful entities. Changelings have a tri-core that allows them unique potential dominion over all forms of magic and ethereal arts, as well as giving them unlimited ethereal forms. But the species is a rare genetic anomaly that cannot rear children, and while Valkyries are in essence humans with wings, it's an undeniable statistic that humans have conquered more land than any other species, simply because they don't have genetic disadvantages that limit birth rates like fairies, or extreme weaknesses like vampires to sunlight. It's for these reasons that declaring an apex species remains disputed, despite some species having blatant advantages over others. That said, it's a simple reality that gnomes, a magicless, ethereal-lacking species who can only fight through physical refinement, but have heavy physical disadvantages, have no functional argument for being the apex species. Everyone standing around me agrees on this point, and has come simply for the irony, grinning from ear to ear at the thought that a single fight could disprove this wildly absurd claim definitively. Yet, unsurprisingly, the fight has sparked a massive, age-old debate on who's superior, and arguments are blazing everywhere.
"You hear this guy?"
A dwarf asks.
"He thinks beastkin are the strongest."
This triggers a wave of laughter, and the wolfkin in question blushes and trembles with rage because she can hear everyone's laughter.
Shifters have unlimited power potential. You've heard the name Sagan, right?
"Yeah, I've heard of Sagan. She was strong as hell. But you know what happened to Sagan? She died by age 60 like the rest of you."
The wolfkin pulls back her fist, but the labyrinth gives her a soul warning to remind her that violence isn't allowed on floor 1. She grips her chest and falls to her knees, the sign of a severe soul warning, and spectators laugh. Everyone except the beastkin. The dwarf has touched upon a socially taboo topic, aether poisoning. As the wolfkin claims, shifters, who gain power with aether, a form of mana released after death, have unlimited power potential because they get stronger with every kill. Sagan, a beastkin famous for reaching floor 43 in 40 years, was a prime example. Her ethereal wolf form could reach 15 meters in height and 30 across. Yet, like all shifters, except changelings and regularly soul-cleansed demons, her body decayed from aether poisoning, and she died by age 60. There was nothing this labyrinth's anti-aging magic or modern alchemy could do about it. It's just what it is. Soon the mood sours and turns quiet until someone says,
Hey, why are we talking about Beastkin? Am I the only one who wants to see a troll finally shut an orc up?
Suddenly there's an outcry as seemingly everyone responds to this apparent matchup, especially the orcs, who declare they'll destroy those tree clubbers to the sound of cheering fans. It's only then that it occurs to me that the demand for species matches is remarkably high, and that it's threatening to not only revive Kalian's kitchen, but also turning the novelty of multi-floor mixing into a full-time commercial enterprise. And unlike the other people who have tried to turn the pillar behind Kalian's kitchen into a fighting ring, whoever's running this fight managed to bring out well over 1,000 people to break the law in broad daylight, right in front of Hearth. And when I see pixies fly over me with multiple kegs and the guests who brought them, I realize that they've successfully bypassed the food and liquor bans as well. Whoever is operating this match is clearly competent. The question is, how competent and how intentional? Did someone organize a match only to strike a nerve? Or did they know about the nerve and exploit it? I get part of my answer the moment I lift 2 handles of liquor to flying pixies, and they pick me up without question and fly me through the front door. Whoever is running the event knows exactly what they're doing. It's not just the nerve. There's something different about the place, and you know it the moment you walk into the room. The air is sweltering and feverish, but no one cares. They're too busy lifting handfuls of coins and screaming bets as pixie bookies fly overhead with glasses of warm beer or shots, dropping them like military relief crates.
Fuck it.
A climber says beside me.
I'm thirsty, so let's do this. 80 on the little shit.
The crowd roils with laughter because both the competitors are tiny, so tiny that Kalian's kitchen is going to have them fight on a bar table that has been elevated 10 feet so people can see it, and because no one drops 80 rooks on a glass of hot swill. Yet, all present understand. Everyone is exchanging stories, even second-hand, about Sassel or Isank, just to be part of the moment. The excitement is just that contagious, and I end up lifting 20 rooks and turning to someone and saying, "Who should I pick?" "Sassel!" a sweating vampire yells with bloodshot eyes. "He's a total prick, but I heard that he boxed 12 remlocks on 20 with his bare hands. Little shits are a finer."
Screw that,
A demon counters.
Just wait till you see Isank. That little bastard is 2.5 feet tall, and he's got more muscle than I do.
Kino Saslin suddenly flies up to her and says, "Who'll it be?" Despite seeing pixies flying in and out of the building, I'm still surprised to see a Saslin. Kino's brother leads the Raxlindro Kai Syndicate, the group that runs the booster trade in Labyrinth City. But now they're running bets in Kalian's kitchen against their arrangements with the Quins. Kino hums. "Sassel," I say. She narrows her eyes on me and my horns, and my heart pounds. I can tell that she knows me, but she shrugs and grabs the coins, biting each before throwing them in her pockets and yelling, "20 on half pike," and flying away as pixies carve my bet onto a wall with daggers. The current odds are 4-3 in Sassel's favor. A pixie flies me a shot. I don't trust it, but a woman clanks her shot against mine, and I take it anyway. And that's when I notice Juan. He's a few people ahead, and he isn't betting or screaming or even arguing with people. His eyes are fixed on the back of the room, filled with ire and betrayal. I follow his gaze and find a human standing on a bar. He's just an average guy of average height and build and face, a striking contrast to the catkin beside him. I'd soon learn her name was Kali Hena, and she's wearing a fresh white skirt and a bright pink Zambico shirt, breezy and open, fit for the open waters of floor 30. And despite how vibrant and conspicuous she looks, this average man still outshines her somehow. Perhaps it's how Kino and Rax and Plink speak to him, or how Kali takes breaks to hug him, or how Juan seethes when he sees him, all of which place him in the center of attention. Whatever it is, he's magnetic. I want to ask Juan if that's Derek, But not a moment later, the man in question quiets the crowd and gives an announcement that will send ripples through Labyrinth.
Chapter 22, A New Era, Part 2. Hey, listen up, you mindless lot of speckled pansies,
the man screams to people far bigger and stronger than him.
The name's Derek.
He thrusts his thumb to his chest.
And I'm the guy firing up Kalian's kitchen again.
It's evident by the way the climbers exchange skeptical glances that everyone knows a fight is taking place, but few know the context behind it.
That's right,
Derek yells.
And if you don't know this guy, that's Rax Saslin. And he's the guy that told Hugh Quinn to eat a dick and set up an alchemy lab here to run Healthers to Floor 9 in Yester's honor.
Icy waves of panic wash through me when Derek brings up Yester Kell, the famous Jinx whose death inspired riots and boycotts and arson throughout the Labyrinth. His name is hot, and when Derek says it, the adrenaline-sweating environment takes a turn for the intense, sparking cheers and jeers and screams, all in Derek's favor. This was premeditated. Derek knows what he's doing.
Kalian's kitchen and Rax's re-ups,
Derek says, rolling the names off his tongue in a way that inspires you to remember them.
Just a few days ago, Rax and I won the right, giving us the ability to control the culture in this space, and we say we'll be focused on creating businesses that will help us to reclaim our labyrinth.
Big, unbelievable words, but they work. Climbers who haven't known Derek for more than 20 seconds pump their fists and release primal battle cries.
That's right,
Derek yells.
This space you're standing in, this is the only space in Nalzarenth Labyrinth that the Immortals have never once owned. This is a space for climbers by climbers, and it represents the soul of this labyrinth. And as of this evening, this wonderful night, when win or lose, we get to watch a roided-out halfling knock the teeth out of the most bigoted gnome in Nalzarenth.
He pauses as the crowd whistles and laughs and roars with their mugs held high.
We're reclaiming the spirit of this labyrinth. Every beer you buy, every bet you make, every keg you bring, it's all going toward creating a serious alchemy operation in Yester's honor. An operation we plan to build so big that it competes with the Quinns.
Fear and anxiety pulse through my body when I hear Derek declare war on the Quinns of all people. I want to call him stupid. I want to warn him. But Rax is sitting on his shoulder, and Kino is punching the air before her. These people know what's coming, and they're doing it anyway.
And every person you bring, every contractor and merchant you find us, every distiller and bootlegger and runner you drag in, is going to restore this tavern to its former glory.
The people cheer. But they calm down when Derek slows the tempo, bringing his voice down to a hush. Soon, silence descends as he scans their faces. The Immortals don't think it can be done, Derek says.
A lot of you think it can't be done. People say you can't open a bar without liquor. Where are you going to get the liquor? Well,
Derek scans the crowd with squinted eyes.
I'm not sure I see anyone without liquor in here.
The atmosphere cracks like a broken window, and climbers laugh and knock their mugs. Derek grins, and then turns serious again.
They say you can't get the food. You can't have a kitchen without food.
He turns to a huge beast hanging from meat hooks in the corner, and then back with a bewildered expression.
They do know everyone kills stuff for a living here, right?
Even I get dragged into the laughter.
And they say you can't make cheap elixirs,
Derek finally says, breaking up the laughter and sharpening the mood into a honed blade.
They say it's going to be too expensive. You got upcharges from herb runners, low-risk, low-scale operations. Even if you can make Healthers, they're going to cost a lot more than 80 rooks. And that's strange, really strange, because if that's the case, then what the hell are these?
Kali Haina lifts red elixirs from a crate and shows them to whistling fans. The catkin flashes a bright smile and snakes her tail for show. Then she tosses them into the crowd, as the Raxlins zoom across the tavern, dropping bottles near the back. I suddenly can't see, because people are jumping and pushing for these elixirs. It's not just an historical moment. The Raxlin are passing out life-saving elixirs worth 80 rooks a pop. I don't fight for one, but Kino herself thrusts one into my hand anyways. I look down, and I see a health elixir bottle etched with the Raxlin crest, accentuated by the words, Rax's Re-Ups. Kino wants me to see it. She wants me to write about it, to pass this declaration to Hearth and every immortal in Labyrinth, even Hugh Quinn himself. Even after losing half our herb runners, Derek screams over the chaos. Even after the threats of violence and bans and non-stop bullshit, these cost us 39 rooks, as backroom jinxes. If you don't think we can bring these down to 19 rooks and 99 Trenta, if you don't think we can make these at scale, if you don't think we can spread them if we have the help and support of people and merchants and botanists who believed in Yester's cause, you're out of your goddamn minds. You would never know these spectators were here for a fight. Somehow Derek has usurped the hype and fury of the fight and turned it into a promotion for his business ventures. But it worked. Oh yes, it worked. It's strange, but it makes sense. I came here to find out if someone had accidentally struck a nerve, or if they were exploiting one. And as it turns out, Derek Greshling doesn't just know what he's doing. He's actively stabbing a dagger in Nalzaremth's festering wounds and twisting it. And he's good at it, terrifyingly good at it. Now have a detox on Rax, Derek says, 'cause you'll need it. In just 5 minutes, you're going to see the fight of a lifetime, and I know none of you are going to be sober. The pixies lift bottles of detox elixirs high as people thrust up their glasses in response. It's 10 rooks a shot, but you get a 50 rook detox on your first buy, so stop bitching and start buying. Just like that, people are throwing fistfuls of gold as the fight begins. It's back on track. So absorbed that it's almost hallucinogenic to think there was ever a Revolutionary War harangue in the center of it. Climbers are rocking shots and screaming, and they're ready for the event. Let's get this party started, Derek yells. Tonight we bring you the hottest fight of the decade. A match between two little people who got bigger balls than a minotaur. Starting off tonight, we have the defender, Sassel Fuck This Bigot Gassan. This little asshole has a stack of hate mail taller than he is, but he's still around because he's one mean son of a bitch. He took first in the Floor 20 test, breaking the shins of Remlocks and cracking open their skulls. He's also survived the Tomb of Redemption without a scratch and earned his place as a Floor 23 bruiser. Give it up for Sassel! Sassel frog hops onto the table, but a thin pink tentacle hits his leg mid-jump and he ends up botching the jump, falling on his chest and arms as he wiggles up the table. It's a hilarious sight that makes the crowd roar with laughter. The tentacle, I'd soon learn, was from Derek's spirit, Emma. Since no one can see spirits without a soul core, most are blind to what happened. But the way Derek's grinning, it's clear to everyone he's responsible somehow. Once the laughter dies down, Derek continues. And in this corner we have Esank Tool, our beloved Floor 21 halfling. Esank frog jumps onto the table without issue, immediately turning and flexing his rock-hard thigh muscles in his shorts, before tearing his shirt in half to the sound of whistling women. As you can see, Derek yells, this Floor 21 refiner is a 2-foot brick of pure testosterone. His blood's so unbalanced that it'd give a female vampire a beard if she drank it. So let there be no doubt, we have a serious fight on our hands. More cheers. Absolute captivation. These are your competitors, he concludes. The odds are 4-3 in Sassel's favor, so make sure to root for your underdog. He jumps off the bar, and Kalihena catches him in a princess carry as she rubs her ears on him. I turn to Juan and see he's trembling in anger, on the verge of exploding. He might have rushed in if Derek didn't yell, "You may begin!" The fight is vicious and immediate. Isank uppercuts Sassel into the ceiling within a second, resulting in a pluming cloud of splinters and insulation as pixies grab the falling debris. You'd imagine the fight was over, but it's just beginning. Sassel is furious. The second he touches down, he launches himself at the cocky halfling at the speed I can barely keep up with, proving that he was sharking his opponent. Isank reacts too late, and Sassel's gut punch launches him across the table and into a wall. To my amazement, advanced fortification arrays light up along the perimeter, protecting it from damage. However, they cannot handle the load completely, and the wall cracks under the impact, as Sassel flies forward and starts trouncing Isank on the ground. Derek is enamored by this fight, but then snaps out of his trance and yells,
"Round one's over! Bring it back to the table!"
Those betting on Sassel are pissed Derek didn't just let the gnome kill the halfling, but Derek says,
"I bet on Sassel too, but this is my house and my rules, and I say we're taking it back to the table. I mean, it's awkward as hell to fight on a bar table, right? Gotta compensate. Whatever, my rules. Okay, guys, you can kill each other now."
No one complains, especially the competitors. Isank regains his footing and digs his boot in, trading blow for blow with the gnome at high speed, and the cheers intensify. Suddenly, Derek is right along with them. It's the strangest thing. 1 second, he's a charismatic leader in control. The next minute, pixies are tugging on his sleeve as he watches Isank clobbering Sassel on the floor. But Derek's no longer paying attention. Sarax Sasslin takes over, sending pixies to pick up the two fighters and drop them back on the table. Throughout it all, Derek is hugging Kali, talking to Kino Sasslin, who is sitting on his shoulder, and screaming profanities at the fighters. It's as if he had money on the match and suddenly realized it, leading him to panic and scream,
"Live up to your bigotry, Sassel!"
and more desperately,
"If you lose, I'm going to sell the next gnome I see to halfling slave traders, you pudgy fuck."
And something about this barbaric display and hugging and talking to women makes Juan snap, and he screams, "Derek!" at the top of his lungs as he charges toward him, pushing people out of the way with surprising strength and ferocity. I ride his coattails all the way up to the front and get there just in time to hear Juan scream, "I can't take this anymore! Stop this!" Sassel and Isank stop and look at him with gazes that could make 2 walls of charging soldiers stop and seek an armistice. That's when he realizes he's messed up. "Hey," Juan says nervously, "I just think—" That's all he says before Sassel and Isank jump him, kicking off the table and hitting him in the face. And for all Juan's bluster and threats of violence, he's immediately proven weaker than 2 heavily wounded 20s. They slam him at my feet and clobber him savagely, with Sassel on his stomach, lacing his fingers and hitting Juan in the chest. Juan coughs, but he can't scream because Isank is hitting him in the face. No one cares about the fight anymore. They're all watching this human get jumped with bloodthirsty energy, and they're loving it.
"That's enough!"
Derek screams.
"Get him!"
Rax and Kino launch through the room and pick up Juan, and Derek says,
"In the back. I have business with that asshole."
Kino stops beside Derek and asks him a question that I can't make out. He turns back and answers her. Her eyes widen, and she looks between Derek and Juan, and her eyes flash with fury. She whistles to the Raxlin and says a few words. Then all of them are gazing at Juan with absolute judgment and fury in their eyes. That's when I know that just as Juan has business with Derek, Derek has business with Juan. And while one sought to handle things man to man, the other has no such intention. The pixies drag Juan into the back, and Derek scoffs and gets on a table and says,
"Sorry about the interruption. We got it handled. Now if you'll get back into position."
He looks at Sassel and Isank, but both have lost interest. They just grumble out variations of, "I'm done with this." To which Derek replies,
"Okay, we'll judge by technical scoring then. And judging by the match so far, I suppose we'd have to judge Isank the winner."
Sassel jumps on the table and screams,
"Bullshit! Let's go!"
and the crowd laughs and gets pumped up again. In the end, Sassel claims the victory, earning Derek an obscene sum of soul cores that he shows off with an insane smile. And while the losers want to claim the match was rigged, anyone who sees Sassel's jagged teeth or hears the healer say, "I was only paid to make sure you stay alive. If you want healing, cough up your earnings," before healing Isank pro bono knows that it wasn't. This fight was the real deal, and the climbers are thirsty for more. Derek promises it to them, saying,
"We're shutting down for remodeling, but once we open, we're flooding this labyrinth with elixirs, fights, and booze!"
With that final declaration, the crowd releases their final cheers, and then carries on with their lives. Patrons come and go as the after-party begins, celebrating as the Raxlin hug the thousands of rooks they raked in. Rax is out in front, speaking to new contacts and merchants and runners who want to help Yester's cause. Derek is out there too, listening, as people swear their allegiance to his cause. In a single night, any threat Hearth can make to cut off Rax Saslin's supply lines crumbles to dust as Yester's friends flood it. This is officially not about business anymore. It's a movement. And Kalian's kitchen isn't just a lawless space. It's a vibrant battleground of movement and change. A new era is beginning in Kalian's kitchen. And for the first time since I started reporting on the space 3 centuries ago, I'm worried about it.
Chapter 23. Leah Roca. Okay, Derek here. There is a lot to process, especially with Juan and Mikhail's return, and Lindell never got to follow up with Juan for reasons you'll soon know. Since she only had so much information, let's give you some context. I didn't notice Juan until the last second. I was way too wrapped up in the fight. It was the first time I experienced true gambling, the type that drove Edo-era samurai to sell their wives to brothels. And that's not something you can casually stumble upon throwing $50 at a roulette table in Vegas. No. You have to bet enough that you'll either end up a king or end up a washed-up wino, ducking corners to avoid the Yakuza, because you owe them 50 large. And that's what I did that night. I bet 8,000 rooks on that match, and won a whole lot of cores. And that was the fateful mistake that triggered a gambling addiction that nearly fucked up my entire life. But that's a long way off. For now, let's talk about Juan. As I mentioned, I didn't see him till the last second, and it took everything in my power to stop Sassel and Isank from killing him once I did. I still wanted answers, so I broke up the fight and turned to Kino and said, "That's the dude that set me up." Kino's eyes flashed with fury, and she said, "I'll take care of it." And I was way too drunk to consider that the Raxlin's interpretation of "I'll take care of it" could be wildly different from my own. So I just let them take him in the back for what I assumed to be a low-brow torture session, and then went right back to watching Sassel treat Isank's face like a wad of unshaped clay. I won a year's supply of quality soul cores for free, as future addicts like to believe, that night, and I had an insane gambler's high, so I totally forgot about Juan. In case you're wondering how someone could casually forget that the arch-asshole that got them clubbed, kidnapped, and thrown out of the kingdom was dragged into the back room by literal gangsters, alcohol. That's how. Anyone who claims alcohol is harmless in the face of heroin and meth has never learned to properly read statistics. They've also never passed out hugging a toilet, only to wake up to a kobold throwing them out of the bathroom to take a shit. And that's what happened the next morning. That was bad, too. This man had mangy, floppy dog ears and a mean old mug. I considered summoning Emma in the form of a comically large hand and throwing him back into the hallway, but upon half a second's reflection, I realized someone would need to clean shit off the floor if I did, so I decided against it. Few were awake at that point, and the ones that were as haggard as I was. We all just sat around the one bar table, communicating in wordless groans as time ticked on. And just as my brain was getting enough recollection to remember about Juan, Rax fluttered over with a detox elixir and an event that took immediate priority. "What's the occasion?" I asked. "Wish I could say it's a congratulations for last night's success," he said. I popped the cap and choked it down. It tasted like angry NyQuil, but did the trick. My mind was clearing by the time I finished my exhale-shiver combo. But, I asked. Rax turned to the door. They're here. Who's here? I followed his gaze and found Kali staring down a real-life Valkyrie. She was a beautiful blonde, with dark gray armor and white and golden wings that made her blue eyes feel neon, cool, and penetrating. Her name was Leah Roca, and she wasn't smiling. Neither were her 4 Valkyrie guards hovering around her like the Secret Service. Leah glanced around the room, carving the sight of climbers sprawled out over the grimy, rotting floor into her mind. Then she looked up, in disgust.
Which one of you is Derek?
Me? I said.
So you're the one. Let me ask you something. Do you understand how many of Hearth's laws you broke last night?
I can't see why that's relevant, I said.
Oh, you don't think it's relevant?
She asked sarcastically. I made eye contact. No, it doesn't, 'cause this isn't Hearth.
Oh, this isn't Hearth.
Leah took a step forward, crunching a broken mug underfoot as she approached. Mana radiated from her body, and it was so powerful that Emma wrapped my body in soul armor and trembled. Leah halted her advance.
A spirit master,
she whispered. Then she continued until Kali jumped in front of me and faced her head-on. The Valkyries grabbed their swords, but an oppressive pulse of raw mana blasted us from the back of the room. I turned and saw Minx narrowing her eyes at Leah, and her guards took their hands off their swords. I grabbed Kali from behind and sat her down beside me. Leah kept her feet planted in front of me. Can I help you? I asked dryly.
I just wanted to see if you could repeat that to my face,
Leah said, crouching to eye level. I wish I could say something like she was hideous, a freak with a large hook nose, 12 moles, and a bony frame that maxed her out at 80 pounds dripping wet. But she wasn't. Immortals were known for magical plastic surgery that transformed them into these freakishly beautiful creatures. So I was forced to stare at this murderous bitch with the perspective that I would probably go on a date with her if she asked. Still, her attractiveness didn't sway me in the slightest. I said, this isn't Hearth, I repeated. That's just a fact. You're unable to collect taxation, provide services, or enforce laws here. So how could you be our government? Leah raised an eyebrow.
That was surprisingly articulate.
I minored in poli-sci, I said. It was worthless until this exact moment. Her lips curled into a mocking smile.
But you're wrong. Did anyone tell you that the only reason we don't enforce our laws here is because it's unprofitable?
I scoffed. Has anyone told you the reason it's unprofitable is because your people keep dying? Her smirk disappeared. I know you know your history, so don't waste my time, I said. You can't control this space. Your 2 options are to let us be or try to kill us. And I assure you, if you so much as lift a hand to us, we're going to achieve instant martyrdom status on Yester's behalf, and the climbers here will skull-fuck your business into oblivion. Her eyes flickered with rage. I didn't back down, so she flexed her fist, and suddenly a massive arc of white light separated the 2 of us. Then we turned and saw that an entire wall of Kalian's kitchen had been cut in half, leaving 2 inches of smoldering wood. We were lucky it didn't cut support beams. Minx stood.
This place is getting torn down, so there's no reason to hold back.
Leah swallowed slowly.
I wasn't going to attack him. But if you did, we wouldn't have caught it,
Minx said.
So I suggest you keep your movements minimal.
The Valkyrie guards unsheathed their swords, flexing their numbers. The standoff was strong and silent and suffocating, until a loud sigh cut through the atmosphere like a hot blade.
Suppose today's as good as any,
Cragg said as he stood up.
I'm sick of the crossing anyway.
Hungover veterans stood after Cragg's lackluster battle cry, and a drunken Kino slowly pulled on her gauntlets. Plink grabbed a bat of some kind. Rax stood on the table beside me. Kali transformed her arms into paws. Leah studied my expression, searching for hesitation, but finding none. This is why it's unprofitable, I said. Not unless you want to risk dying. I turned to the door. I recommend you send expendables in at a later date. Leah studied Minx with apprehension. Large Red Riding Hood was a Floor 46 veteran who had stopped climbing to reclaim Kalians decades ago. I didn't know how strong she was, but if you plotted strength by floor on a line chart, it would show an exponential curve. Leah had no chance. No one did, unless they were deep in their mid-40s. Leah knew it, so she looked at me.
Do you think this is a game?
I shrugged.
Unbelievable.
She swept her gaze on Crag and the drunken patrons, then landed on Kino and Rax.
Hearth let you cook drugs and rule a territory in broad daylight, and now you're claiming they're oppressive criminals?
Rax shrugged. Kino didn't even blink. Leah looked at me.
And you studied politics, right?
I used the word for politics, not poli-sci, so she understood clearly. I nodded.
Tell me something, she said. What happens to a country when there are no laws?
People starve, I said. They murder, rob, and steal. Hell, they do a lot worse than that. Leah bared her teeth in disgust.
So you get that, and you're doing it anyway.
Yeah, I am. 'Cause governments do those things too. And your government's doing them at scale. Let me ask you something. Do you know how much it costs the Quins to make health elixirs? 36 trenna. Of course, you have marketing and business costs, labor, bribes, and all that. But you still land a hot rook, all said and told. And you know how much they sell them for?
80 rooks,
she said. Yeah, 80 rooks. They charge 80 rooks for elixirs climbers need to survive. She scoffed.
80 rooks is a small price to pay for your life and health.
That's not how this works.
How so? Because some people can't afford them. Do you think we should just hand them out for free?
No. I wouldn't mind if you were a business. I mind because you're not one. You're a government. But instead of providing goods and services, you've restricted both, limiting supply to the minimum and cranking the price to the maximum. Can you even comprehend how corrupt that is? Leah's nose scrunched up, and something about that made me laugh. You're serious. You're actually serious. You lot are running businesses that exploit climbers for your benefit, then claim you're a government? Is that what government means to you? Because the last time I checked, governments collect taxes in exchange for services, and I can't even think of a single service you provide climbers. Leah rolled her eyes.
Who do you think maintains the roads to the Labyrinth, establishes trade routes for supplies, creates its products, enforces its laws, keeps the census?
Nalzarenth Labyrinth has laws and enforces them with absolute impartiality, I said. Municipalities on each floor have their own laws and cultures and defenses, and there's not a single good or service that merchants, guilds, or real governments can't provide. In fact, you have laws that prevent people from providing them and arrest or kill anyone who breaks the rules. Hell! I looked up at the Rax's re-ups crate on the bar. Why the hell are you even here? To issue a sound complaint? Leah looked up in frustration.
You know what? You're right. We're not a traditional government, and our business practices are to the climber's detriment. But that's irrelevant, because the reason people follow Hearth's laws and deal with the monopolies is because if they don't, we confront them where the Labyrinth's protections don't apply and cut them down.
I raised my eyebrows and laughed at the blunt confession.
I'd stop laughing if I were you, she said, 'cause if you keep this up, it means war. Are you prepared to have that blood on your hands?
I lost my smile and scanned the room. Only Kino was raring to fight. Kali was more protective than proactive. Crag and the locals didn't look eager, and Minx wore an apathetic mask under her hood, but her thoughts were clear. And I think the general consensus was that it would suck to die over this. It would suck to die in general. It just sucked. Still, we already decided on this, I said. We're firing up Kalian's kitchen and breaking into the health trade. And if you want to go to war to prevent the uppity peasantry from providing basic competition, that's on you. I looked Leah in the eye. I just hope you're there to do it. I'm getting real sick of rich warhawks sending poor people to do their killing. Leah nodded in a small, bouncy rhythm.
Okay.
She turned and walked away, followed closely behind by her guards, who walked backward till the last moment.
Just know, you do harm us,
she said when she opened the door.
Your presence is a symbol of anarchy. The boycotts will intensify. Lawlessness will surge. People will stop following our laws. And when they do, tens of thousands will die once they get banned from Quinn's Emporium and cannot get the elixirs or healing deals they need. And the second you sell an elixir, the next person showing up is Hugh Quinn. And he's going to bring an army.
Rax snorted.
You've been warned.
Leah left, and I let myself collapse on the table, trying to process everything after the reality of my actions came crashing down on me. Chapter 24. Juan Carlos. Kali put her head in my lap once Leah left, letting me knead her ears like a stress ball. I took her up on the offer and stared at the ceiling. Who the hell was that, anyway? I asked. Leah Roca, Rax said. Her family controls zoning and property rights in Labyrinth, so she's important. Very. They're probably the most powerful family in Hearth, because they can prevent immortals from obtaining, selling, or adding property. But that doesn't affect us, right? I asked. Not directly, but she can rally powerful immortals behind her causes, so while she's mild-tempered, you should take her seriously. I nodded. Who else do we have to worry about? The Quinns, obviously. They're the wealthiest family in Labyrinth. If anyone could get rankers that can challenge minks onto their side, it's them. The Quinns ran the alchemy monopoly, and considering the high demand for health and detox elixirs, it wasn't surprising that they were remarkably wealthy and well-connected. The other groups we have to worry about are the Ashlyn and Dravens, Rax said. The Ashlyn control pact enforcement, and the Dravens enforce Hearth's laws on the floors. The Dravens are the ones chasing down our runners, locking people up and kicking people out. So they're the corrupt ones, I said. Rax bounced his head around hesitantly. Yes and no. The Draven family is surprisingly reasonable, but the problem is their people. Everyone from the bootleggers to other immortals is trying to bribe them. And while the Dravens crack down on corruption, it's a tightrope, since it's hard to replace the guards. Why? I asked. Because it's really expensive and time-consuming to train them. Ideally, you just pluck someone off floor 38 to govern floor 9, but the Labyrinth prevents climbers from going down to lower floors. So if you want a strong enforcer, you need to spend decades and expensive resources training them before they even start climbing. In the case of the upper floors, it's taken a millennium to gain control up to floor 39. They don't even try after 40. Unprofitable indeed, I muttered thoughtfully. Correct, Rax said. That said, Hugh is probably offering a cool $1 billion to rankers who can kill minks right now. Will they find someone? I asked. Probably not. Anyone who gets past 40 gets warped in the head. Rax twisted his finger around his temple. They're all a few centuries old by that point, if not older, and they don't really care about mortal matters. The ones who do hate the immortals, but there are a few upstarts with something to prove, so they might. I see. I stopped kneading Kali's ears and leaned back against the table, trying to gain leverage to settle my slime-wrenching stomach. So we got a rich asshole with a literal army trying to hire an even stronger army to come after us, right? Right, Rax said. And there's a mauling brigade of corrupt enforcers that are going to crack down on everyone who does business with us, right? He nodded slowly. Right. So, the correct mode of action is to keep doing what we were doing anyway? Rax nodded a few times. Yep, that was the idea. Cool. Well, that settles that. I coaxed Kali up. So, how about breakfast? Rax chuckled ruefully. We'll figure something out. Speaking of the kitchen, he looked at the kitchen door. What do you want us to do with that guy? My blood pressure spiked when I remembered Juan.
Did you kill him?
I asked. Of course not, Rax said. I mean, we would have if you wanted us to, but you don't seem like the type. Oh, thank God, I said. I really wasn't the type for killing. Beatings, bruisings, cutting, whatever. I was still a gangster, but killing wasn't on the menu, so I was grateful as I followed Rax into the kitchen. The scene was about what I expected. Juan was there, leaning against a cabinet, tied up and bound with a mangled face. But he was alive, and his fingernails were obsessively groomed and undisturbed. And boy, was he wiggling and screaming behind his rope gag. Oh, jeez. I dropped to my haunches beside him. How are you, the legendary archer, unable to break some petty ropes? I pulled the rope out from his teeth.
Why am I? The real question is, why are these fairies so freakishly strong? Fairy?
Kino pulled a tiny toothpick out of a pack like a cigarette, and then she chewed on it.
Call me a fairy again. I dare ye.
Juan's face paled. And right then, everything made sense. Juan could break free, but he was afraid of Kino and Plink and the rest of the Raxlin.
I won't,
Juan said, flinching when she moved at him.
But can't you just let me go? I can't get you or Derek in trouble. I'm not a threat. I swear.
But you didn't say sorry, Rax said. Juan's narcissism came out in full glory. He looked at me and away.
Say it,
Kino said, cracking her knuckles.
What?
Juan said.
Say what? That I was wrong to handle things like I did? If you want that, fine.
He never finished his statement. Instead, he folded over in pain and said,
Jesus Christ! First you packed me, and then you try to kill me with it? Just how cruel are you people?
I stared at him with bewilderment. What had you packed him with? Kino shrugged.
We got one to not talk about you or your background, another to prevent him from trying to hurt you, and the last one...
She grinned and wagged her toothpick at him.
Well, the last one's that he can't lie again.
Juan's face blubbered up upon the reminder, and he turned away, eyes puffy, on the verge of tears. Then he started gritting his teeth, and somehow I felt like the villain. Lying is a vital skill that everyone needs to master. It's not just a requirement. It's the best thing you can do in about 80% of situations. And let's not get the wrong idea here. I'm not implying that you should mislead people. That'd make you an asshole, and being an asshole isn't cool. You don't get to cheat on your spouse. Why? Because that would make you an asshole. You can't keep secrets. Why? Because that would make you an asshole. In an ideal world, we would never need to lie about anything important. Finances, affairs, bullshit. Things that make you an asshole. But you need to lie to make yourself the good guy. When your wife is feeling low and says they're not the most beautiful princess in the world, you need to lie. When your boss asks how you feel about a coworker, you need to lie. When your kid's been caught egging the house of a super intolerant neighbor, you need to lie. Look, lying is a vital skill that's highly positive when dished out with pizzazz and goodwill. And so, something about Kino's pact seemed worse than death, and I wanted to snap Emma into a katana to put this virulent swine out of his misery. That's brutal, I said, wiping my face and rubbing my forehead. You should have just killed him.
Wait,
Juan cried. Or not. I turned to Kino. Is there some type of kill switch on that or something? Kino furrowed her brow.
Of course not. You know what this guy did to you, right? He tried to get you arrested and locked away when your girl was out of the kingdom.
That's fair, I said. It's brutal, but it fits the crime. Okay, let's release him. He's brutally cursed for life, and he can't harm us, so it's pointless to keep him here.
Fair enough.
Kino grinned at Juan, who flinched again. I chuckled, and Juan's eyes turned murderous.
I swear to God, Derek,
he said.
When I get out of here...
He folded over in pain again, and I didn't let him off the hook. On second thought, I said. His face drained of vitality again. Yeah, I said with the inflection of, that's right. Let's make something clear, okay? I'm a key player in a major criminal syndicate now, and I'm in control of people who are currently far, far stronger than Denise. If you don't think I won't rip your legs off and club you to death with them, you're dead wrong. Juan gulped. Now get the fuck out of my tavern before I change my mind. I picked him up and dragged him out of the kitchen like an inmate still tied up, then opened the door. Can I throw this guy? I asked as Juan squirmed. Or is that against the rules?
Take one step out,
Kino said.
As long as you don't intentionally injure an innocent on the outside, it's free game. So give warnings and let her rip.
Seriously? I asked.
No,
Juan said.
Don't!
I took one step out of the white barrier, and floor one, the wide throngs of people entered my view. Move, I said to the crowd. They nervously moved, and Emma lifted Juan up 15 feet with a huge tentacle and threw him out the door. Grass and dirt exploded as he rolled. I'm surprised I got away with that, I muttered as I watched him roll. Once I followed him far enough, I ended up laying eyes on one of the most consequential people of my life, Lindell Troy. I didn't know who she was back then, or that I would soon obsess over her writing, but I remember being captivated by her horns. Unlike demons that have curled vertical horns, loosely like Angora goats, Dragonborn have elegant bull horns that come out the side of the head and then curve forward. Beyond that, they were just another human. No tail, no wings, no scales. If they didn't have a strong affinity for fire magic, they'd be called bullfuckers or quarter-tours, and we'd be done with it. It's a ripoff. Anyway, this woman was wasted. A total train wreck who had clearly been waiting outside the tavern since last night, just waiting for that footnote at the end of her famed article. When she saw Juan, she jumped to her feet. When she saw me, she froze. Reporter, right? I asked.
Yeah,
she said. Well, good luck with this one. He's got a silence pact, so getting him to answer even a roundabout question about me will kill him. Which, to be honest, wouldn't be the worst thing, so push hard, would you? I turned, but she screamed,
Wait!
I turned back. Yes?
Who are you?
Isn't that your job to find out?
What do you think I'm doing?
Failing, I said. Anyway, if there's nothing else.
My name's Lindell Troy, she said. I'm a reporter with the Half-Herald. Is there anything you'd like to say before I do my job and destroy your reputation?
So it is you. I eyed her up and down with a perplexed frown. No offense, but I couldn't even imagine you holding a bottle straight, let alone a silver pen. Though I guess Hemingway...
Who's Hemingway?
She asked. Nice try, I said, trailing off. Things to say, no. I don't have anything to say. But just know, I read every article you write, so make sure to lace some truth with the propaganda. I'd hate to learn you'd been bought and paid for. And that's how I met Lindell Troy, the woman who would later capture the wild spirit and chaos of Derek's Dungeon Depot and divide Hearth from within. But back then, I had yet to read her true writing and had things to do, so I brushed her off and resumed my sworn obligation to take the money I made from the fight and reopen Kalian's kitchen. Chapter 25. Rebuilding the Tavern. No one called the first meeting to Kalian's kitchen. It just happened naturally, like a stalactite that formed after having the right minerals and conditions present. And the right conditions referred to having a lot of money but no food or alcohol. The pixies loved riches as much as fantasy dragons. They heaped up all the gold, silver, and copper from the rake and alcohol sales into a huge pile, and they slept on it, a fact that was obvious by the way they poked and prodded the kinks out of their backs during the meeting, and the way they refused to stop lying on it while we were counting it, opting instead to roll their bodies to the areas we had counted. Seems like the funding round was successful, I said, picking up a coin and dropping it into the pile. That means, we actually have to do this now, don't we? Rax ran his fingers through his hair, then giggled like a squeezed chew toy. It was evident that he spent countless years thinking about doing this, but when it came down to it, it was a lot of work that his freedom-loving gypsy lifestyle didn't agree with. Okay, well, it's not going to do itself. I picked up a large wood splinter off the dilapidated floor and handed it over to a random pixie. Light this. She put her little hands around it, and it burst into flames. I watched it burn carefully, then snuffed the flames, watching the embers fade with the black smoke, before pressing the charcoal to the bare floor and writing out the words, "The Kalian's Kitchen Plan." Then I said, "This is what we'll need to start a kitchen." The pixies nodded their heads absent-mindedly as I wrote out all the things I learned from Dale, pawning his work off on me, and I genuinely believed they were just acting like they got it. But at some point, Plink whistled, saying, "Get hungry to cold patches," and others simply said, "I met someone the other night," and then they disappeared. The next day, we had a full army of volunteers who showed up. I looked at a nervous group and said, "So, do any of you know carpentry?" They swallowed nervously and shook their heads. "Okay," I said. "So basically, we don't have any contractors, so I don't know what you should do." They dropped their heads to the floor, and out of sheer panic, I learned one of my most powerful skills, how to utilize propagandists. "Actually," I said, "let's create some posters, Kay? And I need you all to spread the gospel to carpenters on your floors. That's pretty much like the most important job we have." Their eyes lit up, and they scurried off. The second day, actual carpenters showed up with storage rings of wood and supplies, and a stringy woman with carved cheekbones put her hand out and said,
"We need the money up front."
I raised an eyebrow. "How much did they offer you?"
200,000.
She said. "Excuse me, what?" I cried.
"Hey, you want it or not?"
I looked at Rax. "How much discretionary we got?" He winced. "Aren't you going to negotiate?" "Oh, right." I turned back around. "I'll supply you with 20 volunteers and we won't break your legs for trying to rip us off so aggressively. How much did that take off?" Kino cracked her knuckles and the woman's face lit up.
"You're seriously going to threaten hired help? You get that no one's going to even come here if they hear this, right?"
I turned to Kali, who had been wearing business casual attire since the fight and got an idea. "Can you get some pen and paper out?" Kali nodded and rummaged through her purse to get both and said,
"What should we write? Contractors exploit Yester-Kell-inspired project with immortal price gouging?" "Hey, this isn't cool,"
the carpenter said, folding her arms nervously and looking at our people. "Neither is aggressively ripping us off," I said. "So come on. Meet us halfway, yeah?" Kino checked her gauntlet straps. Kali put her pen to a piece of paper with an intense glare. The contractor gulped and said,
"We can do 80,000. 70 with the labor."
Rax raised an eyebrow with a slight smile. I turned to him. "100? And he ruined it," he muttered. "Yeah, whatever." I turned back to the woman. 100,000, but you're getting half up front and half after the grand opening, got it? She nodded with a forced smile until I pulled out my 10 Kitas. But he stopped me and activated his own storage ring. Then he maintained eye contact as he gave her each coin, using a level of intimidation I didn't even know he had in him. "What's your name?" Rax asked.
"Lakia?"
She said nervously. "Okay, Lakia," he said. "My name's Rax. I'm famous for running a fair criminal syndicate, and when people get hurt, go missing, show up, rough, it's kind of just expected that they fucked us, yeah? So take this money," he put an extra handful of rooks into her breast pocket, "and remember that you came to us, yeah? That means till this is over," he looked her in the eyes, "we own you." He looked at the door with a sinister smile. "See you tomorrow." When she left, I looked at him with a wide smile. "Seriously?" He smirked and looked at Kino and Plink and pointed at me with his thumb, as if to say, "Check out this guy." Then he looked back at me and said, "Yeah, absolutely. And you're one of us, but that doesn't mean you get to be an idiot. That 30 is coming out of what we owe you." "Hey," I cried. "Those are the rules," Rax said. "Whose rules?" I asked. "The person fronting the money," he said. I paused and brooded. "But hey," he turned to me with a Rax-like smile. "I guess you just saved us a platinum, Rax, so I guess I'll let you off this once." I grinned and nodded. And then he looked at the decrepit climbers silently watching us like grim reapers, knowing what was coming and preparing to dig in. "Now figure this out." "Oh, come on." I wiped my face as I soaked in their wretched faces. They looked like helpless puppies, pleading with us not to kick them out, asking us with their eyes what they would do if they were kicked out of this space, as if they hadn't lived decades as grown adults before they found the floor they were slowly rotting away on. "You just heard him," I said. "Kalian's Kitchen's closing down for repairs. Don't make this a bigger deal than it is." Craig took a drink and swallowed hard.
Can we hang out in the pillar?
"No," I said. "We're doing things right, so just wait, okay?"
But what are we supposed to do until then?
A kobold asked. "Whatever you were doing before you came here." I came here to avoid what I was doing before I came here. We'll daydream about avoiding it for the next couple of weeks, I said. This place is closing down for repairs. Kali tugged at my sleeve.
What about me?
She asked nervously. I got a full look at her standing for the first time that day, and saw she was wearing a knee-length skirt and a yellow blouse and stud earrings. She looked like she was here for a business interview, and her blushing cheeks and body language told me she was nervous about getting kicked out. Wait, I said. Is that why you've been wearing... She blushed and turned away. I chuckled and said, You're absolutely vital. There's no way we could even do without you. Crag scoffed and rolled his eyes, and I winced.
Okay.
Kali said,
Is there something I can do?
I winced. I don't know, just jump in. She nodded shyly, then turned to the crowd, and her whole vibe shifted.
What the hell are you still doing here?
She snapped.
Derek just told you to leave. That means it's time to move. Hey, who do you think you are?
Said Marion, one of the Elixir snowballing lesbian demons. Kali chuckled murderously and kicked off her platform shoes and cracked her neck with a wide smile.
I'm the woman who Derek asked to jump in,
she said. Her bare arms and legs shifted into panther paws and claws, and she radiated a sinister aura that shut the demon up. Crag sighed and stood up.
Come on. The sooner we leave, the sooner we can drink.
Seriously?
She said.
They're literally kicking us out forever.
And that's their right. If you don't like it, take the right or pray they fail. But...
He looked at me with tired eyes and back.
That's not likely, so don't fight it.
He tried to take another drink from his flask, but he was out. Crag, I said. Here. Crag looked over just in time to catch the handle of jail yard vodka I threw at him. He read the label and said,
Why?
To tide you over, I said. Crag smiled and looked at the others.
If you don't want to climb dry, follow me.
He looked at Kali.
If you don't want to die, follow me.
A collective groan went out in Kalian's kitchen as the drunken climbers forced themselves up, hesitantly participating in the event that would be known as the Great Eviction. It took a couple more hours and 2 fights to clear out the rest of the climbers, but once Kali launched the last wino out of the place, we finally obtained complete dominion over the space, and made the most of it. The next day, Lakia arrived with 10 contractors, and 50 volunteers with big muscles joined them.
What's this?
She asked. We told Floor 9 we needed volunteers. We got 200, but we limited it to laborers. If you want more, let me know. I turned to Kali. We're going to set up the lab, so I'm going to leave this to you, okay? Her eyes sparkled, and she nodded. Cool, I said. I flicked her ear, and she twitched and giggled until I walked away. And then I heard her scream,
Okay, let's go, people. Line up and introduce yourself. Lakia doesn't have all day.
That woman's something else, Rax said. No joke, I said, looking around. So, what do we need to do to jazz this up? Since the pillar was the area we built all the floors to Derek's dungeon depot in, it's important to put the area into perspective. The pillar the staircase was around was 100 meters in diameter, or roughly the length of an American football field, and was essentially hollow. That made the space half the size of a Walmart supercenter and could comfortably accommodate 10,000 standing adults. It sounds extreme, but in the future, we would not only use all that space, but we would also build floors to accommodate projects. But right then, back when Derek's Dungeon Depot was nothing but a broken-down tavern and a huge hollow space, we literally had nothing but some tables, glassware, and bundles of ingredients in unlabeled potato sacks. It looked like a bleak reception party being held in the darkness, with mana lamps lighting only small places because, without a roof, the light was just swallowed into the 50 miles of empty black space above us. At least there was ventilation. Well, alchemy equipment is just glass and arrays, Rax said, so we can just make it, if you're cool with that. He held up array ink and ceiling paint. Also, anything for lights, purification, anything you can do? Oh, it's so on, I said. I'm going to get rusty if I don't. I grabbed some ink, and we set to work. We created bottle purification tubs and tables with precise heat controls. I painted these tables with arrays to Rax's specifications, as Plink came back from some place or another and unloaded his tiny pockets, and more tables ballooned and crashed onto the floor. That magic's crazy convenient, I said. Rax chuckled evilly. You have no idea. I shot him a sidelong glance. Dirty, thieving pixies.
Come on, guy,
Kino said as she sat on my shoulder.
You're one of us now.
I grabbed an elixir bottle and sneakily put it in my pocket, and the pixies cheered. Then Rax said, but for real, don't steal from kin. I burst into laughter, and we carried on. A week passed on like that, until we had dozens of stations for different goods and a full bottling facility. We had carpenters work on storage containers that I put cooling and heating arrays into for precise temperature control, so we could make specific elixirs. Slowly yet surely, we created a full lab, and pixies worked around the clock to create elixirs as new herb runners dropped off bags of ingredients for heavy premiums. We officially had a lab. Chapter 26. Mikhail Kuznetsov. It wasn't long before our piles of gold depleted at the same rate of our casks, bottles, and kegs, and it was clear that, even after our single victory, we were still risking everything. But a week in, when Kali grabbed my hand and showed me the tavern's new hardwood floors with a stellar smile, and on the second week, when Kali showed me the new staircase that led to bedrooms upstairs for the managers, I felt a deep satisfaction. By the time I saw a dozen crates of health elixirs mixed in with the magical PCP and battlefield meth we normally made, it all felt real. And all of it felt special, wonderful even, and that made me nervous. You think this is a bit too easy? I asked, as I tattooed fortification arrays on the walls. They would get sealed and painted soon, and no one would be the wiser, until the next fight broke out.
Nah,
Kino said, sitting on my shoulders.
Those prissy quins are cooking something.
She sniffed twice.
I can smell it.
What does it smell like?
Plink asked.
A grando mixed with sewage sludge,
Kino said.
Must not be that bad, then. I thought it'd at least reach a honooker.
Oh, it's worse. It's sprinkled with whiny bitches spitting circles after giving a batch of ankles to the morts.
Ankles? I've known lessers that'd ankle it.
My mind spiraled in loops as I listened to the slang pool, and I glanced at Rax. What are they talking about? Nothing, really, Rax said. It's just something they do. Tranga, we call it. You just one-up the things that the other person says until one of you breaks. Oh, I finished the array. Minx? Minx stopped drinking in the corner and put her hand on my arrays. They glowed brightly when she loaded it with mana to allow it to activate on contact. Thanks, I said. Minx lifted her hand in a no-problem gesture as she walked away. She was like Crag, a silent drinker. I looked at the wall and tables. There was a full tavern at that point. Lakia did a great job, keeping it simple and on-brand. It looked just like Kalian's kitchen, if it wasn't destroyed centuries ago. There were a dozen tables with fortification arrays, and a beautiful varnished bar top with bottles of booze on shelves. There was now a staircase that led to a replica of Easter Rock for the Pixies, a meeting room and bedrooms for me, the Guardian, a.k.a. Minx, Kali, and 2 extra rooms because we knew we'd need them for something or other. We also had a full kitchen with a huge island for chopping vegetables, and long counters with massive heating arrays that could fit cauldron-sized vats for stew. There were also proofing boxes for bread, standing ovens, and other equipment. I peeked in the kitchen to make sure that I wasn't missing anything, and then folded my arms nervously.
Just chill, guy,
Kino said.
They're gonna attack us, and we're gonna beat them up. That's that.
Rex nodded. She's right. It's not like there's some sinister surprise at play. They're gonna attack. We're going to defend. I nodded, but wasn't convinced. Something felt off. As I stood there, lost deep in a state of contemplation, a state so deep that the world's noises drowned out, a sudden thud of footsteps in the tavern made me freak out. Emma snapped into the shape of armor and a massive greatsword on my back, just to reflect the mood and prove I was a big man, you know. Then I turned and said, "Didn't you read the sign?" But I froze and developed a wide, unexpected grin. Mikhail! A huge, buff man stood with wide eyes.
Inostranka, it really is you. When I first heard that you were here, I didn't believe it. But here you are.
He rubbed his head in disbelief as I grabbed his hand and pulled us shoulder to shoulder. Here I am, I said. What are you doing here?
What am I? No. No. You don't get to change the subject. What are you doing here?
I smiled wryly. Here, let's get a drink first. The pixies flew around the Russian man curiously as Kali poured him a beer. I joined her. Welcome, Rax said as Mikhail sat at the bar.
Thank you for having me.
He accepted a beer from Kali and said,
The ears. I cannot get over it. It is like the best of two things at once.
Kali blushed and linked her arm around mine. Mikhail's smile quickly disappeared.
Now this. You'll need to be careful.
I looked at Kali and back. What?
Is this your new devushka?
He asked. Podruga, I said, using the Russian word for female friend, as opposed to devushka, the word for girlfriend, when used in the possessive. I know this because I constantly had to make it clear that Denise and I were friends and not partners, even to Mikhail.
Yes, he said. Denise was a podruga too.
Kali blushed and shrank back. It's not romantic, we're just close, I said. But what's up with the aggressive reply? Mikhail looked between us and said,
Because I am here to warn you.
Warn me? About what?
Denise.
Mikhail searched for words.
She's gone crazy.
She's always been crazy, I said.
No,
Mikhail said.
She's gone crazy.
He circled his pointer finger around his temple.
Real crazy. It was bad when she kicked out Juan and sent us here, but now...
He rummaged through a backpack and pulled out a copy of the Labyrinth City Esquire and pointed to an article. Shocking coup in Jespa. King Jespa beheaded. Queen Hensley assumes the throne. Wait, what the fuck? I cried. Rax and the pixies fluttered around to read it.
Like I said,
Mikhail said.
She's gone crazy.
What happened? I asked.
What happened? She went crazy looking for you. That's what happened.
I stared at him for a few seconds in shock, then snapped into action. Then I need to tell her I'm alive, I said, grabbing pen and paper from the bar. Since Denise was now the queen of the Jespa kingdom, all my problems were null and void. And as much as I wanted to avoid her and enjoy my new life, I neither wanted her to suffer looking for me, nor drag innocent people into this. To me, this mindset was strong and immediate, but Mikhail disagreed. He slammed his meaty hand on mine before I could start writing.
No, you're not listening to me. Derek, listen to me.
I dropped the pen. What's there to listen to? Denise is going on a psycho rampage because she thinks I'm dead, and I'm just supposed to sit back and let that happen?
If you want to live,
Mikhail said.
Listen, I understand what you're thinking, but I'm telling you, Denise, she's crazy. Not crazy like you people call crazy, no. She's, how do you say, mentally ill. And she spent months going crazy, thinking you were shackled in torture chair. What's she going to think if she finds out you're having fun in a labyrinth?
He looked at Kali, who quickly started making me a drink. So? I said. I'm just supposed to torture her and let other people get killed because she's crazy? I'll be real with you. I don't get it.
And you can't, Mikhail said, because you don't understand what I understand and haven't experienced the things I've experienced. In Russia, a lot of bad things happen, and it was very bad in the 90s when Soviet Russia collapsed. I've seen a lot of people rise and fall during that time, and I've seen many get paranoid, many start killing people they think betrayed them.
He paused and said,
And when one of these people thinks you've been disloyal, what do? Welcome you back with open arms? Reverse course? Stop killing people? Are you crazy? Of course not. She's crazy, Derek. She executes people. She throws coup. Do you really think that she's going to stop if you go back?
So, okay, wait. I rubbed my face. You're saying it's not going to make a difference if she finds out I'm alive? Even though she's killing people Looking for me?
Derek.
He rubbed his head and said,
It's not about you. It might have been, but this...
He pointed at the newspaper article.
Normal people do not kill people, Derek. They do not throw coup. They do not seize kingdom, especially to find people. This is not about you anymore, Derek. This is about power. And I came here today to warn you not to go back.
I swallowed. So what should I do? I asked.
Just keep doing this, Mikhail said. You were kidnapped. That is truth. You were afraid to return. That is truth. Juan, he cannot say the truth, so it'll be fine.
I grimaced.
What?
He asked nervously. I pulled out the Hearth Herald and showed him the article Lindell Troy wrote about the fight with Sassel. It had Juan's name all over it, and it painted me out as someone who had run away from Denise and started schmoozing up on another woman. Mikhail read it with a grim expression. He rubbed his head and said,
Ay, Beda.
Yeah, I said. The recruitment period will open in 2 seasons, and while Jespa's troops don't know who I am, I'm famous enough to be talked about. Labyrinth allowed kingdoms to register their troops for training once a year, and due to complex treaties regarding training, those individuals had to enter during the recruitment period and then stay an entire year to ensure that nothing shady was happening. That was good for limiting information about me to merchants, but it was only valid for 1 year. Denise would find me. It was a matter of time.
Why did you not use another name?
Mikhail asked.
Derek is too distinct. It's ridiculous.
That's what's on the official papers I was given, I said. Beyond that, I don't know why I didn't go by another name. I've been pretty drunk since I've gotten here. He rubbed his face. So, I asked. She's going to find me at some point, maybe soon, so what do you think I should do? He shook his head solemnly.
I would climb. With any luck, she will climb higher than you, and she'll never be able to come back down.
That serious? I asked. He nodded.
Just how strong is she?
Kino asked. Minx turned to me, and I smiled wryly, making eye contact with Mikhail. Denise was summoned to this world because she has the strongest mana core in probably the universe, I said. Kali's eyes widened, and I mouthed her the words I'll explain later. Then I turned back to Rax and Kino. She's inexperienced right now, but even so, I can't follow her movements, and I've seen her swing a sword and create a 100-meter crevasse. And that was in the first year. I mean, her mana is practically limitless. Minx continued to drink her beer. Rax pondered it. Well, there's not much we can do about it. Even if we change your name, the Herald will keep using Derek, and it'll just make you look like you're hiding from her. But we can move the kitchen. And to be honest, that would be useful anyway. I mean, we know the Quinns are coming. It'd be super convenient if we could just move to floor 5.
It'd be nice to have Helia, too,
Minx added. Who's Helia? I asked.
The leader of floor 5. If you win her over, you don't have to worry about your girl or the immortals.
Why? Is she strong?
Oh, she's strong.
Minx took a drink and fell silent, so I looked at Rax. I don't know, Rax said. She's floor 5, so she's unscaled. But you hear all sorts of crazy stories about how strong she is. But they're so ridiculous, no one really believes them. She's a living myth, but everyone takes them seriously.
I take 'em seriously,
Minx said.
She trained me.
Well, that settles that, Kino said. I pondered it. Do you think I could make it to floor 5 in 2 days? If it's easy, we'll do it before the reopening. Do you think you can touch those stairs without people killing you? Rax asked. That's the real question. I frowned. I'm just asking if it's possible.
Of course it's possible,
Kino said.
It's the first 5 floors that basically just workouts.
Yeah, but I don't work out, I said. I basically only train my liver, and Emma keeps it healthy.
Yeah, Emma, you doofus. You have a living weapon inside of you.
Did you just call me a doofus? I asked dryly. Seriously? And of course I know that. But Emma and I haven't... My eyes deadened when I remembered that Emma killed a lot of Lockhart's cultists during the cleansing ritual, as well as a slew of murders and perhaps mass disappearances. We'll be fine, I said. Let's just focus on getting the supplies. If we can get them, we'll decide then. What do you need? Rax asked. Masks, I said. Cool ones. Chapter 27. Masks. Mikhail finished his drink and started climbing back to floor 9, which he had reached in the month since his arrival, somehow, and we spent the rest of our day procuring masks and clothing. I had 2 masks in front of me. One was a plain black mask, and the second was a croca mask, a mask provided to guests attending dragonborn ceremonies. It was somewhere between one of those iconic wide grin or deep frown theater masks and a Japanese demon mask with an exaggerated frowning face and saber teeth, but it also had dragon horns like Lindell Troy. It was pure white with long fangs, but I was painting it like a mime to make it as distinctive as possible. Kali sat at the table watching me paint with a gentle smile on her face, laying her head on her arm dreamily, as if she were watching her hypothetical child finger paint for the first time. Kino was the opposite. She was sitting cross-legged on the table near the mask, arms folded and brooding.
I can't believe you're going through with this,
Minx said. If I can't get through the gates, I won't, I said. If I can, we're fine. Trust me, I'm not going to throw my life away over it. If I think it can't work, I'll back out.
Okay,
she said sarcastically. I continued painting, and Kino finally boiled over.
It still sucks that you can't rep us at the bell,
she pouted.
It's tradition.
People will eventually know it's me, I said. There's no way they won't.
But what if no one remembers seeing it?
If they don't, wouldn't that be a good thing? They didn't know I was a Raxlin? It'd imply we were mid. She puckered her lips and turned away. Okay, I said, finishing a diamond under the right eye of the mask. I'll try to make it flashy, but no promises. She snapped her eyes back to me.
What do you mean, no promises?
I stopped painting. How am I supposed to promise when I don't know what the test is? If you tell me what the test is, I'll prepare something flashy. Kino hugged her arms closer and looked away.
But if you know the test, you won't get a shot at the bloodboard.
I glanced at the new poster of rules we got for Kalian's kitchen's wall. The relevant rule read, Rule 14, intentionally researching tests disqualifies climbers from bloodboard rankings. Most people didn't care about the rule. The bloodboard ranks climbers on a test-by-test basis. It's purely ceremonial, as far as people know, and the rule mitigates the advantage future climbers have over the pioneers. While the Labyrinth removes memories of the tests upon entry, you can still learn spells and develop muscle memory to overcome challenges. Still, it seems irrelevant. Most think it's asinine not to train for dangerous tests just to get on a ranking board, and it felt pointless considering that over 100 million climbers have taken the first test. Despite that, Kino and Rax were insistent that Raxlins had to represent the syndicate, and to do that, they had to try to put the name on the board.
It won't matter,
Minx said.
The bell tests your potential. Abnormal as your soul core may be, magic is the most vital skill in Labyrinth, and your mana core is less than nothing. No, it's not,
Kali cried, shooting up from the table.
If magic was the key, the tests wouldn't drown climbers in aether. If anything, this labyrinth was made for demons, and they can't even use magic.
Minx glanced at her, unamused.
So what? A magicless race built the most magical structure in existence?
Kali's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she collapsed on the table in frustration. As someone who preferred to communicate non-verbally, she struggled to articulate her thoughts, and that was an endless source of frustration. Calm down, Rax said. Shooting for the bloodboard is a Raxlin tradition. That's all there is to it. And if it's magical, it's magical. But if there's anyone who proves otherwise, it's Derek. Can we agree on that? Minx lifted her beer and put it back on the table, staring at it silently. Kali puffed out her cheek and looked at me. I tickled her ears, and she giggled. Then I put out my palm, and Emma oozed out of it in pixie form. You think we can rank? I asked. Emma put on an identical croca mask and folded her arms and nodded, and everyone burst into laughter. Even Minx was forced to crack a smile. "Save your agreements," I said, as I painted a tear on the left side of my mask, finalizing the black diamond and tear decorations. 'Cause bloodboard or not, this run's going to be legendary. I threw on a black peacoat-style jacket and the mask, and looked at myself in the reflection in the mirror behind the bar. I turned left and right as I popped my lapels. God damn, I looked like a gangster. There wasn't an alternative universe in existence where I'd back down, after seeing how cool I looked. There were about 200 people camping outside of Kalian's kitchen in the floor 1 summer heat when I left wearing a simple black mask and cloak. It wasn't Rachma attire, simply secret identity attire, and most people were asleep, as it was during the sleeping period. I rented a ground dragon from a nearby dealer and blasted through the floor, chased by 2 Quinn guards watching the kitchen around the clock. It was one hell of a chase, and I was glad I was sober, because we flew across floor 1 at an insane speed, en route to the gates to Labyrinth Labyrinth. The reason why was simple. I needed to leave and re-enter as another person. After all, if I just walked out of Kalian's kitchen and hit the staircase, I would be uncloaked and killed by the enforcers on the steps. I didn't even slow down when I reached the tunnel. I just blasted through at top speed while the sparse climbers screamed and jumped out of the way of my dragon. It opened up the line, so I jumped off my dragon and threw a handful of rooks to the individual collecting taxes for the Soul Pact. The array on my hand heated up under my glove, indicating that I had fulfilled the Soul Pact's requirements. It worked, I thought, as I ran out of the gate. No one can casually leave the labyrinth without consequences, so my pursuers stopped and yelled, "Figure out who that person is!" to another set of guards out of the gate. But it was too late. I had already rushed out the door and was instantly blanketed in stealth magic. I watched my body disappear and panicked. "Fucks her up," Plink said in the mist. "Plink?" I asked. A force suddenly yanked me off the ground, and Plink said, "Talk later." He and 2 other pixies flew me over the river, which looked black and ominous in the dark city streets of Labyrinth. The city was dark and empty, silent, serene, and void. So when the guards started yelling and screaming, it felt loud and booming, but it was all in vain. Like magic, we entered buildings, went downstairs, entered tunnels, and when we heard running guards yell, "Check this smuggler channel," Plink said, "Corrupt bastards, knowing up on our lookers and never even looking. I'll show you corruption. Come on." We rushed back, exited the tunnel through a side street, and ran straight into a set of vampiric guards. Then I froze in terror. A wine glass could have shattered at my feet, and I wouldn't have even processed it. The regret was just too high. Vampires were one of the few species that could leave Labyrinth with all their power, at least temporarily, since they were immortal, as long as it was during the night. So these vampires could potentially vaporize us. "What took you so long?" Plink asked. "Nearly had a hulker running gauntlets." A guard snorted. "You told me about it an hour ago." He looked at me. "Whatever, let's go." 2 guards pushed me out front, and we walked straight for the gates. "Tell the yellow bimby hey for me," Plink laughed as we walked away. I didn't know what they meant until the vampires thrust me into a carriage and took me out to the gates. On the way out, there were full inspections happening, but we were fortunate. Because the corrupt blonde bimbo who robbed me on the way was working the night shift. I'm surprised I even recognized her. Kino had caved in her cheekbone something savage to get my ring back, and I didn't even wear it afterward. I almost felt like giving it to her out of pity. But then I remembered that she robbed me and was like, "Oh yeah, fuck this broad," and moved on. "Sorry, Flanick," she said. "We're looking for Raxlin, so we can't let you through." "You can let me through," Flanick, the guard riding coach, said. "No, I can't. We just got word topside. If I let you through, they'll string me up." "And if you don't, we'll expose you publicly and then string you up." She rubbed her face. "Live by corruption, die by corruption," he said. "You touched a Raxlin. Own it." She nodded. "Go on through," she said. "Thank you," he said. I listened in amazement as the iron wheels of the carriage bumped down the road again. Somehow I made it out of Labyrinth, and now my last story ended, and my origin story could begin. Chapter 28. The Villain. For whatever reason, I made up my mind to become a villain. To me, changing my name and appearance wasn't good enough to avoid detection. I needed to become another person entirely, and since being good was out of the question, I was going to become the ultimate Yakuza gangster, show up to Labyrinth with an unbearable attitude, and walk up the first 5 floors without stopping or slowing down, ignoring rules and questions and doing whatever the hell I wanted. And that started with a grand entrance to Labyrinth City. It came in the morning after a long, bone-chilling trudge through the southern roads. I had been dropped off 10 miles away in a small city where I changed into my coat and slacks and croca mask in order to pint in the early morning to make myself known. Then I hit the road, silently hitching a ride with a merchant for a blind handful of rooks, then separating from the wagon when the gates were in sight. There were more guards than usual, since the order went out to find the black-masked man who left Kalian's kitchen. But despite that, I cut the entire line of shivering merchants and coach riders. People screamed, "Wait your turn," as I strode past them, but I didn't care. I walked straight up to Blonde Bimby, as Plink called her, the guard who robbed me. She was dead tired in the early morning, eyes bloodshot from the double shift. I got close and tossed 50 Trenta into the light morning snow and said, in the most chilling voice possible,
"That's the toll. Try to rob me, and I'll slice your limbs off before you can call for help."
Emma did her part by making a Bowie knife and pressing the tip against her throat. She couldn't see the knife, but when she felt blood trickle down her neck, the poor woman's legs turned to water.
"Okay,"
she whispered between gasping breaths. Yeah, total gangster.
"Now keep silent."
I retracted the blade and walked on, glaring at a stammering guard that said,
"Wait, that mask,"
while another said,
Wrong mask. Plus they're coming in, so it's someone else's problem.
I didn't run. I just walked past them with my freakish mask, maintaining the momentum as I walked through the Labyrinth city streets, refusing to slow or step out of the way of anyone, subtly using Emma to push guards out of the way, and snapping my eyes on them, making them recoil in horror. Once the guards moved out of my way, everyone, including future guards, followed suit. It was like I was parting the Red Sea. Everyone just moved aside, whispering about the mask, or my clothes, or whether they should try to stop me.
He hasn't done anything,
a guard said.
What if he's important? Whatever, he's heading for the gates. They'll sort it out.
I grinned beneath the mask when low-level Draven guards started shifting responsibility to others, and it only fanned the flames. Labyrinth city vendors were drama addicts, poorly masked as business folk. They watched me like hawks, already crafting the story they would tell about me to their friends, hoping I'd finally be the person that would reignite the dreams they had when they traveled to this godforsaken land so many years ago. Soon, I had a full posse following me to the stone gates of the Labyrinth, so when I got there, people in line stepped away thinking me an immortal, and that was what I was going for. An army of elves stopped me on the bridge to the Labyrinth. They were strong, as elves were one of the few species that could obtain great power in the Labyrinth and leave with it, within certain restrictions.
"Stop,"
said the elf commander. I took off my glove and showed her the immortal soul pact and said,
"Harass me during my climb, and there will be consequences."
She took a knee with the rest.
"My lord."
I walked past her, feeling like a god, but she stopped me.
"My lord, you've come here at a bad time. If you would only give me something to give Karath."
Karath Draven was the person who led the Enforcer Association, which enforced Hearth's laws throughout Labyrinth Labyrinth. She worked directly under him, and I realized that she would report what happened immediately. Upon reflection, I made my decision.
"No,"
I said, walking past her and her troops as I entered the gates of Labyrinth Labyrinth. I suppose I should talk a bit more about the Labyrinth. Been here so long it feels like everyone should know about it, as if simply reading its name would stuff your head full of its rules and quirks and secrets. But it doesn't work like that. And since I'm about to climb it, it's best to get some context out of the way. There are over 50 million climbers in Labyrinth Labyrinth, as counted by the mandatory census Hearth City Council holds every 5 years. Most of these people aren't climbing. They're simply living on the floor they gave up on, settling down in one of the floor's sanctuaries to raise families and enjoy their immortality. Labyrinth has 50 floors connected by a single spiraling staircase that stretches over 100 miles to the top. Each floor has a test that assesses if you have learned the lessons from the previous floor. Once you complete it, it leads you to the next floor, which you can leave at will. However, once you finish a floor, you cannot return to it, a provision that prevents climbers from ascending and getting stronger, only to return and terrorize climbers on the lower levels. Labyrinth enforces this limitation, as well as many other laws, through written rules and supreme magic that will shatter one's mana and soul core if they do not follow them. There are 20 of these rules, including rules on taking tests, limiting harassment, and discouraging others from climbing. Most attempt to prevent government hindrance and exploitation, but as you've already seen, there are just too many loopholes. There are many other unwritten quirks, but you'll learn those as you go. Let's talk about the floors and set some expectations. There are 50 floors in Labyrinth, and I tested out most of them. I only saw them from the open-air staircase or corkscrew, which allows you to look over any given floor you've completed. And even when I did enter floors, I rarely wrote about them because this memoir is, first and foremost, an account of Derek's Dungeon Depot and the events that led up to the mess that inspired me to write this. This story spans over 50 years, and I've been very selective about what I've put into it. So while I have spent probably 15 years traveling through floors, you'll only hear about a few, those relevant to my story. That said, there is one notable period of crisis that required me to climb a lot of floors at once, and those tests and floors had a dramatic impact on my life, as they gave me special powers. There are also some floors that have an immense socio-political and economic impact on the labyrinth and my business as a whole. One was floor 25, an economic-free zone where anyone could create businesses. These businesses could freely export to floor 40 and above by treaties with Hearth. The floor is particularly significant because once there, my operations would be entirely legal for floor 25 and above 39, and no one could do anything about it. The others were the notorious 9s, floors 9, 19, 29, 39, and 49, and floor 24. Which leads to the notorious ego killer test. Their tests are extravagantly more difficult than the rest, and for that reason, most people give up on them or buy resources in bulk, so they're critical to my businesses. So while this story is focused on my life and businesses, my businesses help climbers, like myself, get to the top. So about 25% of the story relates to climbing and combat and all that juicy stuff. It comes and goes, usually in chunks, temporarily usurping this story before drifting back to the crazed events and spectacles that always seem to surround me and my businesses. That's just how my life played out, so that's how I'll tell it. And that's about the gist of it. You'll learn the rest as we go. Now let's get back to the climb. It started smoother than expected. I walked right in front of the sprawling mass of climbers camping out in front of Kalian's kitchen, waiting for the grand opening of Rax's re-ups and onto the staircase before being confronted by enforcers. Before they even spoke, I flashed my immortal pact to the guards and said, "If I hear about the masked man one more time, I'll have your neck snapped by nightfall." They kept silent. "I'm masked for a reason," I said. "Alert Hearth or send people to harass me, and there will be severe consequences." I took another step and kept walking. It was awkward, considering that the steps were 15 feet wide and 4 feet across, making every step take time. But I played it off smoothly, never showing frustration, never showing weakness. I summoned my inner Yakuza, hands stuffed in my pockets, sneering at anyone who looked too long. And that's how I got free rein to the corkscrew and breezed all the way into the clouds above floor 1. Here's the neat part. Labyrinth isn't a Euclidean structure bound by the laws of normal physics. It is impossibly tall and wide without normal physical supports, relying entirely on magic. The smallest floor in the labyrinth is floor 1, with floor 48 being probably 8 times the size of Earth, but the height is consistent. There was roughly a mile between floors, with 4,000 feet between clouds on each floor, and 1,000 feet of solid ground you could pass through on the staircase. You just enter into white milky clouds, or gray or golden or purple, depending on the time of day, and the color of the celestial bodies on the floor, and then you just enter a stone tunnel lit by beautiful glowing runes and arrays that look like alien markings. And somewhere within this mass of earth and stone is the test for each floor, held underground in a chamber, despite some testing areas being a world in themselves. And I didn't care about any of this, because I was sweltering after a 3-mile climb in a pea coat and mask in the hot summertime. And while my core healed me around the clock, I was still breaking down faster than it could heal me. I determined right then that the creators of Labyrinth created the rules and staircase to ensure that no one would leave. It was a warning and a promise of what was to come, a first test designed to break the will of lesser men. I didn't let it break me. Bloodshot, bleak, and broken, I trudged up to the next floor, joining the sprawling throng of sweaty goats the Nalzarenthians referred to as climbers. Demon, vampire, beastkin, and gnome, we were all in the same boat. A tiny water sprite, a Tinkerbell-sized woman with wings, was especially crushed, as she flew everywhere but couldn't fly on the staircase except to hop between steps. She was complaining about it nonstop. I rocked back a drink from my flask as I heaved and trudged on. 10 minutes later, I hit the line for the test, but was blocked by a mass of exhausted climbers, sitting on the stairs despite the line being a bit farther ahead. I looked between them. No one said anything, so I stepped over them. But this one red-faced bastard in particular, who was lying down, melting on the staircase like one of Dolly's clocks, yelled, "Hey, wait your turn, buddy," and grabbed my leg. He let go and clutched his chest when the labyrinth warned him not to impede my climb or block the staircase, but he was insistent that I stop. "I'm getting up," he said, "so wait your turn." I eyed him up and down. If I were a righteous man, I'd shatter this man's legs to save him from getting eaten, I thought. But not a moment later, an uncomfortable icy tingle hit my soul core and I clutched my chest. But that'd be against the rules, huh? I thought back to the poster of the rules on Kalian's new wall. The 5th one from the top read, Rule 5. Attempting to convince or force a climber to abandon their climb is forbidden. Guess it's a matter of intention, I thought. He saw me holding my chest and said, "Not so fun, is it? Now step out of the way. You're impeding my climb." His words formed a knot in the back of my brain, and it popped. Well, it's a good thing I'm not a righteous man, I thought. I didn't owe this overweight bloatfly anything. In fact, this was a perfectly good opportunity for villainy, and why shouldn't I take that up? Say something gangster like, "You know what? I've changed my mind. I thought you were useless, but I realized that your hands would look excellent on my wall." Sure, that was too try-hard, but I could dip my feet into villainy and try talking. See where it took me. "You have exactly 3 seconds to get behind me," I said, committing to my alter ego, "'cause I've recently had a heart-to-heart with a bottle of rye and come to terms with the fact that I'm not a hero. In fact, I'm kinda an asshole. So if some beached whale tries to waste my time to validate his bad decisions, I'm liable to kick him down the stairs." I determined right then that a villain wouldn't be so polite or pathetic when delivering their judgment upon those they deem guilty. But it seemed like a drag to cross-analyze everything I did. "Ha!" the man said. "Didn't you just feel that warning?" "Yeah, I tried to save your tubby ass from getting eaten by kicking you down the stairs," I said. "That's why I got the warning. But as it turns out, it's not against the rules to break your legs for the enjoyment of it, is it?" I touched my chest and presented my palm. The crowd suddenly sparked to life, waiting for the fight. Chapter 29. Monarch's Arrival. "Hey, wait," the man said in a panic, looking around at the other climbers when I said I'd break his legs. "You can't do this. It's too packed. If you challenge me, people will get hurt." I turned to the people behind me. "Can you move?"
I'm going to save you an hour by kicking this guy down the stairs.
Sure thing, boss. A brightly dressed vampire tried to move with the rest of the crowd, but he slipped and hit his shin against a step. He yelped and grabbed his leg, taking sharp drags through his teeth. Just give me a second, then you can punt that sucker to God's Oh! I frowned. The guy was killing my vibe.
Look, it's not the best,
The overweight man said.
so let's just call it a draw, yeah?
I didn't respond. I just thrust out my hand at the vampire, and Emma shot out in a tentacle. She grabbed him and flew him over to my side as the onlookers gawked in wonder. They were people who hadn't even hit floor 2, let alone 25, so it must have looked like telekinesis. For that reason, I added Star Wars force grab motions to captivate the crowd. And when I set the vampire beside me, the pudgy asshole who challenged me knew he was cooked. His eyes widened and he cried, "Wait!" But it was too late. My word and reputation as a villain were on the line, so I said,
I challenge you to a submission match.
I lifted my leg like the Spartan in 300 and push-kicked this pudgy whale in the chest, sending him rolling down the stairs. It was a slow, laborious roll full of groans and slapping fat, and it was just depressing, to be honest. He was dangerously close to falling off the corkscrew, so I had Emma pick him up and then used Star Wars force gestures to bring him to me. Excitement broke out when people saw the floating man meet me face to face.
Say sorry to these people,
I ordered.
I'm sorry.
I slapped him.
Now, say sorry to me.
I'm sorry.
I slapped him again.
Now say, I submit.
I submit.
I slapped him again.
I said I submit.
I decide if you can submit, and I determined you needed another slap.
I lifted my hand, and he blocked his face. I put down my hand and threw him onto the ground.
Now you can submit.
I submit.
My soul indicated the fight was over, and I turned to the sound of cheers and laughter. So much for being a villain, I thought. Right now I'm a vigilante. I complained, but I was grinning as I turned to the crowd and tried to keep in character.
Your place is your place, but if you're not gonna shit, get off the pot. I got another 4 tests to do today, and I don't got time for people who can't climb a staircase.
Despite telling people that they could keep their place, everyone moved anyway. Everyone. The diehards, the slackers, the resters, and the people just waiting, they all stepped out of the way, allowing me to ascend the stairs like Caesar approaching a throne. And I'm not gonna lie, it felt damn good to be a gangster. It was damn near perfect, but someone had to ruin the vibe.
Boss! Wait up, boss!
My forehead throbbed, and I turned and found the vampire from earlier. Now that I got a good look at him, I could see that he was a sight to behold. Here was a young man with silver and pasty white skin, yet he wore an oversized pink and white button-up that popped like neon lights on a white wall. The shirt was Viridia's twist on an Acapulco t-shirt, the type you see at tourist traps in Mexico or Hawaii, and it was accented with a pop art pink animal that could dethrone a flamingo with its cute uniqueness. The only thing that denoted it as strictly Viridian was that it was hand-stitched together, likely by underpaid ocean nymphs in a far corner beach where the culture existed solely to act as a counterweight against our own. Dear Lord, man, I thought, where did this kid come from? I thought the only rational thing to do would be to grasp space and time with my bare hands, ripping it open to send this crazed goon back to the alternative dimension that he crawled out of.
What are you wearing?
I asked.
It looks like it requires sunlight just to wear it.
Oh, this?
He looked down and pulled the shirt taut.
Funny story, actually. When I told my dad that I was going to see the sunlight, he laughed and bought me this as a farewell gift. Rebellious teens these days would rather fill an urn than marry a good Scalan woman.
He wiggled his neck as he mocked his father with an exaggerated voice.
Not sure where he got it, actually, he added. I'm pretty sure he bought it off some caravan moving up from the Seranta. Not sure, but at this point, I'm just wearing it for spite. Like the tan?
He showed me his arms. They were as white as polished marble.
Yes,
I said.
Right? But enough about me. Let's talk about you. That shit was cold, bro.
I suppose it's a good time to remind you that everything you're reading, from fantasy species to common foods, services, and animals, is all translated into English from alien languages. So, naturally, this kid didn't talk in slang from the millennial 20s. He actually said, Naga, kalan go broka trula, which loosely translates to, rip the husband's throat out, brother, which refers to being so cruel that you'd sleep with a man's wife and then kill him once his heart was broken. But I'm way too lazy to translate idioms, so that shit was cold, is what you're gonna get. And the mask just makes it, he said. Never seen a human out-dragging a dragonborn. A jolt of terror snapped through me when I was called out as a human so decisively.
Why do you think I'm a human?
I asked. He looked at me as if I had a brain aneurysm, and suddenly started rambling about the scientific viability of chlorophyll transplants into Siberian musk deer during winters. You can't be serious, bro. He hooked a finger in his mouth and yanked it upward so I could see his blood drinkers. I'm a Skala. I can smell you. Hell, half the savages around here see as a snack. But not me, bro. I don't drink Dragonborn, even if they are humans. Oh.
Right,
I said.
Well, I gotta go.
Cool, let's do it. He strode up right beside me as we continued my walk, a surreal experience since every group, seeing the last group getting out of my way, also spread to let us through. Oh, this is the good life, he said. Oh, by the way, bro, name's Kern, but you can just call me Kay.
Sure.
I continued climbing silently, wondering what I did in life to deserve hearing this guy rattle off strange slang about the state of the world. And then I suddenly heard a strange whine. I stopped.
Was that the bell?
Yeah. I heard it doesn't sound like a bell most of the time, because people can't ring it, but you can. I can't wait to see that shit, bro. You should just slap it like you did that guy. Those women down there were interested, but if you make the bell ring, bro, you're gonna have a line. And once they learn you don't even need to touch them to make them sing, they chickies are gonna sprout wings and trumpet your arrival, believe it. I turned to him.
You know what, Kern? I thought you'd be annoying, but I think you're all right, kid.
Okay, look, I'm sure you think I'm vain, gullible, and slightly narcissistic, and you'd be right. I'm all those things. Throw in a little idiocy, a dice roll of addiction, and a small mug of degeneracy, and you get a good feel of who I am. But look, if you ever get a hype man who validates all your worst qualities as the will of God, keep that person around. It feels awesome. One more turn of the staircase, and we found ourselves in front of the bell. And let me tell you, it was massive. I imagined it would be grand, but it exceeded my expectations. Far from Big Ben, this thing could rattle the brains out of an elephant if it stood inside it. It was the color of matted bronze, filled with dark gray patches that made it look strong and regal. And boy, was it intimidating. It was in the center of a gym-sized room, and there were visitor stands around the area, making it a wide-open space for anyone to watch the prospective climbers, including scouts and enforcers. I wonder how Mikhail did, I thought. I guess he's on floor 9, so can't be that hard, right? Wrong. The first climber I saw participate was an orc with crimson skin. She was huge, with hands big enough to crush a medium-sized watermelon in one hand, and she was carrying this war club that was clearly carved from a tree trunk, and all I could think was, what do those things even eat, with horror? Because it certainly wasn't tofu, and it wasn't chicken breast. Much of this world was a place where 3 sheep and an acre of arid land could buy a man's 15-year-old daughter. So if these creatures weren't eating humans, they were drinking the blood of chickens and goats like El Chupacabra, or worse, living off the meat of great beasts the size of triceratops, in far-off lands where grizzlies were treated like backyard rabbits. I covered my ears as she brushed hair out of her eyes and lifted the club. Kern was immortal, so he didn't even cover his ears. He just smiled as she swung that aspen tree-sized club at the bell and rang it. And let me tell you, it was severely underwhelming. The club shattered into a rain of splinters. That much was spectacular. But as for the sound, there was only this drop a pin on an 800-pound gong feel to it. Hollow vibrations. You can feel it, but only by some preternatural senses that keep humans alive in insane and incomprehensible situations. Once she finished, she gruffed out a demand to use her fist. But the door to the spectator chamber opened, and when she refused to leave, she clutched her chest, getting warned not to fuck around with the rules if she didn't want to find out. I watched this all in a distant haze until Kern said, "Bro, you can't be the only one showing off. You at least got to watch me." I blinked twice underneath my hot and sweaty mask and said,
"You have a lot to make up for after being done in by a shin scrape."
"Oh, come on, man," he whined. "Shin scrapes are the worst. Even getting cheated on doesn't hurt that much."
Guess you've never heard of a Lego.
"A leg what?"
Come on, go. I'm watching.
Kern's eyes lit up, and then he argued with the recorder who was taking down names for the test. I then watched him approach the bell with grim curiosity. My expectations for him were so low I had to reach up to hit rock bottom. But part of me had hoped that I'd get another day of having this villain hype man, and he didn't disappoint. In fact, it was a goddamn conspiracy. This guy purposely scraped his shin to appear weak, or he was a baby when real combat was involved. Either way, he wasn't playing around when it came to real battle. He put his right wrist into his mouth and tore it open, splashing blood on the ground, as if he were dumping a bucket of paint. Then, in the most surreal scene I had ever witnessed, he clenched his fist, and all the blood reversed course, returning to his wrist in a reverse waterfall that left no blood on the floor, as it wrapped around his wrist in a hypnotic vortex, creating a crimson fist. Then the blood lit up with aura as he cracked the bell with a mighty fist, causing a sound that hit like thunder and forced everyone to cup their ears and hit their knees. "How the hell am I supposed to top that?" I silently cried, ears ringing with tinnitus. I was sharked, goddammit. This guy was jerking off my ego, talking about how cold I was, and all I did was kick a guy down a few steps in the name of false villainy, but this guy was pulling out some blood warlock shit. Kern sent me a goofy smile and waved before entering the waiting area, and I was pissed. But then I heard, "Next." And when I looked up, I saw the recorder giving me the "let's go" palm up finger flip combo. That was super rude no matter how or where it was used.
"Sure,"
I walked up in my Batman voice. Chapter 30. Rachma.
"Name?"
The recorder said when I approached.
"I'd rather not give you one,"
I said. She eyed me exhaustedly.
"It's regulation."
"Rule 2. No one may prevent entry to the Labyrinth, its floors, or its tests,"
I said.
"If I walk right past you, and you so much as touch me, it'll shatter your cores into tiny little pieces. You really want to play this game with me?"
"You too."
She turned and glowered at Kern, who waved at her.
"Look, it's just a name,"
she said.
"You can say whatever name you want."
"It's just a name."
I laughed.
"It's a tracking label. You do this so that if someone makes enemies with an immortal or causes trouble, they can send kill squads in the upper floors to off them, right? It's..."
I rubbed my mask's forehead when I saw a huge rust-colored ranking board with 100 names. I almost forgot, I thought. I was supposed to wrap the Draxlin Drokai Syndicate with the blood board, and I almost walked past it. Now I was face to face with my duty as a syndicate member. I approached the board and read the first name on the list. It read, 1. Kalian Roxmore, floor 45.
"This is the blood board, right?"
I asked.
"How does it work?"
The recorder let out an exasperated snort.
"You won't give me a name, but you'll give it to the board."
I didn't look back.
"Does it matter how you get the name?"
She frowned.
"Whatever. If you want on the blood board, prick your finger in the tray at the bottom and give it a name."
"Thank you,"
I said. I looked down, and sure enough, there was a dish with a sharp spike. Above it was a small placard with the following instructions. Blood board. To carve your name in history of Nalzarenth Labyrinth, add your blood to the board and declare the name you want used. Once you add your blood, your name will update automatically on every floor and can be searched by asking the board for a code name or by giving a real name and imagining a face. Their record will come up if they added their blood to the blood board and have not broken Rule 14 by intentionally researching a test. If so, their name will be removed from the board on all floors. Rule 14. Intentionally researching tests disqualified climbers from blood board rankings.
Huh.
I muttered.
Show me Juan Carlos.
The board didn't change from the top 100. I'll try by face. I imagined his face, and the blood board drained of the lettering and formed a new line. It read 101,361, Lord Carlos /0. Narcissistic prick, I thought. Guess he really wasn't that strong. What about Mikhail?
Show me Mikhail Kuznetsov.
The answer surprised me. 43,522, Kostche /0. I thought it was weird he was on floor 9, I thought. I wonder if Jespa granted him a wish, too.
Look after the test,
the recorder snapped.
People are waiting.
Right.
I took off my right glove, pricked my thumb, and thought of a name while the blood filled the dish. The first name that came to mind was the one Plink used to describe Emma.
Rachma.
All the irritated climbers around me froze and then burst into laughter.
Rachma?
The recorder asked.
Really?
What?
I asked.
Rachma's a kraken, I'll have you know.
What's a crack what?
Never mind. Just 'cause you devalue the power of the Rachma doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Know what? Forget it. Use the name Kraken. The test takers laughed harder.
Too late,
she said.
Now take the test before someone else claims it.
I grimaced as they laughed. It was killing my villain vibe. I had to make it count. But how? I cracked my neck to look like a yakuza staring down a gambling addict. But I felt like the person being stared down.
Get there, boss!
Kern yelled as I approached.
Break her in two!
My neck throbbed and I wanted to scream at him. Say silence, fool. Do you think I would use my full strength before the time is right? Of course not. Only those who share ambitions with the dead would reveal their strength before their enemies. Take heed, young Scala. The true path to strength is to act as weak as possible all the time. But would that make things worse? Villains don't explain themselves until the second they're about to be thwarted. Could I thwart Emma like that? Emma sprouted out of my wrist with beady little eyes, pouting with molded facial expressions. She didn't like how nervous I was. It showed poor confidence. Oh, sorry, girl, I said. I didn't mean to imply you were weak. I just thought, do you think you can really up that kid? Emma nodded resolutely. She created 2 arms, ate a can of pink spinach, and sprouted 2 massive muscles on her arms. Then those muscles sprouted tiny muscles on them, and I laughed. Okay, let's beat him at his own game. My heart pounded as I stood beside the bell. Then I felt a foreign force search my memories and draw out information on the test. It was fascinating because I didn't know much about the test, but when the feeling ended, I could tell there were dark spots in my memory. Suddenly, crimson words wrote themselves on the bell. Information about this test has been temporarily suppressed from your memories. That made me feel better. The next words made me feel nervous. General rules are provided at the beginning of each trial. Rules are flexible in many cases and up for interpretation, but there are no restrictions on what you can or can't do in tests. Monarch's arrival determines your beginning classification and tests your initial potential. Use the best magic or martial technique of your chosen classification to hit the bell. Whether it's a healing spell or a simple punch, it will be judged the same. The higher the potential, the louder it rings. If the potential is strong enough, it will be heard on other floors to announce that individual's arrival. The stronger the potential, the higher the floor. The spell you use will alter the tests you take on upper floors. Using a healing spell will make your future tests healing magic focused. Using an offensive magic spell will alter tests to suit mages. The classification can only be changed every 10 floors, so choose wisely. Once you have read these rules, you may begin. Emma spilled onto the floor like a melting ice cream cone, pettily reenacting Kern's blood. Then she sucked back around my fist and spun, creating a hurricane that ruffled my shirt from the gyrating force. I took a full step and planted myself as I smashed my fist into the bell with the force of a bullet, holding nothing back. Then the overwhelming sound hit my unshielded brain like a battle axe, and I blacked out. Squid Sparks Chaos in Labyrinth by Alex Rowe, correspondent, Hearth Herald. Climbers waiting for the floor 2 test were quick to laugh off an eccentric masked climber calling himself Rockma, the name of a large squid that is often seen along the Helena coast. But their laughter turned to shock when he secured a spot on Monarch's Arrival's top 100 blood board, ranking 78th. Climbers as high as floor 40 claimed they heard the unmistakable toll after Rockma's turn. Quill Fairlawn, a well-known ranker on floor 40, described the sound as liberating.
"You don't know how much that person's needed on 40, he says. Everyone's been waiting on everyone else, so no one gets off doing anything. What we need is someone who's strong enough to say, 'You're not ready? Cool, we'll see you on 41 then.'"
Fairlawn's confidence in Rockma's strength is not unfounded. Whether the climber is a healer, beast tamer, spirit master, refiner, shifter, or mage, the Hearth Herald almost always records a meteoric rise of the climber who rings the bell. Many are excited about this development, but not everyone sees it as a cause for celebration. Despite this individual having an immortal pact, they are not an immortal. Mail Ashland of the Pact Enforcement and Taxation Department claimed, and our scout's inability to see Rockma's attack proves the attack was either caused by an aura or a spirit, and both would classify Rockma as a Labyrinth security threat. When pressed for information, she explained, "Aura and spirits need soul cores, and these cores require a remarkable number of expensive resources and top-level spells to establish. If any individual has a soul core prior to the Floor 25's soul core ritual, the climber is likely a strategic weapon of a kingdom. That's why Labyrinth only opens to kingdom recruiters and admits troops once a year, and why all climbers with a soul core must register with the Ashlands and Dravens before entry. Otherwise, it's viewed as a sign of hostilities between kingdoms, and we sanction the offending kingdom." Ashland brings up grave concerns, but Labyrinth city merchants laugh at the claims as they recount Rockma's entrance to Labyrinth city earlier this morning.
"Kingdom spy?"
Wasia Grosh, who runs the Wasia's Grax stall on the main strip, laughs.
"If he's a spy, he's the worst spy in existence. He should have seen his entrance. He walked right down this strip in the craziest mask anyone had ever seen, pushing people out of the way with some evil telekinesis, and everyone was crazy curious. By the time he got to my stall, he had 30 people following him. I mean, what type of spy announces their entrance in the most dramatic way possible?"
Wilt Reese, who was running checkpoints at the gate, agreed.
"He just skipped the line,"
she recounts.
"Dozens of people were yelling at him to wait his turn, and when I confronted him, he stabbed my neck with an invisible force and walked right past. And I remember thinking, is this guy stupid? The first thing I did, once he pushed his way through, was contact the guards. But I guess that didn't work either."
It didn't. Commander Isalin, who intercepted Rockma, claims that Rockma flashed her a legitimate immortal pact.
"You can't forge a soul pact,"
she explains.
"They emit a unique magical signature, and the immortal pact stands out. And since he was masked, I didn't have any choice but to move."
Threatening guards, gathering audiences, flashing immortal pacts, announcing his presence with Monarch's Arrival. Rockma may be wearing a mask, but he has not been hiding his presence. That begs the question, why is he doing this, and why now? No one has the answer, but Mail Ashland is concerned about the timing. People are coming down to meet Rockma, only to learn about Kalian's kitchen's reopening, and are getting coaxed into joining, she says. And a lot of them don't know that they're obtaining lifetime bans just by mingling with the people in line. It's a disaster. Not everyone is unaware of the risks. Most people we talk to laugh in the face of the bans. "They'll ban me?" One climber, who asked to remain anonymous, says as he waits in the mile-long line descending the staircase as climbers get into line for the event. "The Quins banned me decades ago. Hell, half the people I know are banned, and the other half haven't been banned yet. I mean, they ban anyone who buys jinxes, and I don't know a person who doesn't buy them." Jinx is both the unofficial name for illegal elixir and the name of the illicit alchemists who make and sell them. The trade is run roughshod on alchemic safety standards and public safety, but another unnamed climber explains the reason why succinctly.
What good's a band if no one buys their stuff? I haven't bought one in 30 years, because I can't afford them. It's kind of ridiculous they think it'll stop us.
When asked if they would feel different if the enforcers made arrests, they laughed.
I've been waiting in line to get there for 6 hours, and we're not even close to the floor. You really think they're going to arrest this many people?
Mystery, security threats, chaos. Rakma has inspired Nolzarenth Labyrinth into chaos and thrown fire on the labyrinth. For that reason, enforcers are scouring floor 2 and setting up checkpoints on the stairs leading to floor 3. Male Ashlyn has a message for Rakma.
You're not in trouble, but you do need to talk to us. If you don't turn yourself in, we will assume you're hostile and act accordingly.
Rakma was last seen wearing black attire and a frowning croaker mask, with black dragonborn horns, black lips, a diamond on the left eye, and a teardrop under the right. The Hearth Herald is offering a 100,000 rook reward for exclusive information on the masked man.